Available now.
Boom Gia, everybody. Hello and welcome to SAL. We are flying over downtown Sao Paulo, which has, well, way more degrees than we have right now, where we're all bringing you this show from. Hello, everybody, and welcome one more time. It is day 2 of the SAL Regional Finals out of 4. I'm Milos, your host. By my side are Foxay and Laxing. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I am doing good. I got a good ample amount of sleep. It's not as cold today. My morning run wasn't as bad. So very excited to get into these matches today.
Yeah, I'm doing quite good. You know, it's pretty sunny out here. Didn't have to worry about no cold, but you know, I'm glad that I'm able to wake up bright and early, watch some great level Siege from the SAL.
Hell yeah, we got 2 wonderful games to get our day really going with it. W7M plays Furia, and NIP, Ninja Pajamas, going up against Team Liquid. Back-to-back games in their own run that should be a lot of entertainment in more ways than one. Now, don't you worry, because FaZe Clan are also not knocked out. They'll be playing later on tomorrow. Let's take a look at our bracket. Just moving on from this graphic here to show you how we got to this point. W7M defeating FaZe Clan in map 3. Of course, Furia rocking over NIP. On the other side, Team Liquid really getting control over Loud, especially in that second map. Gentlemen, or Fox specifically in this case, what was kind of your big highlight of yesterday?
I don't think there was any too big surprises. I think W7M beating FaZe, the way that FaZe was playing, I mean, we heard it in the interview from Loban. They were playing very aggressive, going for gunfights that, you know, wasn't a classic FaZe style. And it just goes to show again, FaZe is trying to continuously push this envelope, and don't know if it's for the better just yet. But that being said, I mean, they still have one more opportunity to go. Unlike Loud, they're out.
Yeah, I would say the most surprising game for me yesterday, honestly, was the FaZe versus W7M, just for the simple fact how well W7M really showed up after the first map. I mean, it was a good game. I said it yesterday. They should have beat FaZe on bank, but then managed to get it done in the 2-0 sweep after that. And realistically, I mean, you know, we got this match today with the NIP versus Liquid. That one I'm really looking forward to, just because we saw a lot come out of Liquid, especially going from that first map to the second, where we said a lot of it came off of Maya's back, and then we get switched to that border, and then immediately we saw an entire transition, the entire team working in unison. They were all playing well off each other, holding those crossfires. So I am really excited to see how Liquid is going to perform today.
Yeah, of course, NIP's trajectory this entire year has been a big topic of conversation as well. We saw it kind of go ultimately into Munich, which is impressive in its own right, but the next step is all trying to make it to the Invitational. And yesterday, well, they had a tough time against a fully energized Furia. Today against Team Liquid, things might be different. It is a proof of concept for both of these squads in this case. And just before we continue on, this was something that was kind of floating around. I just want to confirm this for everyone. Currently, all of the regional finals that you're seeing, including SAL this weekend, are played on the same Rainbow Six Siege X patch as the Munich Major was played on. So all of the changes that you have added into the game with their latest operation, they are not not currently present on the build that everybody is competing on in these tournaments. I think it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of changes that came in with a new patch, Fox, that could really, I guess you would take some time to rebuild your strategies around.
Yeah, I think whenever you go through a big operator transition, just like Thatcher did, in the way that his gadget's completely different now, there's a lot of intricacies, strategies that you want to be able to have time to build with. So it just makes a lot of sense to be able to continue everything on consistent build patch that everyone's been playing with. And when those operators do come, well, that operator does come into the changes, specifically, you know, Skyscraper being removed from the map, we'll get a chance to be able to see that at invite. So it just makes everything that much better, because the anticipation for this new patch to see it in comp play will have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I'm also appreciative just for the competitive aspect. I mean, obviously these teams have been scrimming on it to prepare themselves as much as possible, but also then being able to revert back to what's been comfortable for them, what they've been used to, what they've been playing for quite some time. I think that's a very important factor to take into account. And then also, like you're talking about, you know, once we do see these changes introduced, seeing this new Thatcher brought in, I mean, I remember, you know, back in my days, I mained Thatcher, and to see his transition into what he can do now, the information that he's bringing, I'm actually excited to see what we can see out of him once we actually are able to see them in pro play be used. And then just even from there, I mean, I'm a little disappointed we're seeing Skyscraper leave. I actually do enjoy that map. We are bringing in Fortress. That should be interesting. I would much rather see a map like, you know, Theme Park. I enjoyed Theme Park. I would love to see Theme Park brought back into the map pool, but that's neither here nor there. Excited to see what the future looks like.
Yeah, I wonder who was vetoing Theme Park, if it ever was part of the conversation. As I said, I'm a big fan of it, and here on the broadcast, we are also big fans and supporters of Thatcher's transition. So, Thatcher, congratulations. Let's see what happens on our next patch. However, before we get to that point, we have to focus on to our day, and our first matchup is W7M versus Furia. Two of the best teams in the world, two of the best here in Brazil, which, to be honest, are always the tippity top of the competition in Siege. W7M is up first. Yesterday, the first map against FaZe on Bank, there was some questions, but once they crossed that line and got to map 3, Fox, they were in complete control.
Yeah, I think it really was a moment where they just had to slip up, get a little bit more comfortable. Everybody on the team was, you know, not really all there. Paulo was performing. He was all there the whole series. But that being said, we looked to a player like Volps, who was going to be a big standout player for W7M. He didn't show up on Bay, but that's okay. You know, if there's a map that FaZe is going to win, it's going to be Bank. It's one of their better maps. But then you go into map 2, map 3, instantly the bounce back from W7M was so fast. And I think that's just because everybody on the team was able to play. They were playing maps that were a lot more lurk orientated. There's a lot more space for everybody to be able to attack on. And that wasn't something that FaZe was able to match against them too well. So W7M, carried essentially by Volps and Paula for the most of the series, they were able to just do their job, use their utility, and then get the picks and the positions that they were set up, because they knew FaZe was trying this new style of play where they would only go for attacks, they would only go for pushes once W7M was set up. So they'd set up, and the players that were put in positions, that was usually Volps and Paulu, just had everybody, just the cannon fodder just fed to them. So it was really good reads from W7M to be able to understand exactly what FaZe was throwing at them. But against a team like Furia, it's way harder to be able to adapt to a moving beast like them.
Yeah, as you said, I think the biggest thing with Volps, you know, having the performance that he did, it was really able to rally everyone, because when your IGL is the one performing and the one that's leading the charge, the one that's the voice setting you up for success, I mean, it kind of just makes you want to perform even better. And I contribute that to obviously playing with you, Fox. You know, you having a pop-out performance, you being the IGL, taking that responsibility, it definitely carries on for the rest of the team. But I know we're talking about this matchup with Furia. You also have to look at, you know, those entries. We're talking about the lurk ability in some of these maps. And a player like Loban, we talked to him after, you know, he acknowledged it wasn't his best performance. And I can always appreciate when a player understands, you know, it wasn't their best performance. They can do better, but, you know, they made it work to the best of their ability. But especially in this matchup against Furia, finding that lurk, finding that gap is going to be very hard, especially for Loban being the lurker, because he does do everything kind of on his own. He is sort of that lone wolf player. And if Furia, and they know this matchup, they are going to target that. They are going to make it extremely hard for Loban. So for me, if there is a player to watch to see if they find impact, it's going to see if Loban can find those opening picks. And if he can't, if he then needs to resort back to playing with his team and just playing the team game, team trades, all the way up until the very very end of the round, because if he can't do that and he does manage to go 2-7 like he did just in their last matchup against FaZe, they are going to have a hard time getting that first pick going into their favor.
Well, let's move on then to their opponents. In this case, of course, it is Furia. Just a reminder that this matchup does not have any impact on any SI qualifications anywhere, really not in this region or anywhere outside of it. And continuing on, Laxing, who are we looking at to really bring the heat on Furia?
I mean, given when you look at the stats across that match, I mean, a 7-1, 7-2, you literally can look at any single one of these players. All of these players just popped off yesterday, specifically Felipox. You know, we talked about him yesterday. We talked with him yesterday. I mean, again, another IGL stepping up, leading the charge while also setting up, putting his ducks in a row. And one thing that I've noticed throughout, again, this Furia roster that I highlighted yesterday is their kind of stop-and-go play style. They know when to get aggressive. They know when to fall back, but then they also know where to find that gap and then immediately put pressure on it the second that that's exposed. But one area also that I really want to focus on that, you know, we highlight this team in so many scenarios just given the history that this team has, but every single player has been stepping up where you don't know who's going to pop off at this point. Typically, it was Hertz. Typically, it was KZ. This last stage, it was JV92. All of Munich Major, it was Felipox. And then even into yesterday's match, it's Felipox. So you can't really ban someone out from this roster. You can't really focus on one player. Any one of these players can make miraculous plays. They're playing with each other. The confidence is clearly there. And then when you're looking at this matchup, they have a 9-0 record over this W7M roster. I mean, you also hear it time and time again with interviews from W7M saying, we have to beat Furia. This is about pride for us. We need this for us. And for Furia, it's just kind of another day in the office. They've heard it 9 times now. You know, what's the 10th time to say the least?
Yep.
Yeah, they're not going to be worried by it by no means. And I'm glad you mentioned Felipox and Herds. I think when we talk about the aspect of opening kills and how, you know, the other team, W7M, was getting some opening kills, but Loban was struggling on it. I mean, the IGL for Furia getting 4 opening kills in yesterday's matchup, that says a lot. Yes, he was on the blitz, he's on the smoke. So supportive-ish roles besides the shield. Herds was also following suit with 4 opening kills, and he was on the thermite and the Mira. So exactly, every single player can pop off, but they're all doing something together, and they all attack aggressive together, or they retake on defense aggressive together. And if JV92 or KZ is not going to be the one getting the kill, they're stressing the other players out, making them move in the direction where the support players are going to be set up. So if they're doing this all together and they're matched against a W7M that has Loban alone on the lurk, he's going up against 4 different angles that he's going to fight one of them. And from what we know, nobody on Furia is missing a shot, especially with those visors that Herds has on. I mean, that's a latest fashion trend. I've never seen those before.
Or RoboCop, rather, I should say.
It is very much an evolution of the style that Julio first introduced in the day with the alien kind of silverish glasses that he would wear, the sunglasses. And now we're going to another level. There you go. But dude, it's Batman. God damn, he's made it on the stage. I thoroughly enjoyed Felipox yesterday and kind of chatting about just gaming, competing in general, how it is, how they're preparing, and also how he just sees W7M as just another bump on the road, as they've been expected. Both of you talked about this. It's not the first time they played against one another. We're entering the double-digit territory soon, and it's just another day at the office for Furia should they be able to pull this off. And I want to take a look at the map in the meantime as our players have taken the stage and seeing what maps we're going to be playing on in this series. There is a bit of a glimmer of hope here in this game. This is again for the grand final spot here in the SAL Regional. Bank is first picked by Furia. Second is Chalet by W6 Amigay.
Yeah, I mean, both picks make perfect sense. They're getting one of their better maps. Bank coming out of Furia. Now, Furia looked completely dominant through all of the SAL stage. I mean, pretty much having a flawless record up until just recently at the Major in Munich, where they would lose it to Kia, they would lose it to Enterprise, and lose it to Secret. So they clearly are beatable outside their own region, but it still leaves the question that W7M is allowing them to play Bank after just showing it yesterday, which, again, there's a lot of VOD that they have on Furia, but It's very hard to beat them. They've lost to Furia 2 times on it already, so maybe third time's the charm. Maybe, you know, the recipe that they had for FaZe they can incorporate into this matchup. But the difference is you're going against Furia and they're going to fight you head on, and we already saw how explosive that game was when they played against FaZe on it. Now you're going against a team like Furia that is not going to let their foot off the gas, and then especially with that stop and go play style they have, you're really going to have to be on your back foot to be able to pivot when you need to.
Yeah, it's going to be a real different matchup than the W7M FaZe matchup on Bank, just because of how aggressive Furia is. And them being undefeated in the SAL on it, I don't know if they've gotten in their own heads and switched some stuff up based on their losses in Munich, but that will be a good test for W7M, is if they can win on Bank, you know, what kind of Furia are we getting today? Because like we talked about yesterday, they're showing up. Some days they show up to win. Some days they look like a team that's just all playing on their own, just because the aggressive playstyle is so difficult to coordinate, especially if things are going wrong. So Bank will be a very good boiling point for both of these teams. I'm expecting, honestly, a 2-0 from either one of these teams, whoever gets map 1. Just because once you get to Chalet, it's going to be just a slaughter, a fist fight, so to say, just because it's going to be gunfights versus gunfights. The lurking will be the biggest thing. Lobin versus KZ, always on the lurk. Who's going to be able to get that advantage? I think that's where Chalet comes into fruition, and that is often backed by confidence. So whoever gets the confidence of that map 1, I think is going to swiftly take it in a 2-0.
Maybe you can snowball right after that. And actually, let's have a chat with our casters for today, Fluke and Demo. Let's bring them up and in here. My God, they're looking so beautiful. Demo, I want to ask you, this is actually from the chat. They're saying, hope Demo recovered from yesterday casting Liquid and watching Manchester United play at the same time is no small feat. What do you got to say to that?
Well, I missed the United game, thankfully. I didn't have to watch that. But
no.
Yeah, I got to watch Liquid. We'll see them later on as well, don't forget. But this should be a good game. I hope it is. However, I am fearful of W7M. I kind of looked at the matchup beforehand. Haven't beaten them in over a year. The Fury has been such a roadblock for this team. And I think it comes down to mentality. You know, if you're against a team where you haven't beaten them in over a year, there's going to be that little bit in the back here thinking, if not now, then when? You know, and I'm sure they've probably been saying that for the past number of times they played them. I think the map beat was really rough. I think no matter where they went, I don't think it was going to favor them. I think W7M have been beaten on every single map, bar Labs, and we've seen that Labs was taken out by Furia very cleverly. So, you know, even if you look at, you know, maps like Lair, like Chalet, or it's always going to be difficult for W7M because Fury have bested them in the past in those maps.
Yeah, I think you can also look at it similar to Falcons. I mean, getting to every single grand final and then losing it, you know, you kind of have that chip on your shoulders. We've been here, we can do this, but just not managing to win, not managing to beat a team. And it's the exact same situation here for W7M. Yeah, you may have gotten close a couple times at Furia, but fact of the matter is they've won 9 times, so that pressure really amounts. I mean, sure, there isn't any SI implications for either one of these teams anymore, but it really is about pride. It's more so about we need this win to really just break through that ceiling, to just kind of, you know, the sky's the limit after that point of what W7M can get done. But it's just really a matter, is the 10th time really going to be the time where they can get ahead of Furia, where I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of chips on shoulders, I guess we could start really early today. Demo, when you watch two teams of such high level experience like W7M and Furia, does it ever make you wish that the EML had something like this?
See, Milos, he's taking your job again. I told you about this yesterday. You have to stop this guy.
Demo, he's just asking questions.
Well, the thing is, no, Milos is obviously the host this time because the rest of us have all come dressed in white and black, and Milos is the only one wearing something that isn't.
Yeah.
So I noticed it when we were on the cameras on the 5.
See?
Oh, are we actually? I guess I wasn't really paying attention.
See?
I'm always looking at what we're all wearing.
Also, talking about Twitch chat, I was getting roasted in there for no apparent reason. Someone was like, Lax look like someone that just comes to a basketball game and has no idea what he's talking about in terms of basketball. Like I don't even know where that
You don't have to out yourself
the
like
hat.
that.
It had to be the hat, no?
But I'm not wearing a hat this time.
Yeah, but you were yesterday.
I was catching strays for no reason. Remember,
I
I'm
think
playing this game for
very
10 years. I know this game, but I look like a basketball dude that just shows up to a game, doesn't know what I'm talking about. Come on.
When was the last time you
played service for what? All those years of training, down the drain, Lax.
Facts.
Roommate training. He is an SI winner. This is.
I know. I watched them win it.
Let's keep in mind this is the same tournament that King George won his world championship. So you can tell.
100% win rate.
100% win rate.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care for basketball, so I mean that part is absolutely right. I mean, there's so many better sports outside of basketball.
Do you know ball?
I know ball. I just don't care for basketball. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of balls. You know, baseballs, footballs, soccer is kind of it.
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. What is that?
I don't know. You tell me. You making up words?
No, we know American football, but I mean soccer. We ain't calling that football.
Emmy, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm all right actually. I'm quite good. I've just been living, rising.
Is it cold?
I have that exact same VKV Philippox sign at home. So what a coincidence.
Really?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited to get into some more exciting SAL. Yourself? How's your day?
Wonderful. I woke up this morning. It was great. It's not raining. It's cold, but it's sunlight. So Mrs. and I were like, you know what? Let's go on a long walk to the city center. We did a bunch of stuff. We did a bunch of things that we needed to do before the holidays. We got falafels and we got back home. I think that's a good day.
That's a great day.
Yeah, and now I get to crown the day by spending time with my friends here. And we get to talk about Siege, which is great. So we got some great games ahead of us. Now the question is, if we're to turn this back into CJX, believe it or not, that's what we're trying to do tonight. We're only a minute away from the game, by the way, just so everybody knows. I'm kind of torn between these two squads, I mean, because both, like, I'm a big fan of W7M and how they've improved so much. Their victories, Montreal, everything it's incredible, and yet haven't been able to bypass Furia that just keeps shutting them down every single time. I don't know how to feel about that. Can you help me navigate my feelings?
It depends. We can navigate your feelings in the brief time. It depends if you're a fan of either side. If you're Furia, it's like, yeah, obviously they can't beat us. If you W7GM cheat or whatever it was that Ian Chambers used to say quite a lot, it's like they'll get it. They just, it's the Wolves ex-Wolves ex-BDS effect. Right, it's a mental thing. It's a mental block. It's a mental position, and there's the weird element. Obviously, Furia really just weren't tested yesterday. It was 3 rounds went away from them. The entire sort of double down. W7M come off the back of a tight game with FaZe. They're heated up. They gotta carry that torch, baby. It's the Olympics.
Is it the Olympics?
I think so.
I mean, they are at an Olympic part.
I read my information packet wrong. I look around, I see people like Blacks and Davide, athletes. We're at the Olympics. There's a Lakers jersey there. Blacks, athletes. Is that a basketball thing? Do they know ball?
The hell is Lakers?
There was a dude there.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he's got the Lakers on.
They hit a home run.
LeBron.
Anyways, my friends, our game is starting. So I'm going to take the boys away. And Fluke, Demo, please enjoy the rest of this game.
Well, we will. Hello, everybody. Now you're just stuck with us two. No more nattering, no more yammering, no more other British idioms.
/ Canadians.
Yeah.
Lebanese.
What's your opinions before I actually say / Lebanese? What's your opinions on Milos? Did you want him to stick around?
Oh no, he's fine.
Oh right then.
I'll be honest, Lax is fine. It's just the one guy. I'll be honest.
It's just the Canadian.
Just the one guy. Yeah, the guy.
You've had a long running history of beef with Canada.
I think it's just Canadians. Same with Parker. Same with Jesse.
Yeah.
Oh, I always used to drop that King George fact at Milo.
What specifically positive things
King
about
George
King George?
Win, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Undefeated.
Exactly.
Technically, you can apply that towards people that have played in show matches as well. Tim does that.
You've never lost that. You've never lost an SI.
No, I've never lost an SI. The only time I've technically played at an SI, and we'll talk about the bands in a second and the maps and things, because we'll just do a segue first. Hey, look, we're just like Tim and Dez.
If they can do it, we can do it.
If they can do it, we can do it, right? If Parker can talk about Parker stuff, we can talk about what we want to talk about.
They can talk about hockey, we can do this.
If Xenox can talk about where he just loses his mind and has
how he hates everyone that isn't from APAC.
How he hates everyone. Yeah, we can do that. When we had the little boxes in the Sweden SI that was behind closed doors, and
Yeah.
we all like just played amongst
good.
each other and against each other. Such memory. Anyway, hey, welcome to Bank. Now, the fun thing about this is we actually had it yesterday. It was a map that went away from W7M. It was the one map that went away from W7M against FaZe, and they've opted to double down on it in terms of how the bans are playing out. Glaz was also removed in that opening half alongside a mirror. But W7M, and instead of the sort of slight change here that they've put forward as their pressure, the Smoke and the Azami were their other two follow-through bans. Instead, the Goyo, they're going to try and play against that Operator of Time as well, JV92 plays against the head of Volps. There goes your Sense demo on this execute. Oh,
Yeah, that's going to be
someone
nice.
else.
I think for this execute, it's all about keeping men alive, isn't it? I mean, that is the main thing that we always see with the basement. You need to have all 5 attackers up because it's so difficult to cover every single angle and watch for the util. And again, losing your own util, and this is just going to be a lockout. I mean, what is this from W7M? We've just begun, and it feels like it's over.
Yeah, I was totally ready for us to actually, talk a bit of waffle at the beginning and then segue into the cast, but the round is done. Parlu,
Yeah.
all that's left here, and he's sure had many a clutch and many a meteoric moment in his time, but think about what he has to do, the site he has to do it on, and what he's going to get through. He's going to find an Azami, eager and ready and waiting for a fight on the other side of the Frosty Man, and instead, actually, they froze out the X-Skyrots. Does get caught, but I mean, he's playing a silly position and he's winning silly prizes. As the statement goes, there's 2. There's 3.
Bro.
Okay. Nade, now all that's left is the Chanka, and I swear if Polly does this, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm not ready already. It's... Nah, chalk it.
I said he can win those things. That doesn't mean I expected it.
Here's the thing, right? Paulo ain't beating the accusations. I think obviously everyone knows he usually is last live in a lot of times. Perfect example. And the reason why he gets the clutches is because sometimes he wins the silly ones that teams give him. And that's a silly round.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and praise Paulo. I'm not, right? That guy just played a T-Hunt round, correct?
It's not even that. Like, if you're putting this into silly comparison, this is like the Muppets play Siege level. Like, Parlu is the one human actor in a Muppets movie. It's how silly that round was. What a way to start. What a way to begin. That was round
who do we
1.
blame? Who do we blame? Who was the Azami? That's who we blame. He started it.
I'm lost in the sauce.
That's a rank bro.
Baby, I'm swimming.
The first person to overswing and die, if you lose that round, you're to blame. So whoever was the Azami, that's the person we're pinning it on.
Okay. Take a breath, take a beat. Let's get back to it. The idea there is obviously we all know what happened, especially Furia. And I think both teams probably had a laugh about that round and went, all right, there's the one. Let's get down to business to defeat the other ones. And now from this point onwards, I assume, and she says this with the air of, I could have assumed the other round would have gone away. We're not going to see a round like that again. But who bloody knows if that's how this series is going to start. Up towards the top floor. And, well, let's see if they can try and dig their way in from the bottom. We didn't see a lot of backstab plays in the game that you and I cast yesterday, but Nook on this
very
map.
little,
Yeah, she can do quite a lot.
It's the Nook with the Dokkaebi, I think, is the more dangerous combination. I think a Nook on its own, yes, can get value, but I think you combo that with, obviously, the universal call to give the Nook that heads-up information. Obviously going to be a distraction for the defender, so I think that the combination, should be really solid. It just depends, where does he want to go? I mean, the ideal area, if you're coming in from Garage, it would just be up through Marble Stairs. I mean, that's where I expect he's going to try and find a pick if he can. Or at least at an open area. So, he can go up through Marble, but so maybe he's going to go and check below, just in case there's any players downstairs with C4s, which, again, if you're going for a kind of traditional take, which I think with W7M, bringing the Thermite in, for example, having the Nomad, they want to try and breach the wall, they want to try and get in and control the flanks with Nomad and get the plant down, so again, having that bit of pressure downstairs, it should be helpful for them. I just worry about the util dump, though. You know, we talk about how this top floor is really tricky for teams to get through it. You think about Janitor, how do you clear players out of that if you don't have the big heavy hitting uppers like a Grim, like your Capitan, for example?
Well, now they've got Loben getting the first activation, but there's JV getting the trade right back on towards Volps, and they lose their control here on Spiral, on big lobby space, and that means the Nook is going to have to go and try and clean up the pieces and just get that back of the rest of the push. You can see they're still trying to whir and work their way together underneath. Loben is now trying to double up with Dodez and
Where's your
just
Nomad?
full send the top of square, but as you said, where's the Nomad, where's the support, and where's the back end? That's always that side risk. And, well, there's the Nomad gone, knocked off the board, and there's KZ retaking stock and further pushes it all the way home and leaves just a lonely lion on the prowl in the savannah. But, uh-oh, there's the tourists coming in the buggy, trying to close them down. There's the first. Surely it's not going to happen again, she says. Once again, 20 seconds left, and with a clash on the board, no, it is not.
Yeah, I could see it in your eyes, even though we don't have a camera view, but...
There was a
glimmer. There was a glimmer. I think that comes down to W7M not assessing the threats that are in front of them. I mean, you have a Nomad, right? Being Paulu. He had 2 air jabs still in his pocket. Why is that clash not being the target? You know, I think that's a massive mistake. By the way, did you even notice where Paulu died? He was in sight by himself. He swung in through the windows. Nobody around him. Nobody with him.
I mean, it's always that element of, I guess, him as a player. Like, you sort of heralded it before, right? That Palu has
He's
a
a lone
style.
wolf.
Yeah. And he's always been a lone wolf, and there's been equally criticisms or compliments paid towards that playstyle, depending on whether it's working or not, is often
If you
an
win or
aspect.
lose. You know, that's the way
it's really
great
that
if you
sort
win,
of-
bad if you lose.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a very rough position to be in, but at the same time, you know, if he wasn't the caliber of player that he was, there probably wouldn't be an argument. It would be, play with your team, bro. Like, bro, come on. Like, help out. But in situations like that, when you've got someone who is quite an integral operator or role, especially pushing against the clash, which maybe they didn't know was going to be in that situation, that's when maybe you either say, okay, Palu, someone else needs that up, or you change things up and get the rotate. Here, Palu obviously on the ranged hard breach. You know, you're thinking of this site, there's not the biggest amount. They've obviously got, fishing, and reeled Volps in. And then does the inspect on the gun. They knew we were watching.
Yeah, and then even just typed in the chat. I mean, I think that is an element where Furia need to play into the mental warfare. Yeah, W7M have not beat them in 9 games, which is it's crazy. Like, you really think about how good of a team W7M, but they can't even beat Furia, who at times, like Furia, I was audibly gasping whenever I seen that they were eliminated from the major, because I honestly thought they were going to win it. Furia have looked vulnerable at times throughout the past 2 years. Yeah, they're not. Well, obviously, yes, they are the same team who've done the Grand Slam, but they're not, if that makes sense. Yeah? They've been at the very top compared to whenever they were still climbing that ladder. And obviously, they've talked about, you know, how it was really difficult for them to get motivated to go again. And we've seen that drop off in 2024. We've seen Reload, we thought, okay, here we go. But I think seeing Furia, that was a big shot for them. I haven't had a shot in a while. I think that was one of them.
I mean, to be fair, the major in its entirety was a shock, and it was a fantastic event, and all the games were so intense.
Falcons thrown another final. Oh,
okay,
who's seen that coming?
Listen, just more psychic damage towards Falcons fans, but it's that element of, you're right, with how good they are, with how good they will be, and in some regards, the form that they went out in was a bit of a surprise. JV finds Dodas as Loben is doing laps outside to get themselves the rotate, and it's again this situation, right, where they're doing, it shows, I guess, a comment about how big Bank is, a massive full sprint rotate all the way around to the back. You're looking at the position of Palu and Dots there, 40 seconds left, entirely changing the plan from what was going to be a drop on towards the Vault Hatch, because the keepers are there, and it's such an easy defense here.
Wow.
To be rotated. What are you doing, JV92? Gonna get himself up to JV90's, 7 if he gets one more. But at this point, they're just stacking up. They know where Loban is. 20 seconds left. And, I mean, we'll let the rest of this round play out because I don't want to speak too soon before I find myself having flashbacks to the first round.
No.
There's one. JV92 doesn't quite get his ace. There's at least two. That is it. Okay. Is it fair to say, Demo, this game should be a pretty handy 3-0?
Correct. And it hasn't even been close. Yeah, like Furia on both of the rounds that they've won. Again, I would say even the round that they lost, just dominant from as soon as that timer starts right until the last kill happens. They have dominated right now. I'm struggling to understand the game plan here from W7M. I don't think Blank's a difficult map to attack. I don't see any kind of structure. I'm not seeing them do the basics. Like, I highlighted how they were playing their top floor, not assessing the danger positions. You think about Janitor, you think about that long corridor over towards the vending machine. Those areas are not being taken. You think about that basement. I mean, keeping players alive is step one, I think, for the basement. Dealing with a Tabaro, who is by himself in open area, they're struggling against that. Again, no, I don't think Furia are reinventing the wheel here with what they're doing. They're playing it pretty default. The difference is they have the structure. They know when to fall back. They know how they want to start off. Then they drop back. They use their util that they have at their disposal. Obviously, the fact that they're winning the engagements. Yes, that's the elephant in the room that we have to mention. Whenever JV is going in and hitting shots the way he's hitting the shots, not much you can do about that. But I just think the overall basic stuff that you need to do, it's not being checked off by W7M.
JV92 beating 92 after 3 rounds is pretty good. It's a pretty good opening inning. A 4K that round, a 3K the round before. But, okay, the other thing to sort of say out on the doubling down of your point is I think what Furia's defense has been so good at is they're just positioning in terms of reference to where the approach is coming from. I was going to make comment of it there before the round absolutely spiraled out, but you can see them moving the operators to the place they need to be. They were using the Keepers brilliantly. They were using his army brilliantly there. They had the clash, the rotate round on towards the top of stock and retaking these areas. They're just... That's 3 opening kills for JV92, 2 of them with C4s. And I think we've probably just had a timeout called, unless... No. Herds gets Dodes and stops the Hope from getting too high. Loban and Palu with 2 minutes. Almost gets a gift in the archives, but KZ's happy to just sort of play this close. And again, at this point, you're just kind of hoping that they give you these engagements, right? You're hoping for round 1 again. You're hoping to try and get a bit of an opportunity. The pre-fire's coming out. They're well aware of each other, and Palu does get the lead on. And they do still have the hard breach. We could hear Loban popping some of it off elsewhere. Without the ram, though, the verticality is going to be a big cost unless they get the soft breach charges in, but they've got to get themselves the stretch around here. They could use the drones of Flores. But again, Furia, well, as Nade gets the kill on the top, leaves Palu alone once again. JV92, who dies within the opening minute after getting 2 kills of this round, is making his feelings known. 1 kill, sorry. And only 1 this round.
I was going to say, Furia, just sit in your hands. But this one can kill them. Easy. Yeah, different approach from W7M. Little bit of a faster take where they wanted to get that early map control. But it's just backfired again. Because they're not winning their engagements. They are being dominated in this early portion of the map every single time. Not been a single moment where Furia have looked as though they can't deal with what's being tossed at them. I mean, Norris needs to get them going, because just look at them. Like, there's... It just looks lifeless. Like, it really... They should be 4-0 down.
Oh, 100%. You know, it's a statistical anomaly that they're not. And those are so exciting to watch. I love statistical anomalies in Siege. They're maybe the most exciting thing to watch. But the rest of the scoreline, the rest of this game, okay, it's pretty open about where it wants to go. It's pretty open about who's in the driving seat. As I said, JV92 just, you couldn't be in any more of your element, right? This isn't just a fish in water. This is like a really great fish in a really nice fish tank.
He's everywhere, isn't he? Like he's controlling the whole map.
Yep. Opening kills 3 of the 4 times. Making sure that the first bit of pressure's done. It's done early as well. All of them have been within the opening sort of 50 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, 2 of them with C4s as well. So he's entirely predicting and knowing what Furia, knowing what W7M want to do, right? That comes from that knowledge.
Yeah.
That comes from the prep, the anticipation, the expectation, and how well he knows his opponents. That he can sort of say, yep, they'll pull this castle, done. Yep, they'll enter onto stock, done. And it's just...
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, you know, the meme, Hella send a 4, you can't beat me. And I think JV90 knows that Fury has had W7M's number for the past year. You know, and that's why he has his confidence to go into these engagements. And a game like this, whenever Fury are just running around, you know, having fun, we've seen this time and time again, how bored must players like Philippe Fox be? Like, that's what I always think about. Like, look at Nade. He's killed 1, he's died once. That's it. What else has the guy done? He hasn't had to do anything.
Listen, as somebody who often fills that role in the ranked stacks I play, I enjoy it. I enjoy the... Like, there are moments I have to do
you
something.
like being the passenger. You carry the piano for the others to play.
The passenger princess of Siege is your backline. Yeah, you know. It's a nicer life. Don't have to fill up the car with petrol. Don't have to worry about other stuff. Just get in, enjoy the ride. Choose the music. What? There's no better life. Shout out all the Siege passenger princesses out there.
You did say though that your Wrapped playlist was average age of 22, so I worry about that.
No, it was 26. It was 26.
Oh, 26. Okay.
Yeah. It was a big compliment. So yeah, and I listened to over 450 genres. But enough about me. Let's get into 1:30, and this is the longest we've almost had in a round.
Nobody's
without
died.
the opening kill coming together. At this point.
That clash, isn't it? That's the danger operator again. I mean, they have. I don't know. Is the Kali better than the Nomad? I suppose in terms of you get more opportunities to deal with a clash.
The problem is, right, they still need to try and drive that. If that's the point, they need to drive it together. And now, with the first kill going on towards that clash, it does get traded out. I was about to make the comment, if it doesn't, then that is a huge blow. And again, it's sort of another warning signal about things going wrong. But as the smokes pop out, and another one does, there's not been an immediate follow-through. They're baiting utility, hoping to get the catch on it. The Bravo drone will get very easily caught out there by JV, who's just holding the backline angle. But the clash keeping this power position without being forced out. You just sat on windows, watching, waiting, and wishing. Because now you look in the pockets and you're thinking, okay, where's the utility drive? You've got Grimby's, fine, and that's it. Right? You're just going to have to try and send yourself in here. You've got to push. You can't just swing on the back. You've used your smoke canisters. So you have to come up with an alternate play here. 20 seconds. The time is ticking. You've still got somebody watching lobby window. They're in. Dots is even just going to see if he can try and go for the pocketed plant. There's no immediate response, though. In fact, there's no response at all. Volps gets one. There's a bit of a back and forth. There's suddenly 2 kills, and... well, they found an opportunity demo, and for all I was saying, W7M don't have a lot to act on. Furia had even less focus on it.
Yeah, you see what they did? They hacked the Banshee on the window. So naturally, I think for Furia, they would have thought, okay, we've got a Banshee in the window. If they swing in, we'll hear it. We'll know if they're going to go for the plant. But whenever that information has been taken away from them, they had no idea it was going down. Nobody moved. Nobody moved at all until that plant went down. Then they realized, oh dear, we've made a mistake. So that is a little bit of a false sense of security from Furia. Putting, the plant denial in the hands of a Banshee? Was that the idea?
I mean, if it was, I think we can pin that on the bad ideas boards. Maybe it's overconfidence. We see overconfidence get punished quite a lot. Maybe it's the sort of situation of like, we'll hear it, we'll know. Which, yeah, they had that one piece of kit and they had the one piece of intel and they thought they had the full read on everywhere else. And to be fair, that sort of position, that sort of play, the person who will counter that is the person who can sort of look down from the top of banana, which they couldn't be held in because of that lobby repel player. They couldn't just sort of sit and swing, and that's the direct counter. So they needed something else, and I guess they just didn't put that together in time, potentially, because maybe they found out too late. At that point, you're thinking janitors, you're thinking, you know, try and get the cross angle, maybe even go a bit funky with it on the swing of long dust, but then you got to counter the windows, wherever you go. Either way, it didn't happen. 2-3, the divide. For a game that we have cited as felt very one-sided, almost is even-sided at the turn of the half. If W7M can get this round and we end on a 3-3, I mean, it would be a meteoric effort.
Yeah. I mean, especially after what we've seen in the first 4 rounds, you would not expect that that's how it would end up. So, Furia, again, you do have to say, though, the 2 rounds that they've lost, they've made the mistakes, and I said this about Brazil, you'll be punished. Make the one mistake. Talk about the top 6. They're all teams who understand the game fundamentally extremely well, and you cannot afford to make mistakes. And obviously for Furia, you make those mistakes, this is where you sit, and now the pressure's on that you have to try and get this positive half, try and take the 4-2. 3-3 would look bad. It would. So, we go into this basement again, and look, this has been, I think, a bomb site where W7M just have not went through the motions of doing the basics right. You know, they've lost that opening pick countless times. Thankfully, we're nearing the halfway mark of the round, and nobody's been picked off. You need to keep your utility players alive. You need to have that Capitao. You need to have that Grim.
At this point as well, you start to think, you know, what was the conversation that was had in that timeout? Was it something to maybe focus on the objective more than focus on the players and the firefights? Was it something to be a lot more together? They've got the clash, and they're just going to try and force the operator down the hatch, and you can see they're waiting as long as they can because there's the fear that they're going to get swung. They lost people that way, so the fire below gets some of the force, and they still lose out! JV92! Another for the tally in both kills and getting the first kill of the round. And with a minute, losing your Capitao in towards this position. Again, it brings up those similar worries I had before of the utility that you've got for your activation. They still have a lot left, thankfully, this time, and they made it work with even less last time round. But this is a tougher sight in some regards for that utility game. You've still got to crack open walls. You've still got to potentially drop on towards the gold hatch and the vault hatch, which they're looking at now at the same time as the elevator, maybe at the same time as the push down main stairs. So what are they going to do? 30 seconds, whatever they do. They've got to make sure that it is threaded. Yeah, well pieced together, and the back take steps itself up. There's the drop. First into the elevator, they want to get close. The bees are giving them some awareness, and the second set of bees will give them a little bit more, but the fire is that rebuttal. They're going to tuck in and try and hope. It's a bit of a surprise swing there, but they've already made their way around. Dots takes a bit of damage, takes the rest from JV92. There's the swing. The fight onto main stairs, as I said, they've got to try and piece this together at the same time, but as they start to fall, there still needs to be that back-end pressure. 7 seconds, Palu gets one. There goes Lobin, though, and suddenly he's just fighting through barbed wire. It's the only one left as the other one goes down in sight. Furia held strong.
I mean, I have a question for you. How do you stop JV? Wow. Look at the swings the guy's making. Like that reverse kill on the elevator. Oh.
I mean, he's in his element. It's the thing about saying that one team has probably a mental block going up against the other team in this. JV92 is like, oh, this is my holiday. Right? And you get in the mindset of like, oh, I can't lose against these guys. I'm just going to win. Yeah. And like, it, you know, there's always that saying about any competitive sport. If you go into it with the mindset that you're going to win, then you're competing. If you go into it with any other mindset, then you've already lost. And JV92 isn't just going into this with the mindset of he's competing. He's going to the mindset of I want to farm clips because this is already set. And it shows in the confidence of his play. He's floating through this map. 4-2. And, you know, you sort of look towards Bank. You look towards how these two teams like to play it. Obviously, it's always been a great Furia map. They're sort of, 10-4 over a recent record on it. Other side of W7M. They are better on their attack, even though it's a 3-5 record. They're statistically much stronger. They can get more going, and that sort of brings the worry here onto the other half. Is like, okay, well, if that was the stronger side, and it started how it did, they've really got to have built some confidence earlier on.
Like I said during the pre-match, I just don't think the veto was ever going to favor W7M. They were always going to have to go to maps that Furia have beat them on, no matter what. And last time both these teams played Bank, it was a 7-1 from Furia. You know, it was so one-sided. I would argue this feels very similar, if not exactly the same, where it is just Furia being oh so dominant and W7M just not knowing what to do in the certain situations. I mean, they really struggled adapting to the Clash a lot of time. Like that time in the last round, you know, they're sitting there trying to chase after a Clash rather than just letting that operator go and just keeping that 5v5. You know, those are the mistakes that W7M were making. I think they're really desperate to get the kills, and I think it's showing. And I think this is going to be a really telling round with how this next half's going to go. If W7M are still going to go with that same mentality, Amioff, we want to go out there and front up these gunfights and get the kills, looking for fights. If they don't win them, which they haven't been winning, because we mentioned JV, he's untouchable. That could be really bad for them. However, look at this. Oh, an opening pick for W7M.
Wow. Herd's gone. They lose, obviously, some of the control here are on some of notification, but when they've got the Maverick on the board, they can still make sure that if it needs to be opened, it can. And a chunk of these hatches are soft anyway, so as Felipox tries to tear their way across, you can see Dodez is trying to offer a bit of a rebuttal to the question of, can I have this space? No, not yet. I'm going to see if I can hold on to open just a little bit longer and instead force you a bit further round. You can see they're setting up and encircling on this open player, who will obviously at some point just take the hatch down unless they...
It's gone.
Yeah, really
It's
do
gone
have to
already.
say. But yeah, they pulled themselves out. Now they're going to try and actually just poke the head of the shield up dots, seeing what's happening up the main stairs, and again try and draw more focus. But you can see, even with that initial body gone away from them, they're making sure that they can still keep going. And as the close plant wall gets put together, well, with a minute, you then start looking at the utility juggle of this site demo.
Yeah, this is where pressure, I think, comes on to W7M, especially for Volps. He's the only player who has the kind of denial. You know, it's not as though they're taking in the Goyo or the Tachanka. It is just the smoke. Yes, Polu may also have a C4, but hey, I think in terms of a more consistent denial choice, and yeah, it will be your smoke. So as long as Volps has his lineups correct, should be smooth sailing here for W7M. See the Clash also rotating in a position where they can provide the information, but it should be fine here. W7M are picking up the kills, and Furia just hitting a brick wall at the moment.
Oh, and well, there's a pickup round on the loose player. It's a 4 versus 2, but with the Clash just sat in the corner there, and they still going to try and make the kit land. What can you do? Well, you can set the Clash on fire. Okay. That's something you can do. Everybody, write that down. Write that down. It works wonders, but with 15 seconds left and one more smoke canister and a C4 and 2 Tiburows, at this point, they just need to try and play this well. Volps does get one more kill. The kit is cold. JV92 can do a lot, but he can't do that.
Really good control from W7M right the way through. I think they use the Clash in a good position to help those roamers. Yeah, playing that Clash on main stairs, it provides information to... Sorry, the bull has drawn my attention away from my point.
Siege and furries. Hand in hand. I feel... Can you call a mascot a furry? Is that like... It's like being technically correct. I don't know if
I'll divert to the chat's reference with that. I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Is that W7M's persona?
Dear.
Milosh probably knows. What were you saying?
Oh, I'll be honest, I don't know.
I threw you.
That bull has... Yeah. Something about W7M were good. There you go.
10 seconds left.
Well, W7M are good. And now they're within a single round. The thing is, okay, if you... I still think that there's a little asterisk on everything going on in this game right now because of how the beginning of the game started, which is almost unfair. And it is unfair, actually, because since the timeout, W7M have felt so much better as a team. The round that they still lost it felt closer. They were adapting. They were working as a team. And it just sort of shows how dominant Furia were in the opening section of their defenses and the opening sort of split of things. You almost wonder if Furia hadn't given away that very first round, if the timeout would have happened earlier and we might have had a longer sort of competitive game here. But W7M, ooh, oh, they're not gonna sit prettier after this first engagement. Herds cracks open stock and starts spraying on towards the long meeting desk and gets a little bit of shrapnel back his way, but otherwise can keep himself guessing, moving, poking and probing.
It's a good setup. I like this from Furia. They've got the ace in early to open up the stock walls. It then shuts down anyone rotating in through main corridor, because obviously the fear is, oh, somebody could be sat in the window. They'll hold this. That corridor is now null and void for the defenders to use. The idea is obviously going to be with Ascent. You're going to just cover off every single angle, swing in, go for the plant. We've seen that all before. There's no surprise there. Main thing, as always, is getting in towards Janner. I mean, that is the room that the defenders will try and dig their heels into, but whenever Paulie just swings like that, you've just made it so much easier for Furia now. They can just go for it. Nothing's going to stop them.
Oh, great take. Swinging around, seeing if they can try and swing their way back, get a bit more control, but everybody keeps just giving wings and ankles and angles over. JV92 gifted the take inside janitors, and a minute, a lot of utility, and a 2 versus 4, and they don't really have anything to slow this down from the long arm. Just 2 great guns. Just gonna go for it in the smoke. Does hit 1, does hit 2. JV92 hold. No, can't quite get it all the way there, and there's that cover we talked about from this angle. They're still able to be a bit freewheeling on it, but now it is just Lobin left. Oh, desperately tries to scrape one more kill before things go, but everybody is now inside the building, internal. At this point, W7M, with all this hope left, they've just got to try and hold off the partners being confirmed. More smokes, more coverage, more spray through, and nade gets the take.
Oh, W7M. I feel as though they've just opened themselves up massively there to lose that round. Paulu swinging out of Janitor whenever he wasn't being pressured at all is really surprising. And then we seen the smoke retake the position and do the exact same thing. Yeah, it's a head scratcher. You know, you bring on the smoke for the denial. Did smoke even use any smoke canisters?
I'm trying to throw my mind back. Trying to throw my mind back.
So little things like that, it's confusing. You know, janitors, we know, is so difficult for teams to deal with. Yep. Obviously, the idea was to get the Grim in, you know, and get the Grim, get the bees, track them, then you move in wherever you know the player can't swing because he's obviously going to be spotted. But you didn't even have to get to that step, so it's just so much easier for Furia.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Now, as Furia find themselves closer and closer towards that first map point, and you start to think, okay, well, was this the way we expected this to go? As you said before, and the desk did, regardless of how map bans go, it's often something that works in the favor, but W7M are very good at Chalet. It's sort of 5-1 recent record, and yeah, okay, that one loss was to Furia. Scratch that, get that out of there. It was as close as it could be without going into OT, right? It was a 5-7. They can build some energy into the back end of this map. It's not entirely done yet, but those little moments are the ones where if they can't get those a bit sharper before they hit Chalet, then you worry that they're going to turn into those bigger continual problems as the progression of the series goes. And now, you can see they're sort of a little bit interested in the opening engagement. Dode's on a bit of a sort of slip back and forth, but with the very direct take here of Felipox already putting pressure onto the double. Oh, no, sorry, scratch that, inside the site. At this point, you're wondering, okay, are they trying to force W7M back into the waiting guns around them? The Monty isn't making a statement of I want to plant, but they're feeding all of this intel on these positions, on these players, and there's not an immediate attempt to try to kill him. So this is almost a gamble. This is a gambit. This is us saying, we know where you are. You've got to do something. And as the wall starts to crack open and the pings are coming out, it's just worrying that W7M, well, now the kit is going down. All 10 players, surely not. Oh, no, 9, but it's close enough. There, a post-plant situation, and you wonder about the reaction there, Demo, for what W7M were trying to do. JV92 gets one more for the tally, levels things up 4 apiece, and again, you ask the question, where was the smoke?
Stay close to me!
Because in this situation, the plant is confirmed. JV92 just picking body after body before Dots actually gets the trade back in. 25 seconds, Amonte right on the kit and being slowly encircled. There's the player behind him, though. Surely he expects this. No, there's the spray through. There's also a team kill. Whoops, that happens, but it's Amonte, and now they're on the attempt at the diffuser removal. But just has to take the final player down. There's the swing, there's the what. We're too late, we're out of time. I mean, the pace on that, I'm still a bit lost on.
This is what happens if you don't ban Monty and Bank. We're not really accustomed to it, Emmy, because I think teams in EML know better. Yeah, you think about some of the Shield players that we have in that league as well. I'll just say Savage comes to mind. Straight away. Savage is never allowed to play Monty on this map because of just how strong Monty is. Yeah, see how simple that was? He just walks in. Because with the layout of that bomb site, he only ever has to look one way. He's never going to get flanked. He can sidestep a C4. That's never going to be an issue. Obviously, for that direct take, that's a very common thing if Monty's up. Yeah, that is his best bomb site. Because what he did is a very common thing. It's so easy to do. As soon as that quad wall is opened, you cannot... That's a massive room. Like, kitchen is really, really big. So try to dart across that where there's no cover, it's not going to happen. So you have to play with your denial. For me, like, tell me if this sounds crazy. Stop me at any point. If I'm seeing a Monty at the double door with inside the first minute, it usually means one thing. They're going to try and walk in and plant. Where are the util deniers?
Yep.
Where's your smoke? Where's your C4s? Where's your impacts? Anything to throw at that guy. Just no reaction at all, like you said.
Yeah, they froze. They froze, and I think even, yeah, you know, Furia are a bit taken by surprise there, because there's almost that statement, right, is there's 3 levels of action. There's the right action, there's the wrong action, and then there's inaction. And that's almost the best way things can happen, because even if you try something, you're shaking up possibility. Whether they try to step in towards the Monty, cut them off before the wall started to fall, whether they try to push outside of archives and try and cut the Monty off that way, or find what was holding him in position. But instead, as you said, I said, and we saw, they just sat there, they waited, and maybe there was movement happening off on the far side in the echelons we couldn't see, but that engagement just turned into this sort of element of they're waiting. And you could see Fury went, look, if you open the wall right now, I could tell you where like 3 dudes are. And then you've got the cross, and then I can also just shuffle across and plant, because then they can't get the smoke anywhere close enough to stop this. And, you know, it came together. It did come close, but at this point, it's almost a weird parallel to the statement I said at the start of the round. If the timeout had happened a bit earlier, would we have had a more aggressive W7M throughout this game? Because they've been much better since it. If they had taken steps 10 seconds earlier, would they have won that round? Because they won a million miles away by the end of it, and it's the thin margins. Unrelated, I'm going to point out towards, now we have the ball on screen. Milosh, I think, was a little bit offended. I said people should message him about fairy things. He hit me with a what and 20 question marks. Sorry. It's, why, yeah, he's now saying, why would I know about fairies? I don't know.
Like Pennywise, we know.
You're right, you need to message Meaty Marley and Rasco. They're both fairies. You know this, don't you?
Sonic Fox.
No. Siege creators. Meaty Marley and
Sonic
Rasco.
Fox, you know, Sonic Fox does the fighting games.
Oh, yeah, well, they are a furry. Yeah, I think there's more than a couple.
That's just what I know.
There,
Yeah.
you know? And they'll get you. They won't. I'm not. We're in a tech pause if you can't tell. So we'll hopefully be back in a moment.
Yeah, I think, was it Dots and Dodes are 1 and 8?
I can have a quick look.
Well, that's what I've seen on the electronic board right in front of me. So
no, they're definitely
no,
better
wait, that's
than
the
1
assist
and
I was
8.
looking at.
That's
Sorry.
assist.
Yeah, sorry, that's the assist one I
handshake.
was looking at.
Yeah,
I've seen the hand.
It's so Dots and Dodos actually much better. Dodos 7 to 8, but that 7 to 8 is the second best player on the team right now, and the best player is Palu, who is, drum roll please, 8 to 7. Not.
Then we take
much
4 away from him.
better, yeah, and then everybody's negative, and you're having a bad day. On the other side, you know, sure, Felipox, KZ, both -4, -3 respectively. But then you've got Herds and Nade +4, both of them. And then JV92 +10, 17 to 7 throughout this. A flawless opening kill entry record as well, 4-0. I mean, you know, you always sort of say, like, you would have the perfect player in the perfect role. He is that, and he is playing it perfectly today. And what can you do?
Yeah, I think it's a case where a performance like that will boost everyone else's spirits. You know, whenever one guy is having the time of his life, that's infectious energy.
Yep.
And I think just the whole team has played really well. I always think Furia, they're a team where, yes, they have looked weak at moments throughout their career, no doubt about it. But I've always said this about Furia. As soon as they get themselves into the right gear, they cruise. Like they make match. I don't think I've ever seen a team who has made Siege look this easy. Whenever they are in the zone, whenever they're on their game, just how do you stop that? One thing I always think, I think they're the team that has made a mockery of this sport.
Well, hopefully back in sooner rather than later. Just a bit of a final slow here. The thing is, with the pace of this game as well, obviously, now Furia are sort of sat on that pinnacle position. They're so ready to send this one over the edge. It's 6-3. They've just got 2 attacks in a row. You're sort of just waiting for the inevitable on this. And it's just going to, if anything, take out of W7M. And I think that's the weird thing to sort of say of this is, as I said before, maybe they'd written off this map at some point. Maybe they'd sort of, the way that cut from the bull, it was like he's looking at the bull. Loves him. Loves mascots. The way it takes away from the idea of building momentum into Chalet, right? Because I would say that this map, I would say that Chalet, they have that similar feel of you have to be sharp on your aggression as a team. You have to make sure that you're tight on the entrance because they're thin, they're quick to boil. And someone's taken the pot off the stove. And Furia, we saw how good they were at the beginning of this series.
I think for Furia, obviously for a team of their standards, and obviously they want to go and win this whole competition. You know, it would be nice. I'm sure for the top teams would love to have a trophy just before Christmas. I think that's what they're all after, and even to say that, you know, if they go on to win this competition, and we'll know obviously by the end of this weekend, that would be their 2nd trophy in a year already. Like 2 trophies is insane. You know, to really think about that. You know, some teams won't even get a sniff of that. And, you know, for them, obviously, to win Reload, I think, is already a good step for them to build up the SI, which is obviously a big one. That's what every team wants to win. I really did think they were going to win the major, though. I really did. I thought, yes, they started, was it 0-2, wasn't it? I think it was 0-2. And then they just went for it. And I said, I just think once they had the sniff, I just thought they were going to cruise past everyone. And, yeah, didn't end up that way. Obviously, I was happy for Secret. Don't get it twisted. You know, obviously, Secret, we love to see them do well. But, yeah, that was just a big surprise. I mean, I think more of a credit to Secret, the fact that they were able to play so well. But, yeah, I just think the Furia, yeah, big shock at that major.
JV92 is emoting at... Oh, yeah! I told you he was looking at the bull. Because he wants to grab life by the horns, buddy. Let the bull storm the stage.
Only in Brazil.
I love that he's goading the opposing team's mascot. I love it. I live for that. Both teams need mascots and they should fight. No, don't do that.
Well, what would the Furia mascot be? Is it like a big jaguar?
My money's on the... Oh, a jaguar versus a bull. That's a cool, hypothetical fight. He's telling the bull to leave because the bull is crying. Imagine if this bull just jumped the computer. He's making threats.
Sorry, is it the Undertaker beneath that?
Play his theme. Play the bull's theme music.
All of a sudden, the arena goes dark, and then the bull just appears behind them.
Send him in. I love that JV92 isn't just happy goading and baiting and being in all chat to get in the minds of the opposing team. He also wants to get in the mind of the opposing team's mascot.
Yeah.
We
don't get this in Europe. We don't get this. We have a few guys who run around with a chicken on their head.
Yeah.
That's all we have.
NA has like 50 mascots on their stage and little stuff. Brazil is like, I want to fight that bull. I want to throw hands. And they can throw hooves. We're in a tech ball.
There's the Furia Ultras. There they are.
Furia.
The Ultras, also known as the family of the players.
Family. I mean, they track everywhere. Every every event I have been to, and had the luck of going to around the entirety of this world, there has been strong core fan bases for every major Brazil team, and a lot of them are family. A lot of them are supporters, and and I was lucky enough to experience it in the sort of Brazil SI, how intense they can be. But that is just, it never stops. Every show, every place, every performance, every country, they're there. And we'll hopefully be back in soon. Do you want to have a look at a graphic?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Should we treat ourselves? All right, Prod, what have you got for us? He's walking off. He's done. He's going to go fight that bull. Maybe a Lobin versus Felipox. Have a look at that.
Let's do it. I would have heard the bull versus, JV, but
we'll
get that in the future.
This is all the split. We're obviously coming into this. And you said it before whilst we were on the cast earlier of Felipox's role in the team is so backline, right? It's last minute. It's calm and collected. For him to be in that role and still sort of hit those numbers is pretty solid. But then you can kind of say, how would you compare that, I guess, against Lobin and what he does for W7M?
I think I look at W7M, and for me, I always thought Lobin was the Maverick player, not the operator, as in the player who's going to make stuff happen.
Yeah.
I remember whenever he, kind of seen him first on stage, long time ago now as well, and I just think he has that kind of star boy element to him, where I think he can go in and change the dynamic. And, getting back to your point as well about Felipox, Felipox was in and around the professional scene for a good long time as well. He used to be back on that MBR team, who I believe, didn't they finish third and then fourth? SIs back to back in 21-22. And then, whenever he got that move to W7M, immediately we seen the change around. We seen that team go from an okay team in Brazil to winning championships. And I think it's because of him. I think he pulls it together. I think he is that backline. And he's always the player who I would look at to keep them in check. I think he sets the standards for the rest of them.
Securing the floor.
Well, as soon as we started talking about the game came back. So maybe it was our fault. 6-3. And you made very relevant points there. And I think it's very fair to say, obviously, as you said, he can make the distance. Lobin, he's often on the sort of Dokkaebi rolls. He's on the sort of push rolls on the attack and on the defense. You know, he'll sometimes play set up and leave it. You know, he's not as shy of a Goyo. But then when you put him on towards these active defenders, when you put him on towards these active sort of players, as he is right now, on the Vigil trying to get around, sometimes it's a Soulless, he likes to look for opportunities as you sort of put across, and he likes to kind of be the difference maker. And here, I mean, you couldn't really have, in a category of all or nothing defenders, Vigil is always going to be up there, especially one armed with a Boss G, waiting to try and get lucky first pinch. Obviously, Palu is here to offer some support. Dodas is underneath as well to maybe get some of that immediate read-through inside the site itself. They're going to see if they can just try and put some pressure on towards stock. Don't let them have the immediate walk-in, but you have the comparison, obviously, at this point. W7M's approach had already suffered the wrong side of a C4. Furia being a lot more cautious, and, well, there's the Grismot setting itself up. The Monty, you said it, if a Monty's allowed up, they're going to just take places, and here, that's the response, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying their best to see if they can get this room game going, but whenever you have a Monty who can just call you out, and it just acts like that human drone. You know, Vigil cannot dodge that, and oh, the Boss G almost hitting it shot. Oh, that one will, though. And what a pick as well on the JV. Of anyone you would want to pick, it would be that guy.
Well, there's a second. Why not take more for your trouble? Up against the Monty, close quarters, and they do get traded out, but Dodas finds Felipox in the same second. As I said, they had a nice support network around him, and we point out an impact player, and what an impact he's had on this round. Sitting, waiting, holding out underneath. 2 versus 4, and you still have quite a lot of utility to work with here. 3 smoke canisters. Should be able to at least keep off the default plants if they went towards it, and, well, instead they're going to just slowly drop themselves round and go for a green push. They've got a bit of pressure. Still got to watch on towards Garage. They're having to take individual engagements. The Monty just freewheeling their way in as Garage is this battleground. It's one that KZ wins out at 3 versus 2. And at this point, you're thinking, okay, well, there's the smoke canisters. Force off the player. Force him further and further away. They know one's in Garage. There's 40 seconds. At this point, he can't really do a major rotate elsewhere. And there's still 2 more smoke canisters to have to go with. So the other site is not going to be one that they can really drive into without at least getting 1 more kill first. The Monty gets himself close. The smoke canister thrown behind him forces him further forward. He needs to try and force this player out for some support. Dodas has the watch from KZ, so there's no support coming from Garage, and the last spray just hits metal. And at this point, Nade, with the health that he's got, and that smoke canister, can't even make it to a site in time to plant. I think it's fair to call this round as done.
Who's going to get the kill, though? Anyone want it? There we go. Yeah, W7M. Look, I think it comes down to the individual brilliance of Lobin. No doubt about it. It wasn't a bad idea to actually go for the kind of bait, because I think the Ella was dragging a lot of the attention away. And I don't actually think they knew about the Vigil. You know, I think if you know there's a Vigil towards kind of elevator, banana, towards spiral stairs, I mean, you would have had that guy in lobby window absolutely rip through that, you know, straight away. So I think it's a case of really good baiting from W7M, and then Lobin just hitting the shots, you know, and you can't teach that. And again, he's the player, he goes in there and he makes stuff happen.
That's Furia timeout. After the long pause, we're back into has to be a shorter one. As I get a chance to just have that conversation. Obviously, it's been a long time since we had W7Ms, but as I said a couple of times since then, they have been so much better, so much sharper, so much more on the ball and on the sort of pace of the game that was otherwise being applied towards them more than anything. And here, Furia, they just need one to push this one over the edge. So you do wonder, you know, is this a conversation of, oh, this is what they just did, this is how we can beat it, this is how we can play the strat, this is how we can take the site. I mean, remember the last time we were here and we had questions about the roll-in, about the step-in with the Monty, with the Ella, with the sort of play against it. That's not going to happen again, right? Right? I look to the audience, right? I look around, right? That's not going to happen again.
Look around, everyone just refusing to make eye contact with you.
It's worth saying, if we didn't have that first round, obviously this map would have ended, what, 6-2?
Yeah, it would have been over a lot quicker.
7-2, because that's when a game ends.
Yeah, I think for Furia, probably would have liked this game closed out a lot better of a scoreline than what it is currently. Like even 7-4. I mean, it's not as though you won by a landslide. Like that becomes a fairly, close game. So I think for Furia, I think giving W7M a little bit of hope, because don't forget as well, this is Furia's map pick. They should be coming in here and absolutely besting W7M in every department. This is going to give W7M a great bit of confidence as we go into that second map, knowing, guys, we made them work for their own map pick. We can do this.
I think now at this point, Furia, they just want to get this one locked in. As you said, it's all momentum, it's all energy that W7M can build. It was my worry about having that slightly longer technical pause, taking out some of the great ground they've done, but to come back into that with Loban again getting the double kill, well, he's going to see if he can try and make some of that happen before. Oh! What happened there? What a great bit of motion. Up from Archives, takes the body, had the intel, and almost daylight robbery. Herds gone. And this is a confidence here from W7M that, has just built and built and built, as you said and I've said. Philippox now absolutely taken to the cleaners. And you're kind of wondering, Furia, what's going on? They've just walked into multiple traps.
It's looking like a capitulation from Furia. Not being able to get this moving. And you would have thought that having the Monty would have gave you a lot of control, a lot of information. I mean, they're missing little things, like the player inside of Elevator being able to pick up that Monty. That shouldn't be happening. I mean, Dots swinging for all he's worth, and well, JV does get an exit, and out comes the pistol, but and apart from really the one clutch that we had, that we call it a clutch, but statistically we might, but I think if you know about the eye test, you wouldn't call it. There hasn't been any clutch rounds, I feel. I think it has all been straight to the point. Whatever team wins the round, they deserve to win it, bar the first one.
Well, at this point, who would have thought this is where we would be sitting? Timeout used, no effect from the side of Furia. 2 rounds in a row for W7M. I mean, they've lost many a map 7-5. They're not, unfortunately, unaware of how this can go at this point. But with how confident they've looked over the past 2 rounds, just locking out the approaches and locking out the cross angles, kind of wonder, okay, what's going to be the change here, Furia? How are you going to be able to break this through? It was a little bit of a back and forth towards the end of this last time. It was about the dying 20 seconds, obviously, and we had the long watch, we had the lockdown, but they just absolutely flipped how open area went. So we'll see if there can be a slight difference of approach. Coming in. Here, 6-5. Furia. They get themselves the stack up. They've got obviously a clash problem to deal with. Kali is a fix. Capitão can be a fix.
Yeah.
It's just operating the two together, because both times we talked about the clash on this site and we talked about who can counter it demo, they didn't really do that.
Yeah, I think Clash has obviously been a strong point for both of these defenses, and certainly a weakness that both the attacks have certainly suffered against. Overall, whenever you kind of think about Clash and what she brings, it is that, the other side to that Monty, where it's that constant information that you're going to get that isn't going to be disabled by electronics, same way drones or cameras could be. You're just going to have that straight away, that visual information that can move around. And I think on a bomb site as well, like this top floor where you're dealing with a lot of the windows, where I think to get information, you have to expose yourself to multiple different angles, especially a lot of exterior angles too. So I think having that Clash, you can, just go for the peek out towards windows, get that information where no one else can. Look at this right here from the Clash. No other operator can do that. And it has that fear factor. JV has to leave that position.
Well, as the position gets changed, they swap themselves around, they get themselves in and off to some control. And they're so dedicated on making sure they're not going to walk into another trap. The drone game, keeping the awareness on the flank underneath, they're really checking and double checking and crossing out every single possibility of danger and damage that can come their way. And Bullet KZ pops a couple of shots across the bow. Dots, I don't think you're entirely welcome in this position. Get back to where you can tuck to some safety and just try and slow things down. There's Herds, though. Getting the first. Dodas try to take a risk, try to step their way back in, and as the reach and the break comes through, it's the Clash now that's just going to see if they can... No, they're not quite in a position!
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, there's the execution. 50 seconds. Palu, Vorps, and Lobin. Oh, all that's left. And they get the first. Herds gone with the crossfight. As the breach comes through, they're just going to buy themselves a little bit more time. Peel back, more importantly. It's going to turn in to a big crossfight fire, back and forth brawl as soon as they try and move in on the breach. There's the smoke. Remember, they just got sprayed through it last time, but they've been able to cross the divide. And there's the shots. There's the chance. There's JV92 surviving in the corner. The coverage is good. They're not in the smoke.
Wow.
And they've been able to find that needle in the haystack of a plant situation. Now, what do you do, Lobin? Maybe wants to take the risk of hopping out the window, see if he can find an engagement. Volpsters get the crossfire on towards. Long watch on top square. 2 C4s aren't really going to win them any favors right now, but the pop of the smoke can just going to make some of the work go. As you said, the bees, the catch, there's 2. As the C4 gets nothing. They do as well. Furia, look out this first map.
Wow, I mean, that was a really strong post plant using the Grims to deny the retake coming in. The idea was the Bandit was going to pop the extinguisher, smoke off the diffuser, run across, start sticking a diffuse, but because he was pinged by the bees, he couldn't do that. So, I mean, you don't really see the Grim be used all too often in the post plant, but it just shows the strength of that operator too in any scenario. That's why he's one of the top operators that we have in the pool.
Well, we've kept you here long enough, so we'll throw to a quick break before we're back with the desk.
Available now. Available now.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, we did not get the mascots to fight against one another in this, but there was a fighting chance in hell here for W7M to bring this one back. Unfortunately, they were not on map 1. However, they gave a hell of a try, especially as this game kept going. And now it's Furia to take a bank. Fox. It was, at some point, it seemed like Furia were going to run away with this, and then W7M started fighting back.
Yeah, they had an amazing defensive half. I don't think W7M was able to find any openings, find any lurks. It just felt like W7M wasn't going out of their way to get some, cheeky kills here and there, but Furia's defenses were so locked down, the way that they're so oppressive, holding major control of the map, and every single time that they would try to approach the map, they were playing it as if it was a map like Border or Cafe. Furia would fight them at the breaches, at the entry to get that initial pick, and then fall back and play behind the utility, play behind the trades. Even though we had a really early 1v4 from Paula, it didn't seem to knock Furia back down at all. They just kept the aggression up, and they played it all the way through. I mean, goes without saying, they've dominated in the opening kills. I mean, they had 8 total opening kills, and JV92 was 5 of them. So JV92, to say the least, had a huge game. I mean, Team Furia, Team JV92, but it's because he was playing in positions where he's impactful off of his team. He's usually put in these positions to find success, and he was consistently finding success in those opening kills. And that's what we talked about at the start of the game, was going to be, can W7M get those opening kills? Can they find those lurks? The answer here today was no. They still tried their best when they got the defense, but still, the answer was no.
Yeah, and I want to more focus on the side of W7M. I mean, I really think, the first round they really got thrown a bone there with the over-aggression, the ego coming out of the Fury, where they should have never lost that. I think, we're in a major or more on the line scenario. We don't see that happen. Maybe we do. But then even in that tack timeout, I mean, you got to talk from being a former player, especially when you have so much exhilarance just exuberating from your style of play that Furia brings. I mean, being iced out for that long, then you really start to see W7M amount that comeback and get a little bit of hope and get a little pep in their step. But to go off on more of a little bit of a tangent, when I'm looking at this record, this 9-0 record from Furia beating W7M, it's really about stylistic matchups. As much as we really do want to break down, what W7M could have done differently, how Furia could have played certain things. Fact of the matter is, sometimes stylistic matchups really just do favor the other team. Clearly for Furia, they have a 9-0 record going against them, and it does really come down to a Fox. You know, even through our careers, we had this with TSM, we had this with Sonics. It's just something that is really hard to break down. Yes, from an analytical standpoint, you can break it down, but from the player, the mentality side, it really is hard. It's hard to figure out what you can be doing differently. It's hard to understand certain scenarios, how you can play situations better, because it feels like you've been here time and time again, but yet history continues to repeat itself. If there is anything for me really to extrapolate from the topic of W7 on what they can do against Furia, I think the bigger thing is just being able to play off one another. You already know Furia is going to be playing aggressive. You already know they're going to go for those trades. You already know there's going to be someone immediately follow it up, or you're going to be walking into a line of sight. I think it's just more impactful to really just play that trade game, dwindle down those numbers, play those layers to the best of your ability, and not really focus on what the past really has been in this 9-0 record. That's really the only thing I can take away, because every time I watch these two play, it really just comes down to Furia just getting these big moments, closing out these rounds very convincingly, where I don't feel W7M just really has a good grasp of what they can do versus really what's kind of at the forefront of what is the possibility that can be if they focus on certain aspects.
Yeah, I think W7M had a good ideology when they wanted to do. I think when we looked at their defenses, the lurking, Loban was finding good success, especially that big Boss G round where he was top floor for the basement site. I think there's a lot to take away of positives for W7M. They had a good idea, especially when they got to defense, but losing the 4-2 split on their attacks, that was the biggest downfall for them. And when you look at the opening deaths, a lot of those rounds on attacks, it's Volps finding himself in a position to lose his head early on. And that's very frustrating when you are the IGL for the team and you're making adaptive plays and you have this good idea and you want to go for a fight, you want to go for a play, but you need a specific position and your IGL is the first one to get taken off 4 rounds.
Yeah,
that's a very difficult thing to come back from, because you have, as an IGL, I can speak from it, you have all these ideas. I don't know why I keep saying idea weird. You have all of these ideas that you want to go for, these game plans, and you're the first one off the board, and now it's like, oh my God, like now I can't do the strategy of what I want to do. And it's so hard sometimes to describe what needs to be done to a T to somebody else for them to be able to do it. So that's the difficulty in their attacks, is once Volps gets taken off, they have no adaptation. They have a very limited style of adaptation, because to counter against a fast team like Furia, you have to be equally as fast. You have to know exactly what needs to be done. W7M didn't really have the IGL in positions to be able to make those things happen, which is why the split did not go in their favor. And Furia started to lose it a little bit at the end, but I mean, that being said, I think when you dominate the opening kills as much as they did, you're going to be confident every single round. You know eventually you're going to close it out.
And I love the way that you describe it here, Fox. That ability for an IGL to pivot the entire strategy, whether they're part of it or not, or when one part of that chess pieces is removed from the equation, it's very difficult to try to recalculate everything and spit out a new strategy to play out immediately. That's really what separates the best IGLs in the world from really good ones. That sort of thing is just very difficult to keep in your head. And it's a very good point that you put up in here from your own personal experience. Though, with this first map kind of set aside, we have to bring up our maps one more time just to refresh your mind on what we have next for you. It's again a best of 3 that we're going through all throughout this entire tournament, really all regional finals. Bank was our first. We're gonna go to Chalet, and if I remember correctly, it seems like my wonderful, beautiful analysts over here were saying whoever takes the first map is probably gonna roll over and just continue on that momentum snowball into Chalet, no pun intended. Is that really still gonna be the case?
I think so. Lex, you want to give your opinion first?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw this similar with the FaZe game. You know, they should have won FaZe, but then they immediately go to Clubhouse. They do win it out. Now, this is a completely different team. This is Furia. Now, they do have an extremely good record on this map. Their only loss, or unless they'd be flawless, they'd be 6-0. They're 5-1 that came off losing to Furia throughout the regular stage in a 5-7 half. So it's not to say that W7 can't win this, and amounting the comeback that they were trying to pull through on Bank, there is a lot of momentum being carried into this match to really instill that confidence, because realistically that map should have ended in a 7-2. So thankfully they did get thrown a little bit of bone. There was a few ramifications, a little bit of ego, trolling, you know, being iced out that really came into Furia's side. So I do think there is a lot of hope still to be left for W7 that we might see a third map, but it really is going to come off the backing of them being able to pivot, Volps being able to stay alive, not putting himself in situations where he's getting his head ripped off, not being able to facilitate the rest of a round. They are starting on attack, so it's going to be even more imperative that Volps does stay alive and doesn't put himself in scenarios where then it's going to be left on the others to relay the information and have it displayed throughout the performance and in the game if he's not there.
Yeah, with watching how Bank played out, a very big, a very slower paced map, Furia makes it look so fast paced on defenses, taking the engagements right out the gate. Chalet's way smaller, way faster pace, so I completely agree with Volps needing to stay alive, because you're not going to have the opportunities to reset. You're not going to have moments where if one strat goes wrong, you have time to be able to adapt to another one. And I don't imagine Furia is going to let the foot off the gas, especially when they have the 9 series wins over W7M. They got the one map, the momentum. JV92 had a huge game, almost getting 20 kills. And the opening kills was, of course, round after round in Furia's favor. This just looks to me like it's going to be a Chalet, hyper aggressive. It's going to be gunfight to gunfight. And right now, all of the cards are in Furia's hands. So you ask yourself, what can W7M do? The biggest answer is going to be big individual performance. We always say when a team's down, when you're down a map, to get that momentum back, you need a player that's going to be turning up to be able to shut down the aggressive plays from Furia. It's not a matter of who's playing together as a team. Yes, you can have the trades on standby, but we really need some big players to stand up. And a couple W7 players are away so far. I mean, we had Paulo, we had Dodes topping the charts. So it is very possible, but we need to see that, if not just the same, but doubled up essentially from W7M side if they want a chance to be able to shut that momentum down early, because momentum's a hell of a thing, and Furia's one of those teams that they get the momentum on their side and you can't stop that train.
They really feed off of the energy that's all around them. The more miserable and the more miserable they make you, and the more they get into their heads, the more that they can able to draw from that energy. And it is incredibly impressive to witness it in person, as we all have many times over the years, no matter the arena that they were in. Our game is slightly delayed as we're trying to get everybody into our lobby and a reset. Let's bring up then our casters, if we don't mind, to say hello. Currently, it is an update, Emmy. The W7M Bull has currently not fought anyone in the arena.
Okay. It's a shame. You know, I think it's what the fans want. I think it's what JV92 wants.
Yeah.
And the day is still early. Who would you have from the talent team fight the Bull if you could have anybody?
Rob.
Yeah, true. That's like
fair.
having two animals. Just send them in. Send the Aussie bear in.
The bear and the bulls.
I know who Demo would pick.
Who?
Me.
Demo's still fuming, you know? He's got a dartboard just out of frame.
Demo,
What are you talking about?
Let's get a check. Demo, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. You know, with my friends. Fox. I think it's been a good map so far. Into Chalet, yeah. Brazilian Chalet, that's always fun.
The problem is, for Christmas, I've bought Demo the Box A limited edition calendar for 2026. I'm gonna have to get that returned.
You guys got those. Those were
Yeah.
supposed to be on a limited back order right now, so I'm really surprised.
How can I sign up?
Which month was your guys' favorite?
February's a good one.
Yeah, Valentine's. When you dress up as the little cherub. Oh my god, they've all got hats. I liked your Halloween outfit. What was it again?
The F1 racer.
Yeah, and you did that, but like, yeah, it was sexy F1.
Right.
But if you were not
Brad
going
Pitt.
around in that fit and just doing the do Max Verstappen every time you saw somebody, I would be very disappointed.
I believe you were dressed as Brad Pitt from the F1 movie, right?
Yes, I was.
I stalk my friends. I know what's up.
Tell you.
Well, I mean, we also see your Halloween cosplays in the past, and the outfits were incredible. I distinctly remember the French-made one with a massive bottle of water. That was one of my favorites.
That was a charity. We raised loads of money for charity that siege weekend. Anyway, we're in the game now.
Speaking of charity,
You've
let's send it over to our casters, W7M and Furia. Have fun.
He's on his way. Did you play in that? That was the Halloween charity siege tournament I ran once upon a time.
Yeah, I came second, I think.
Wow.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because they let Lil William play in it, which was a total fad.
Wow.
You know what universe are we letting Spoit into that kind of competition, eh?
Wait, was Spoit in? I'd have to go back.
Yes.
Oh my... Wow.
Yes.
Memories. Yeah, we raised loads of money for charity, though. It was a great time. Anyway, we're not here for charity.
5 seconds left.
We're here for combat. That's the setup, and here's the push down demo. We find ourselves here on towards Chalet. Clash gone immediately alongside the Azami and the shield and the glass.
Yeah, I mean, Clash was causing a lot of issues for both teams in the last game. So I think it's a good ban. Just means that Furia don't have to sacrifice almost an operator slot to then have to specifically counter the shield. You know, we've seen them have to go for a Kali whenever they were playing on Bank. So yeah, I think it's a good change for them. It just means that you just free yourself up. And I think on a map like Chalet, where there's some operators which are really, really good. You think about your Dokkaebi, for example, I think is a great operator for Chalet because it does kind of fit into one of those rap maps, isn't it? You know, Chalet.
Oh, yeah.
You have the free sets of staircases. The rooms aren't too big to the extent where a roamer's going to be a little bit hesitant pushing into them. So I think those kind of operators can certainly come in, but currently dealing for the top floor, it seems to be a pretty direct take. Coming in from Solar, and then just trying to push the way across in through bedroom. You have the Monty, who's going to be great at taking the ground. As you can see, the shield straight in, being able to clear out trophy, can start working over towards Solar. If any of these roamers want to try and get active downstairs, again, the Monty can call that out.
Stay close to me!
They've been able to get themselves, obviously, some of this control on towards the stairs. They're going to see if they can bait someone into an engagement from a deep watch outside the trophy window, but nobody's catching as of yet. Instead, that is audio, baby. And they weren't quite as smart as they thought they were. And now they're surrounded. Uh-oh, Monty. That was always going to happen. Great bit of aggression. There goes one more. W7M. That was movement on towards what the attacks were doing. It was one of those things that we said before was sometimes they're just not reacting to the game ahead of them. Brilliantly played.
Yeah, really good stuff. I think there was actually just a sliver of where that sense wall did not go up. And that's how he was able to kill the guy as he jumped in through the window. And then the reaction to immediately knowing, okay, that guy's gone outside trophy window. Let's go kill that Monty because he's going to be completely exposed. Nobody's with him. This should be simple. But yeah, the attack just came crashing down on itself. Furia. Ain't no way they're going to win this one in the 2v4. Nothing really to play off unless we get some pretty foolish deaths. Again, currently W7M are starting to produce, but Lovin will just tighten things up and get that kill. 1v3 for KZ. Does have that DMR, of course. Is able to shred people. Now the 1v2, but the time's not with him, the diffuser's not with him. As soon as he drops that hatch, he should be dead.
Yeah, they have all the intel as well. They've got the pings on the player. They know where he is. He's not got a lot of health, and, you know, he can't get anywhere close right now. There it is. First round goes away from the attackers. They couldn't quite get themselves in. They did well, you know, losing the opening two. Losing them in such a fashion to get themselves at least within punching distance is good, but unfortunately they lost the opening two, right? They highlighted how important those opening engagements are, how they will be for the growth throughout this, and that's just sort of the perfect point. That's the perfect example of that. And again, compliments to how W7M was so quick to go, we've got one, let's go, 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 before they have a chance to try and do anything to help this Monty. We know where he is, we know he's overstayed a welcome, and let's punish him for it. Here, we flip our way around. We're going to keep ourselves cruising on towards the bar and the games room. And then we've still got sort of similar setup. You've got the Monty to try and get their way in. I'm wondering if Philippox is going to be as aggressive in terms of getting the intel and getting the control points, or if they're going to try and maybe operate with somebody over the shoulder, get themselves a bit of support structure from one of the many good gunners on Furia. In exchange, you're looking at, in some ways, that early warning system, right? The Malusi, the Fenrir, the control of the open space alongside the castle to limit even more of those routes. Those are going to be them setting up choke points, and a very quick last swap there from a lot of the attackers. Whatever they expected has changed for pace. Instead, well, it's a similar pace to before. The Candelas, the calls, and the sense wall.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but they reinforced the reading hatch. So that means the quick jump in for the double window in through games could be a possibility at a rush. And whenever you have a Cinch, you have a Grim, you have a Ying, those are all players that say go, go, go as fast as you can. So I certainly think that W7M need to be ready for that. I mean, if they reinforce it, you'd expect that they would be. What a cracking shot to get things started in round number 2 there from Dodez. Down goes the Grim. Maybe another. Surely not. Oh, close, but no cigar.
At this point now, without those Bs, they do still have the chance at getting the quick break on the way through. They've got obviously the Candelas, the calls if they want to, but instead pick their way back up. And Dodez just trying to find fights again. W7M refusing to let them in the building, and Furia having to entirely pick up and pull themselves back round. And well, for the second they were tempted to charge themselves in, and Volps, he wasn't holding the Candelas, might have got caught out there by KZ, but instead not quite able to net it. They might be going a bit more direct. You can see Philippox with the shield is flirting around the double window, but instead might go a bit wider on towards Mudroom because he's met a pulse that's feeding all of this intel. They're trying to bait out the utility, the coverage of the smoke slightly deeper, and there's the hop in, and there's the drop down. KZ gets dots, and Philippox going to see if they can secure the plant. There needs to be a counter. Lobin crosses the divide, gets in close, but does he know? Yes! Gets the man with the kit and drops down to the floor, gets a second!
Wow.
With the pistol spraying onto KZ now! That was their chance, that was their opportunity, and Lobin refused to let them take it as Dodez doubles down outside the big double door. A minute 10, and Nade can only sit and watch what has happened. They tried to make an execute work, and to be fair, they weren't a million miles away, but now it may as well be in space.
And sadly for Nade, nobody can hear him scream. I'll see myself out. I'll see myself out.
I mean, you know, you've got to try. Sometimes you just got to take a swing, right?
Yeah, look, I just think they made it so obvious what they were going to do, wasn't it? I mean, the initial idea was actually hit the players like over towards office and bedroom really fast. And then whenever that didn't work, they thought, right, what do we do now? Oh, well, I suppose we'll have a go. We'll try and rush. But at that stage, it's too late, and W7M knew what you're going to do. And it was just simple for them to deny that plan. So, yeah. Furia just very slow start in these first 2 rounds. Not getting the kind of opening that they would want. It almost feels as though in both of the rounds, the initial idea immediately flew out the window. And then they just tried to salvage something, but at that stage, it's gone.
W7M, much stronger start here on obviously their map. And as I said before, yeah, there are the sort of talks about how it could be a 2-mapper and the strength of Furia against W7M. This is a good map for them, right? This is a good place that they love to come to. You'll always have maps that you've been beaten on, and that is the one loss that they've suffered. The 5-7 a couple of months ago during the split itself. And when you're kind of finding your way there on what was a 7-1, right? It was a 7-1 to Furia. W7M have already technically improved upon that performance. And you look back across it, and some of the problems were a blitz that was sort of played quite a lot by Furia. So W7M obviously learned that lesson. There was a glass that was shown up. They've really responded towards why they lost it so heavily last time round. And maybe Furia felt like they didn't need to, right? Because they are the team that has always beat W7M. They haven't felt like they've needed to really massively adapt in some regards. We'll see, though, if Furia can try and build themselves back in. It is obviously a choice on a map, but Furia opted to start on their attack. So this is the side that they wanted to try and get themselves going on. They haven't quite been able to get really teeth properly in towards the hold. They're getting close. but it just seems to be that one extra step that is slightly out of pace and rhythm for them. They've got the Denari lasers and the grids set up on either side of the door, and then the gates on the walls. Means that they have a nice little pocket of safety on their extension over here. They're just drawing utility, drawing attention.
Yeah, just in case anyone's wondering, why have they set up all the Denari trips just in a room that isn't even the bomb site? It's to help these roamers if a shield comes marching through. And again, shields is something that Furia have shown that they'll play, and it just slows down that approach. Shield wants to get in, try and fight, and oh no, no, no! C4 being able to take out the Blackbeard. Still, kills though, have for the first time, fell in the favor of Fury. I say that, they will all been able to square it up. 3 men that's left standing on each side. That pulse is still here though. It's a bit of a scrappy round, isn't it? No team really taking charge.
I think that's sort of maybe the best position though that Furia have been in, right? Obviously it's the tertiary site, but the fact that they've been able to get these quick responses, the fact that they've been able to the fact that they've been able to make sure that they put their mark down, and here now they push the advantage. They get this kill over the top. I think there's somebody around onto the bathroom. There is, and well, they're aware of where they are now as they hop their way out. They're going to try and slip their way past, and they just do. But it doesn't really matter because JB92 is able to wrap up those last 2 kills. They get their first round. It is the tertiary. Can they try and get this to power themselves on to win one of the sites they lost?
Well, it gets a start for Furia. And like you mentioned, they wanted to go here. They wanted to go on the attacking side. And I think Chalet, for me, I think it's an attacker side of the map. I just think with a lot of the exterior windows that you can utilize to cut off a lot of the crosses, which I don't know if Furia have been doing that well on actually playing to that strength that the map has. I feel as though that W7M certainly have had quite a free range of just running around, isn't it? Like, nobody's really said, no, you're not allowed to roam there anymore. They've been wanting to go for the fights. They've allowed themselves to rotate into these different positions, and maybe do Fury have to slow it down a little bit? Maybe is that something that would help them stabilize a lot more? Because even that round, again, it was scrappy to begin with.
Attackers have discovered the
I think, yeah,
location of a bomb.
it's... There's this element, though, of Chalet, right? I would describe it as being a scrappy map. I think you're always going to have firefights and pressure points quite close to the outside of the map. You're looking at, obviously, battles over library. You're looking at battles over the big open door and lobby door. You're looking at these positions where things are a bit awkward to get in. So firefights, by nature, become scrappy, and they become
5 seconds left.
a bit of a back and forth. Then from that, I look towards the operator selection of how they can control that. Brava's a really good removal for the way that they're playing right now. W7M, they want to make sure that they can keep the Banshees, keep the Fenrirs, and we've seen... Okay, well, that's not a good way to do that. We've seen the lock-in. But then if I'm talking about controlling the space, okay, what is happening in Mudroom? We've now lost 2 people, including the Blackbeard. I was about to say the Blackbeard and the Raura could be the mark.
Is it Rawa? Is it? I always say Raura.
Raura.
Am I incorrect?
Raura? I don't know.
Oh, you're doing what Daz does. Daz just sits there and rowers and oh, I don't know. I just asked it. But everyone has their own opinion. Surely that's a question for Milos, the linguistics expert. So maybe he'll be able to answer. But yeah, weird game. JV though is able to get the kill with the pistol. Oh, and there you go. This is what I wanted to see from Furia. Utilize the exterior windows. Don't allow them just to walk around the map and do what they want.
Well, at this point now, with this man advantage and with a lot of time to make it work, and also still loads of utility between the team itself, surely they can pull this one into some level of a close. So much utility they can do things like that. Just grenade check that nobody's underneath the window trying to get a sneaky little pull out and play. You've got Dots and Parlu, the Maestro, free to do what he wants because, well, there's nobody to steal his cameras, but at this point, that's all that they really have to watch onto the site itself. Oh, and the 2 pocket barbed wires. Maybe something will happen with those later. Just going to get themselves set up, ready for their ingress on towards the site itself. This first engagement has to be so tight. You can see he's gotten aggressive here. He's holding a very off position right in the middle, hoping that he won't expect to swing. It'll either be on the corner or on the wall. So instead, as they drift through, they're able to get the reward for it. There's the payoff for that off the piece position. And now a 2 versus 3 becomes a 2 versus 2. Palu, he's looking for a second, but he can't quite get the connection from deep. But they've suddenly leveled it off. And now that advantage has slipped even further away. There's Palu for 3. Always making it count.
Oh my. I mentioned that this isn't really been a series for clutches. But that is a clutch to behold. I mean, that is... Wow. The off position from the Maestro, yeah. Great little play. Gets them a kill back at least, but you can't teach that what he's been able to do. He just has to hit shots. Obviously, there is an element there from Furia where it's, you know, the Saints go marching in one by one by one. No trades at all. Players swinging by themselves, not in a position to be refragged from. But yeah, I think the way that W7M have been able to win that, the morale, that is big. That is big.
Well, 3-1, a tactical pause.
Attackers need to
Now you get your chance to try and deliver something a little bit sharper.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, what a way, though, for that to come back in. What a way to wrest control of the momentum, forcing that out of your opponents. The 2 versus 4 clutch. It's fair to sort of say the Palu clutch in the first game, it maybe didn't deserve as much accreditation. That and how those two played together there. Everything. Hiding the pulse. Sneaky, sneaky Logan. Gonna see if they can try and net a reward from playing against that. And, you know, they're sort of doubling down on the pulse and the solace there. They really want to slow down, I think, what Furia know about the map.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, it just feels as though they've been stunned. Like, that is like, you know, Stone Cold, you've heard the glass breaking. You know, that's going to be a tough one, I think, for Furia to come back from now. And W7M, like I said, the morale, momentum, everything's going to go with them. They're not giving Furia an easy time at all. You know, Furia on Bank, Emmy, were set up in a position where they had everything that they wanted to achieve. W7M were very timid. They gave map control away. You even mentioned it as well. Furia are struggling to even get in the building. This is completely different than what we've seen on Bank.
Oh, yeah, entirely. It's, you know, they're trying to find something, right? And that's not usually their style. Usually they're so happy to bring a game. And as I said, it feels like, from this side of things, because they almost do actually find something on the door, that W7M have done their homework. It's the compliments I paid towards how Furia and JV92 especially just knew how W7M like to approach, how they like to lock in. That 5-7 loss gave W7M lessons to be learned, and, you know, maybe they just were able to deliver it a bit sharper. There's Dots getting the opening. They lose Herds, they lose the Thatcher, they lose some of the pressure they can maybe apply on towards the hard walls, and also the kit is now left a little bit in the wake. They're waiting for the approach. Nate does get the head of Volps, who tried to get a little bit risky with the fight up top, but Dodas slips their way around and just going to stop partially and, again, draw this intel game, draw this information game, and slow down the approach. Think about what Furia have got up to and think about what they've just lost again as well. There goes Nade. There goes your Capitao.
Still got a few tools to work with. Primarily, that being the Blackbeard. And we know shields can certainly change the outcome. Deimos also has 2 scans remaining. But they need to try and find the picks. I think with the way W7M have kind of retreated back into the bomb site, they're just going to dig their heels in and play that trade game. You know, they're more than happy now to sit in the site because they know that they've picked up operators like Capitao, who of course can change the outcome of how an execute goes down, but without that, it's only going to be kills. It's kills or bust right now for Furia.
Death mark on the way.
Well, JV92 is often a kills or bust kind of player, and he's going to see if he can try and get the lead through the Deimos. Is the close track, but it's the deep death that gets him. And now as the spray comes out over the top, Fleetbox gets one, but whilst reloading, suffers a spray from up and underneath. Now a 3 versus 1 with 10 seconds. He has the kit, fine, but I think he's just going to sit here, wait, extend the rest of this round and not give them the satisfaction. Does get a freebie. That is about it. 4-1, W7M.
Good job. Good job again from W7M. Controlling the pace really well. Again, just not making it easy by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, this is a really dominant performance from them. 4-1. I mean, that is a fantastic calf and chalet. 4 defenses, wow. And still the possibility to go and get a fifth too. Furia also have already used the timeout after they lost that 4v2. So it's just down to the players. The coach can't help them anymore.
You know, it's this kind of strange. As you said, the change of pace has been very strange. The look towards how Furia approached Bank, the look towards how they approached it with all the confidence of the first map, and then onto this one is night and day. It's 2 different teams, and it's a bit surprising. You know, the strength that they sort of had has dipped away. But at the same time, you have to give credit to W7M for how they've grown throughout this series, right? If you throw your mind all the way back towards the opening of Bank, which feels a bit of a distance ago, and how the series might develop, they were so lost. They were, you know, an entirely different team. And yet, round after round, time after time, they've built, and so they get themselves here. And it's not that Furia aren't a million miles away in terms of the kill game. Almost most of the players are even, and, well, they get themselves another opening kill, which they've been able to get half of the time so far throughout this opening half. It's just getting it pushed over towards the end that seems to evade them. Now as Palu adds himself some options on towards Mudroom, Dodes is being a bit cheeky there, and, you know, maybe W7M are giving them a couple of these opportunities that they shouldn't be. Whether Lobin was going for a peek or just got caught, it's hard to say from the distance we saw it happen at, but at the same time, there, Dodes knew what he was getting in for, and, well, he was getting in for an active firefight.
Have been able to clear away the players over towards Bar. Have forced them either upstairs or back in towards the bomb site. So, again, good stuff from Furia just to finally get a bit of a foothold in the building. AZ now gives them a 2-man advantage as they'll find Dodes. And now for W7M, they may have to try and rely on those clutch players again, as what they had previously. But just look at the util, you know, remaining for Furia. Heaps of it. You've still got nades, you've got flashes, you've got a Dokkaebi call. You've got the Deimos track still not even being used yet. There is so much W7M have to deal with, and still a healthy amount of time. Like a minute 15 is more than enough.
I think that's it, right? We have seen them lose a 4 versus 2 before, and I think they're probably well aware of that. That's why they're making sure that everything is so spot checked and covered. They got themselves into situations where these off the piece positions, as I said before, were able to sort of send them home on the ski chalet. You can see they're about to maybe run into one of those, the crossfight and the slow touch with this position. Oh, but he misses the timing, and now they know exactly where he is. They did get a down on towards Nade, but as Volps hits the ground too, Arlu and Volps taken out, it leaves just Dots. They know where he is now as well, though, because the Deimos, well, is making friends with him. He's got to win this fight because somebody else is coming, and he can't quite. 2 rounds for the trouble, but their timeout as well. So, as you said before, from now on, it's just got to be the team that drives this into a 2-0 if that's what they want.
It is doable. Like, I think getting that last round, it does give them that little bit of belief. Okay, you know, 4-2, we can pull 2 rounds back. Of course we can. But W7M, I think now coming into the attacking side, whenever I just think their players, it suits them a lot more this map. Like I mentioned about the rat plays that you can make. I mean, immediately you look at the ban, Fenrir. They're gonna want to try and go for the crouch box. That is obvious. You know, Fenrir great for shutting down that play style. You put it on the staircases, put it in the door frames. But now without that, you're really gonna have to try and look, okay, do we need to bring in a Melusi? We need to bring more operators of barbed wire. We've got one trap. They've got JV on the Ella. I just think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for W7M to really disrupt the defenses here of Furia. But always, I think, whenever we see the side switch, it's always this first round that kind of paints the story of what's going to happen in the future.
Well, at this point here, you're looking at a team that might want to get a little bit exploratory of the map itself. The Valkyrie, the Ella, they're going to try and lean in towards the space. It was something they did very, very well on Bank when they're on their defenses. Or they made sure that there was a lot of contest all across the board. They made sure that they were active as well. I think that was the main sort of compliment that we paid towards them, was when they were getting hit, they were hitting back, or they were moving and finding new opportunities. They weren't just sort of sitting, resting and waiting on their laurels. From this point of growth, I'm curious to see, obviously, what we get from W7M. Will we get that latter half, that growth of keeping themselves together as a team? Can they try and get that network operating to a level? They are the ones that are within touching distance of getting this map in towards its finality. If they can get one of these early 2 rounds, and they keep that wide divide, and they keep themselves so close. Oh, that's 2 different engagements. KZ winning the one out onto the glass.
What a shot.
I mean, amazing take.
How does the sniper get sniped by an SMG? What? How does that happen? I mean, even the fact that he's went for that is ludicrous. Like, it really is. Wow. 4-4? And I would say that's a good trade. You've been able to pick off the Glaz, and we know that Glaz obviously has the util with the smokes. Can clear out a room, can obviously see through the smokes. It's a good pick. It really is. I think now for W7M, you have to look at straight away, you know, the defense. You should assess it and think, okay, these guys are going to want to play aggressive. We need to be ready for that. We need to be guns up. We cannot allow them to get away with the scandalous kills that we know that Furia like to achieve on a day-to-day basis. So they will just try and slow down the pace and just try and control that now. Trying to get the drones in, hack a bit of the information where they can. Still, you've got 2 dopey calls. They haven't even used the first one yet to get them in the building, so realistically, you could use one now to get them in towards library, and then use the other one for actually getting into the bomb site.
Reloading.
4 apiece, but the Valkyrie's work will long since be done, obviously being caught out now. See if they can try and circle. Parley's on the back line. They're often playing this solo roam position, the flank, the anchor, to let the others pull towards and reel the rest of the players in. But you can see Furia, they're trying to retake on towards the main lobby. They're trying to put some pressure on towards this double space. They're making sure the drone game is something that has to be done and reapplied. Parley does get that reward from that player, from that bit of pressure, and now they can try and see if they can push behind it. The deep throw on towards the top of the staircase. They're tracking a Deimos through the soft, and there's the reveal. But look at the motion of the Brava as well. Volps is underneath there. Volps isn't a million miles away from finding the other side of this engagement. They're sat there waiting, hoping. That tracked player just kept on going, but now they know where they are, and now they know where Dots isn't. Caught out by the spray over the hatch, 20 seconds, no kit. So what do you do at this point? Do you try and pick it up and go for the objective, or do you send it knowing one player is off the side? It's JV92 though! Glides through the pair of them! 1 and 3, but the hatch was sealed! He finds it anyway, Demo!
Nah. That is... He's not allowed to do that. I'm sorry, but that is just... I'm in awe. I really am. The first kill, yeah, brilliant shot. The second guy... This guy today is unbelievable. He really, really is unbelievable. Wow. It's moments of it's moments of brilliance. You sit here and you think, this is why Brazil is Brazil.
Yep.
You know, like this region, it does put everyone to shame. I don't care. It does. It puts us to shame.
The thing is, okay, I'm gonna have a quick look. It puts him, you know, mid-20s, high 20s for the opening 2 maps as well. Like, it just sort of shows the impact he had, but he activates on this side. He activates when he gets to just have free reign. He opened the defensive bank. He, you know, within the opening 3 rounds, he'd had a 4K and a 3K. He got the opening kill 4 times when he was on the defensive bank, and then didn't when he was on the attack. He knows the side he loves to be on, and he's just found that.
It's the same way that W7M needed that big round where they clutched up that 2v4 to give them morale. I think that round has also done the same for Furia. Big momentum round, big kills. Everyone's going to feed off that.
Now, I am kind of curious where VODs is going to go and the trouble they might be possibly getting into. Whenever you see a quick zip, the chance at just getting yourself in towards the site, but think of the hatch synergy or how quick to the punch windows are, as we talked about on this map. They can be pretty deadly in the right hands, and VODs is off from that. You can see that they're still running the numbers, though. W7M, they're not just popping themselves in, they're clearing utility. Okay, we've got the balcony done, let's pull up. Let's go over to the library side, let's go over to the back end. The Deimos has the track on the player in the back, the games room. Either side, well aware, the call's coming out too, but there's nobody else to offer it. In fact, Dodas is the one that's suffering. There's a trade out. Barley finds KZ, but Herds gets Dots in the same second. The Blackbeard gone in exchange, and there goes the Dockerby as well. Furia, they're starting to find their fight and their numbers as JV92 racks up one more for his trouble. The little drift round, they get the finish on the player. They're expecting the second from the top of the main stairs, and it's Dodas that doubles down the cover. The Claz cutting his way across and finding the fire. Now a 3 versus 2. The balance went away from them. They've entirely ripped it back in towards their favor. But the operators they have left, or even less, very particular. Deimos and Glaz, 2 instigators in some regards, and no smokes to build that Glaz behind, so you're just rolling a hell of a rifle and hoping that you can find a heaven of a result on the back end of it. Nade close, tucked, waiting for the engagement. Throws out the disc to slightly reveal, but to be honest, there's nothing left to catch at this point.
No.
So patient. This first engagement is going to be massive. Plays close on the corner. It buys Nade a bit of space because they know he's tucked around here. Misses the first drift too, but Herds picks up the pieces. The Deimos gets the finish though. It's a 1 versus 1. Goes for the reload. 20 seconds. Lobin. Barely any health, no kit, and Herds has pulled his way further back and has a C4. Could drop down, could move, has options, has possibilities. And instead, he's just going to play the time, let it tick away. Lobin, he goes in close for the plant itself. Is he going to hold it all the way? Herds, is he making a move? It's hard to tell, but Lobin's been able to find himself a plant on the back end of it and goes for the pre-fire. The shotgun at this range is pretty deadly. Oh, but so is... Oh, no, it's Herds! For a second, it looked like he had it, but Herds played the time and the pace and the space very, very well.
Oh, that is an edge knife. Honestly, could have won either way, and I would have been happy with the outcome. It's just a 1v1. Has to go for the plant. The 50-50. Does he go rotate? Does he go door? There's actually a moment where he looked at the door and he looked away. And I was like, why are you looking away? And then he looked back, and it's just one of those, you know. And he does have a lot of HP to work with. It's a difficult one, but still, comes down to the 1v1. One of those close rounds, but it has landed in Furia's favor, and that's 2 rounds in the bounce in their defense. Talked about the momentum and the morale that needed to come from Furia.
Yep,
it's here. You know, it's actually 3 in a row because they were 4-1 down, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's that sort of split, right? As you said, it's the positions that they are in, the swing of the momentum, and 4-1 down into where we're at right now. Still haven't called the timeout, still haven't done this. And yeah, it's close, right? It's competitive. We will only ever know when it's the right time to call based on the sort of change of the momentum, but this round going away from them now, it being the tertiary site, it being the one that would hand over all the momentum, it being the one that would be 4 rounds in a row for Furia, it would be maybe the final nail. Maybe there's not a team talk in the world that could pull you back from that level of brink.
I do this on my downtime.
But it's not there yet. W7, they still have this chance to get themselves that one step ahead, and then they've just got to start in the fairest way, doing the same responses to before. But if we get a reflection of the first half, then we find ourselves hurtling in towards overtime, and then who knows? Whoever gets the opening on the defense, based on how this game is sort of fractured and pulled itself together. Solus just getting the read, the beat of anyone that might be trying to make an appearance from underneath. Who knows? Obviously the game that they like to play, and it's slow and steady. The opening minute and a half from W7M has been very non-confrontational, really, outside of, the very early spray through in the first round. Since then, it seems like they like to do a bit of damage, pull back, open up some phantom pressure, pull back, make sure that responsive game that Furia have played is being tested and sent in more different directions. Give them false leads, and hopefully they'll follow it to their end. At this point, they've just been plucky enough to keep pulling themselves back from the brink, though.
Clash will be the fun minigame as always. And we know that Clash was brought a fair few times in towards bank. And what is that from Herds?
Oh,
that's a double.
Potted.
I mean, how does he get away with that? There should be the immediate trade. It's all right getting one, but to get the second Demi, that shouldn't be happening.
I mean, second within a clip with that gun is always going to be impressive, but yeah, had the read. That's three.
Nah, he's just jumped out.
That one was a hop out one on towards Palu. Herds. Oh, I think they heard that. Pops and dots.
Where's the glass going?
All that's left.
Where are you going? He's in sight.
I mean, at this point, what else can you do? There goes Dots, though. Drop from above. The Glaz trying to recollect the kit, hoping for the best. It's just being sprayed at from angles. At this point, trying to land anywhere on the site itself, hoping to get another catch. Ooh, baited out one engagement, baited out two, and now it's suddenly a 1 versus 1. I swear, if we start to see something like this, go away again! No, nade! We almost had another Furia moment. But this one doesn't get added to the reel, not to the collection. As they keep that one locked in, you can see the expression on the Fury fans as well. I think they were worried. We had another map 1, round 1.
If Furia don't buy Nade around tonight, I'll be disappointed in them. He deserves it. He just pulled them out of the water. Big time. What were they doing again?
It almost happened again.
Oh, dear.
I love how you could see it on the fans as well.
Everyone just wiped the sweat off their brow. That's what's happened.
Like, it was a 2 versus 4, right, in that situation. And as you said, at that point, one player was on one side, the glass was just in the sight, being shot, actively trying to pick up the kit, and then swung one laterally, one vertically, and then almost with the clash.
Yeah. It's an issue I've seen it with Furia. I don't think they've tried it as well as what they could have. Yes, they have traded in instances, of course they have, but I think it could be a lot better. But that's just because of the standards I set for the team. And I think whenever you do hit that top echelon as a great team, it's a bad habit of mine. You know this as well as anyone. Once I think a team has reached a certain point, the expectations become a lot more expected of you, I guess. It's... I get a lot more critical just because I know the level the team can play to. And if you don't play to that level every time, which I know is unrealistic, and that's the bad habit, but I always expect a certain level from teams who are that good. And of course they are that good, of course they are. But it has been a bit sloppy today in instances, it has been. Even on Bank, there was a few moments.
Well, I said it at the time there. If this round goes away, is there a timeout in the world that can pull W7M back from the brink that they found themselves in? 4 rounds in a row, twinned over the turn of the half, 3 defenses locked in, 3 different sites, Furia. They just need to make 2 more stick in the next 3, and they get to progress. They get to keep themselves going on. I think the only person who might be fed up with that would potentially be Herds, who's having a great time on this map, or JV92, who, if this game extends, could maybe, with a bit more punch on this map, get in contention for a series record. What is the best of 3? 50, 53?
Something like that.
Yeah, he would need to get a high teens.
I just go check I check Hampton tweet. That's what I do.
Yeah.
He always has it.
But at this point as well, it's that inevitability, right? It's that rawness.
Are we going to get to map 3? That's that is the question, isn't it? But I don't know. I think the sails have turned the other direction. It feels like for W7M, they don't have the wind with them.
There is this element towards this all as well. If you're sort of looking at the history of it, technically, Furia, when these two teams did meet last time, performed worse on their attack. They were only able to nab 3. Or they were able to nab 3 last time. This time only 2. But the split is they blocked in 4 of their defenses, and they were able to sort of do it on a stretch of a couple of different sites. The back and forth was lockers. They have extended themselves to that position when they were against W7M beforehand. Doesn't feel like they immediately want to do that because, well, why change it? To be fair, it's been quite close, W7M, but they lose this with some confidence again. It's how much further things start to get stressed and pushed away. The Bees echo their way around Library as Mudroom is a point of brawl and battle, both back and forth, just hops their way in. They're going for a quick collapse here over the top floor, trying to catch somebody in the midst of it. Parlu's fishing and nobody is in the lake, because they've all just dropped out. I think they sort of read the warning signs and went, no, you spend your utility, we are out of there. Vertical has been handed over. 50 seconds demo.
Yeah, this is a very good, well-played round here from Furia, I feel like, just because they haven't given them anything upstairs, and there's still the element of a C4 that can catch them as they drop the hatch. Now, realistically for the defenders, it's just stay alive, dig your heels in as best you can, and they're doing that. It's a 2v2 now.
2v2, but the position of Herds is a tricky one because he's locked inside Mudroom. They can either try and root him out, but then they've got to go wide and they don't have the time for that. So 20 seconds now, one on the back of the site. They're just spraying in towards the bar itself, and there goes Dodes. Dropped and down, caught out the Deimos track. Well, they know where the down body is, but now Lobin, we've said he's the instigator, he's the operator, and he's going for the pressure, he's going for the air jab. Round on the swing, but nade! Sprays, holds the click. And that pushes them onto the map point. That pushes them onto the series one.
That was probably the most important kill of the series. Was that down onto the Deimos. Like that is win or loss, I feel. Because that Deimos gets in behind that bar and can get the plant down. We know the Jaeger is trapped. Yeah, Jaeger ain't going anywhere. As soon as that air jab was placed, he is locked in that cell. But because he was still able to find an angle and still fight, even though he was caged in.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of, like, the prisoner has spat at the prison guard. He still found a way to disrupt them somehow.
Oh, 6-4 Furia. And as I said, is there a timeout in the world? I mean, it's so close. I think that's the most bitter thing as well. W7M are so close, time and time again, across all of the times they play against each other, right? It's 5-7 losses. It's narrow margins. And Furia just have that little bit extra. They have that little star factor that pops up, and
attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Yeah, fine, it's a bit more balanced. Philippox as a back line is negative on the KD, but the rest of the team, led by Herds as well, who has been, obviously, one of the most credited sort of players at points, but in this roster, when you've got people like JV92 doing what he does, KZ having his big moments, and Nade getting his clutches, he can just pull out moments like this. Goodbye, Dodes. Sprayed through the soft. The Deimos doing his best to try and get some of this pressure back onto it. And you can see they're circling, but Philippox gets on towards Lobin. Volps does get JV92, but as Herds finds Parlu, things are just tipping and tipping and tipping away. Dot's all that's left. Gets one, gets dropped, gets pushed out. There is Furia, adding one more to their tally of victory, getting to double figures of, I believe, 10-0 as their last engagements against W7M as this roster. I mean, who else but Furia?
Yeah, I mentioned that obviously Lobin for W7M is the kind of maverick player, the person who go out there and make things happen. Fury have a few of them, and that is sometimes a sad reality of how ridiculously good this team is. And it's just once they get themselves into the right gear, they are in total beast mode from start to finish. And I just don't see them losing this competition from here. And after what I've seen already, after how they performed yesterday, how they performed today, who's going to beat them? That is the question. Who's going to take them down?
Who can, right? Who can? With the sort of pressures they put on each other, with the way that they play in towards each other, with just these elements of sheer confidence and sheer sort of maverick energy, as you put it. I mean, it's just so consistently Furia. It's so consistently brilliant. It's a shame that W7M shut down. It's the same way that in EML or EUL at the time, we would say it about the Wolves roster. It's the same elements that make things tougher, that make things harder to swallow, because they build and build to a new level of greatness. And then unfortunately, the son of their Icarus is, well, Furia. But, well, that's enough for us. Let's throw it over to the desk.
W7M, more like L7M, because they take yet another L against Furia. My God, you turn it up, right? I mean, you guys were right. Whoever takes map 1 is going to bring it all home 2-0. But there was hope, and that hope is what hurts so much, Gabe.
Yeah, I think that hope really, one, came off of them being kind of ego-fed some rounds in Bank and then having that stall out. They were able to come back. They were able to get some momentum. And then even transitioning over here to Chalet, Furia would start on attack. That would immediately give them the confidence they need, winning 2 rounds back-to-back, losing 1, then winning another 2 rounds back-to-back, where then they should feel comfort going on their attacking side. They should already have the confidence there, knowing that, okay, we're in a winnable situation. We have the rounds in our favor. But time and time again, round after round, lost gunfight after lost gunfight. I mean, 6 in a row coming on the side of Furia to immediately amount that win. I mean, it really just goes to show the stylistic matchup that I was talking about before getting into this map specifically is, at the end of the day, Furia is just going to win every single time because they have that little bit of extra flair. They have that clutch factor. They have the players in these moments that are going to step up and not let something, you know, to succumb to failure, and they're going to win it every single time, and it's just the cherry on top. Now it's 10 times they've beaten W7M.
Yeah, I think it's the fear. What strikes fear into W7M is the fact that once Furia gets on defense, the matchup of how aggressive they are, how they get in your face, constantly playing together, that aggression off of each other, always having a trade visible in sight, makes things so difficult for W7M to be able to try to claw things back. And they just get put in positions where they're constantly hemorrhaging kills, despite if they have the opening kill or not, which a majority of today was Furia getting that opening kill. And they know once you get that opening kill, they can now get aggressive. They can go for these 1v1 fights all over the place because they know they have that advantage. And as long as they're trading, they're always going to win out in the end, in that 1v1, in the 2v1, because they are using the man advantage accordingly. And you can see it on the screen throughout the day. I mean, the opening kills. God. It's very difficult, again, for Volps. We talk about the stress on his shoulders when you're the IGL, when you're playing against a team that's very fast, adaptable. As an IGL, that's one of the hardest things to work towards because it's not a set strat that you can pinpoint, tell people where they need to go. You have to be able to actively rely on the feedback that people are telling you. And sometimes it's easier to take matters into your own hands and make a play off of it, take an opening based off the calls. But when you're getting taken off the board immediately, right off the bat, and you can't do that, within the time it takes for you to tell somebody else on your team what they need to do to take that gap, the Furia team has already moved, has already transitioned into the next step of their strategy, and your time is gone. So that is the biggest downfall for W7M. And it's very unfortunate that Volps was the main target in the Furia lineup because that limited what W7M can do to be able to fix issues.
Now, if anything, both teams are qualified to the Invitational. We'll just make sure everybody's clear on that. This game did not have any impact on whether one team or the other would qualify, which is great. Obviously, we've seen great performance from both of these teams throughout 2025, and of course, through Munich. And now we get to see them at least one of them, that is Furia, advancing on to the grand final. W7M might be ready to go for a rematch, but they'll have to go through, well, either, I guess, NIP, FaZe, whoever it may be that is going to be going up against them for a challenge spot against Furia. The final. All this means is that the next 2 days are going to be a lot of fun to get. Of course, Herds, our MVP for this game. Great statistics overall, good performance, putting in all the numbers that's needed. Someone that I don't think we always get to talk about as much as maybe we should, but still Herds as MVP, making sure that nobody else on W7M is actually positive. The best result is just a 16-16 for Palu. That's it. Clear 1.0 KD and no market.
Yeah, I mean, again, Hertz came in with those visors on and clearly was locked in. The performance speaks for itself. But again, you know, we say we don't highlight him too much. We've highlighted him a lot through his career so far. It's kind of nice, you know, sometimes he gets to take a seat back. Everyone else can step up. Like I said, going into this matchup, any single one of these players can pop off. Yesterday was Felipox. Today it's Herds. There were big moments from JV92 in both the series that we've seen from them so far. You can't really count anyone out of this roster. It just happens to be today was the day for Herds.
Well, speaking of Felipox, let's bring him up on with us. He's joining us live from Sao Paulo. Felipox, thank you so much for joining us yet again. I mean, yesterday you were saying, I'll see you tomorrow. You knew what was going on. You knew you would be back here with us, didn't you?
Yesterday they can't win against us.
There we go. Now we can hear you. Could you repeat that again, please?
I said that, of course, I knew that I would be here today because they never win against us.
We'll be here no matter what. You got it done.
Felipox, one, I want to congratulate you on yet another grand final appearance. I want to get your insight on this. Now, this isn't so much of a question of your guys' performance. This is more so of W7M. They've now lost to you 10 times. I'm just curious whether this has been an experience for you on Furia or MIBR when you're versing a team that you just can't beat. And like I said, with W7M not being able to beat you guys 10 times now, I mean, it really doesn't come down to, you know, just picking and choosing. Yes, they could have done this, they could have done that. I just kind of want your point of view is when you're in situations like these throughout your career where a team that just has your number, what can you really do to beat that team?
I think in their situation, it all comes down to the mental. The mental game for them against us is like they don't have one. And also, like the map Beetle, they played a lot of BO3s against us and they picked a lot of maps that didn't work for them. So when they are preparing for the game, like I think that they don't know what to pick. And like some of them might be saying like, we can't play this map, we can't play this map. And then what map are they going to play? So I think the mental is the most important part, that they don't have the advantage against us. And also in our part, we are really confident playing against them. So it's almost impossible for them to win against us.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, we can definitely see the confidence in you guys. One thing I wanted to highlight was, I don't know if you know this, but you guys got 6 opening kills against Volp specifically. And with how aggressive of a team you guys are, when you're taking out the IGL so fast, I mean, I'm sure you know it's hard to be able to adapt or make plays when your IGL is the first one going down. So was that the game plan for you guys, is to target maybe in a way Volps or be able to put a lot of pressure on his shoulders? Or did he just have an unlucky game? He was always walking in front of you guys first?
It wasn't the game plan. I think it was a bit of unlucky round for him. JV was putting him on his pocket. He was killing in C4. He was killing him wallbang. And yeah, I think it was an unlucky game for him.
Unlucky game no matter what. Now still, there's the question of who do you play against in the final here for SAL? Who do you think is going to be playing up against you? NIP, FaZe Clan, or a W7M rematch?
I think it's going to be FaZe Clan.
Okay. Why so? Why nobody else? Why not even Team Liquid?
Because every grand final that we play is against FaZe Clan, so I'm just going with the odds.
That's very fair. I mean, you know them very well. You two trade blows regularly, so no matter what, I know we're going to get a good performance out of Furia, and that's kind of the expectation. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there before we head out and let you go rest?
Thank you for the fans that are always watching, the English fans from everywhere of the world. And buy the Furia skin in game. It's really cool and helps us a lot. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you again, Felipox. Muito obrigado. Go ahead, go chill, rest up. Thanks for joining us. What can I say? Another dominant performance from Furia. Every time you think, oh, they're gonna beat them, they just knock them down. Unless that was Munich, but that's a question for another day.
Yeah, it certainly was. Oh, you can take it, Fox.
I think we knew it from the way that we saw the map bans, especially with Felipox highlighting that. When you get into the map bans, you kind of understand. You look at it, questionable bans. I mean, going to bank, yeah, W7M's decent at it, but that's one of Furia's bread and butters. I mean, the last time that they lost it was, in Munich, which, so to say, was not a good event for Furia. But that being said, it's still a very good map. And then instantly go into a map like Chalet, which is a hyper-aggressive map. You want to have confidence going into that. So if Furia wins one of their best maps and then you go into the map 2, it just sets the picture up that Furia will likely take it out in a 2-0, or whoever wins map 1 is going to take it out in a 2-0. And yeah, it just seemed like it really was an unfortunate day for W7M, but I think Furia was just really well prepped in exactly what W7M was going to do and their game plans, and Lax has been saying it all day, the stylistic matchup of what Furia needs to do. They know W7M likes to get aggressive, so they go for that fight, aggression. They know once they get that first pick, we won the game from there, because every single gunfight afterwards, we just double up, 2-on-1 that guy trade. We're always going to have the man advantage. W7M can't do anything unless they're able to get a big 2K, a big 3K to be able to save a round. So there was glimmers of hope on W7M's defenses, but fortunately it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I love the insight that Felipox gave about that. It really does come down to mindset. Like, as much as they can be prepared in the server, at the end of the day, it really does come down to mentality. And I think some people, look at this from a perspective of, oh, this player is playing really bad. Oh, they should have done this. They should have done that. But, like, realistically, it really does come down to mentality. You can be shooting that day. You can be hot. But the fact of the matter is, when you lose your IGL, that's mentally straining. When you don't get a pick that goes in your favor that should have, that's mentally exhausting. And then it's just, all those things start piling on. You start losing round after round. I mean, we immediately saw it. They had a very good half and then immediately transition to the next half, and it's round after round after round, big play after big play being made. Like, all of that amounts and succumbs to just mental fortitude. And clearly it just goes to show W7M, every time they're met with Furia, they can't get over that hurdle, and they get mentally exhausted throughout the game, and which is why we see Furia time and time again just be so confident and so consistent, just because of their mentality and their individual prowess.
Preach, brother. Preach. That could not have put it any better here. Laxing, thank you very much. Thank you, Fox. This just means that our first game is done for today. And unlike yesterday, where we had 3 matches, today there are only 2. And there's only 2 until 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and then the grand final comes Sunday. Let's take a break. When we get back, we'll set you up for a second and final matchup of the day, NIP versus Team Liquid, and all that has in store for us. See you then. My camera was like slowly but surely turning to the other side, and it's like,
Available now.
out for contact.
Available now.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Available now.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. We continue on with our second playday of these regional finals. Thanks for watching. Yes, we do thank you, but the show is not over yet. We're flying over beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. Come to Brazil before it comes to you is what we're used to hearing. In this case, we are going to Brazil, remotely, from home. It is very different weather compared to what we have. At least Fox is in sunny Los Angeles. That's a different kind of lifestyle compared to what we have. But you know what? We're living for it. It's the time to continue on with the day. And gentlemen, next up are NIP versus Team Liquid as we turn our attention to the lower bracket. And just to kind of update things for everybody, I'd like to maybe pull up our bracket one more time, maybe, if possible, just to kind of refresh everybody's minds on how we got here. I mean, look, it is St. Nicholas tomorrow, so that's something.
Ooh.
There you go. And he's gifting us a present.
Time and time again, I've talked about this when we look at the lower bracket. We see teams start in this lower bracket. They don't look like they're, putting too much of a fight. And then all of a sudden, they slowly keep inching the way to a grand final. So it's not to say that this game, it shouldn't deliver, because we've seen both these teams in their highs and we've seen them in their lows. But I think given with everything on the line, the implications for SI, I think we will get a very, very good matchup here between Liquid and NIP.
Yeah, we want one of these teams, NIP or Liquid, to be able to just get the ball rolling with this win off the bat. I mean, they're both very sporadic teams, very emotional teams. Momentum is a big favorite for both of these teams because, NIP, very aggressive. They get the momentum under their belt. Who knows what they can accomplish? Liquid, same thing, the underdog, the dark horse that everyone wants to see make it to an event again. They get a win under their belt. It could set everything into motion. And it is a very tall task ahead of them with FaZe and W7M, regardless of the winner, to make it to Furia. So that being said, it all starts here today. Whichever team wins, you're hoping it's a decisive win.
And it's very important in this case for Team Liquid because, like we said, Team Liquid have to win and make it into the top two for them to actually qualify to the Invitational. That's the important thing. You're keeping in mind the future of this team and what it might look like. And the official bid on it is if NIP beats Team Liquid, then NIP confirms their spot at the Invitational. This is straight from the horse's mouth. Sprabuni, that is the man that does all the numbers and makes sure we're all updated and knowledgeable on what's going on. However, if Liquid wins, their chances of qualifying to the Invitational goes up to 50%. So they need to hit the top three to actually make it. And then NIP will be stuck at 450 points. That is a 69% chance of qualifying. No matter how nice it is not 100%, and that's not great for them. Continuing on then, the conversation on NIP. Yesterday, they had a tough time against Furia, but still, Fox, it seems like maybe they'd be able to outclass Liquid on a good day.
You'd like to think so. I mean, they started off most rounds very good against Furia. They would maintain the opening kill a decent amount of the rounds. And against Furia, what we just saw from them, that's a very difficult task to accomplish. So NIP, getting opening kills, easy work. Now, you'd think it's easy from there on, where you just don't throw away bodies. You play that man advantage like Furia does, but that's something that NIP is struggling with. And of course, against other aggressive teams, NIP loves these 1v1 duels, and it wasn't going in their favor yesterday. But against a team like Liquid, where they might have a little bit more openings, it's a little bit more of an even playing field, a slower team, NIP might be in the driver's seat in this game because they can get that opening kill. They have a lot of aggressive players on the team with Fantasy, Hates on the shield, and I think that was the biggest thing that is the X factor going into today is their own aggression. So if they can maintain it and then focus all the way towards the end on those individual those dual trades, making sure that they're trading each other, that will be the win condition for NIP, is making sure they're not throwing away free leads that they get because they do the hard part easy.
I mean, to your point on the opening kills versus opening deaths, I mean, what we saw yesterday certainly was not them leading in the opening kills. You know, we highlighted Fantasy going into that match that he was going to be a big proponent of those opening kills, only being able to walk away with 2 opening kills in both those series. Yeah, sure, 1-7 on Cafe. Mind you, that's one of their best maps. Now they're not flawless on it. But then to go to Lair, another confident map for themselves, 2-7. There's not really a whole lot that you're going to look back at it, and even for us here as analysts and, you know, player first, there's not much you can really take from losing 7-1, 7-2. That's literally just everyone, the fundamentals not being there, the communication not being there, the coordination, everything that would just involve, you know, high-level competition simply wasn't there. And when you clearly see how Furia was playing, there's obviously a lot of ramifications that follow up through with that. So coming into today, we need to see the NIP that we were seeing throughout Munich. Players that were coming in, leading by example, were, we already highlighted Fantasy being able to be that X factor, but also talking about cons. You know, if shields are being removed, then you have to be able to bring the utility, whether you're bringing Lion, whether you're bringing Dokkaebi or Grim, whoever, you need to be able to find, you know, confidence within yourself to be able to still make it work regardless of not being able to be that linchpin on those shields, being able to force players out of position. You still can make it work. You might just have to work a little harder, use a little more communication, but it really starts today because SI implications are right in front of you with this win, which it does worry me because there is even more pressure, I'd say, on them than there is Liquid, just because we've already seen a glimpse at what NIP can look like when they are playing at their best versus than what we just saw yesterday.
Yeah, when you kind of get a little lick of what it's like to be on LAN, actually compete internationally, you just have that itch just constantly chasing you, and you keep trying to chase the high of we are back on LAN, we're playing on there. Of course, here it's regional final, it's still a LAN event, but it's not the same as playing internationally at the biggest stage of, well, the entire game at this point is a 10-year anniversary. It means a lot for a lot of these players. And really, if you go back to Liquid, to someone like Nesk, who's never been able to hold an invitational title, something that's escaped him since the singular Pro League win that has happened at this point, it's old news. It has been old news since forever, and I hate to keep mentioning it all the time, but some people mention it more often. You kind of have to strike back for it. However, the linchpin, at least looking at yesterday for Team Liquid, has been Maya. Absolutely. This man is saving the day and bringing them across the line.
Yeah, Maya has really, you know, I mean, we've all known what Maya can do. I mean, the sky's the limit with this kid. I mean, 31 and 16 yesterday. Highest underneath him was 18 at Nesk. But, you know, what we saw from that first map of Lair was very slow, very methodical, moving pieces around, and it was honestly a good back and forth. There wasn't anything I could even take away from Loud. But what we transitioned into Border is, one, we took away from Maya being the best player, and what we need to see on Border was a lot faster pace, a lot better teamwork, a lot more cohesion. And sure enough, that's what we saw. We saw excellent crossfires. We saw people doubling up with one another, playing those trades. But I think a big thing, what Daffo said in his interview was, what I believe to Fox's question, you know, what's been the biggest thing that they've been working on from stage to stage? And he said just, you know, the chemistry, finding that camaraderie within each other, because having that there just at the core fundamentals allows you to have that structure. It allows you to have that platform to work together and play with each other well. And I want to see what we saw on Border be instrumented here in today's matches versus NIP, whatever maps work go to.
Actually, speaking of which, let's take a look at our maps. Let's bring them up and see what we got. Fox, maybe you could guide us through this map, and again, another best of 3 that we have for today and really throughout this entire tournament. Let's go.
I think when it comes down to maps, Liquid is going to be looking for maps that are going to be able to take the aggressive side out of NIP's a bag of tricks. They want to be able to slow it down. I'm expecting bigger maps to come out here. Interesting. NIP going to bank first, and then we're going to see Clubhouse second. So the complete, I mean, NIP picking the slower pace map of bank is a very interesting pick. I know NIP loves playing the map. They play it very aggressively and with the way that they want to abuse the east windows. It's honestly one of their more objective-oriented maps, and I think they're trying to exploit the fact that Liquid really wasn't a team effort in their win against Loud yesterday. It really was just the Maya show, and on a map like Bank, you can exploit that because it's so big. If he's on one side of the map, you go past the police resistance, find the opening, win the gunfight against any one of the other players on Liquid's side, and you're able to get that advantage. And I think that's going to be the trendsetter when it comes to Bank.
I don't know. This is pretty, I don't know. For a map like Bank, this is Liquid's one of their worst maps. To allow this to go through does really make me question the side of Liquid. Are they going to be ready to be able to facilitate an entire round? When we look at, you know, how they were playing on a map like Lair, where it was a lot smaller, it was a lot condensed, they made it look really slow. Now, it's not that you can't play slow on Bank, but you really have to make that time work with you when you start on those attacks.
Yeah.
They're defensive, they should find comfort there. But again, it really does look, we have to focus on if we can, you know, play that stop and go similar to what we saw in Furia. If they can find that opening, as you were saying, and then kind of pinch off of that and then continue to go towards that execute, towards the end of that round. And then on the side of NIP, what we were seeing yesterday is once they got a wrench thrown into their setup, whether that was attack or defense, they didn't know how to counteract it. They didn't know how to problem solve. They were throwing body after body. So I think for Liquid here, they are kind of thrown a bone in the sense of being on the defense, but it really starts on attack for me, where we're really going to see them be able to make rounds work in their favor.
And
Yeah, you're going to be worried about time.
I'm really wondering what the levels of swag here are for both of these teams, if I'm allowed to hijack the conversation for a second here, because compared to what we had in our previous matchup, it's absolutely not on the same level. And if there's any swag lord that can tell us all about it, it's you, Fox.
Okay, so I don't think people have used the word swag in a couple of years. So when you say that, are you talking about their outfits?
Their fits. Yo, their fits fire, for real, on God.
Yeah, I think the collars for Liquid. I'm not usually a collared jersey fan kind of guy, but I think the Liquid blue looks nice. The shoes that they have seem a little bit more elevated, but at the end of the day, if you dress confidently, you play confidently, and I think they're going to need that, especially going into a map like Bank, because I don't like the maps for Liquid at all. I mean, going into Bank, with how NIP play, with them looking like a way better, well-rounded team, to then go into a Clubhouse, a default map, you want to take the aggressive elements away from a team like NIP, because that's really all they have. It's tough to say, but then you're going to a map like Clubhouse, which is very easy. You can pretty much solo win it. Fantasy, if he has a pop-off game, can individually win Clubhouse for his team. And then to even allow it, if they go to a map 3, which in my opinion doesn't look like that, but if they do, a border being left up, you're banning Consulate Skyscraper to take away smaller, aggressive, fast-paced, in-your-face maps to then pick Clubhouse, let border up. It doesn't really make too much sense for me if you're Liquid. It looks like they're trying to fight fire with fire. And based on both teams and what we saw, Maya seems to be Liquid's firepower. And if he's not having a good game or if he's getting shut down, what does Liquid do then?
I don't really know much. Like, at that point, compared to what we were kind of expecting from the entire team working together or playing together, I don't know if that's going to be possible, because their game against Loud yesterday, Liquid, was incredibly close. And maybe if it weren't for Maya's performance, Gabe, it would not have been able to kind of push them across the line for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can contribute that to the first map where we really saw the difference between, you know, the play styles and the teams. But again, when we then transitioned into Border, that's where we did see that dynamic of the team play being instrumented there and being implemented across the board, because again, they were setting up those crossfires. They were able to play off one another. They were playing those trades. And I think that really is the big thing to take away from that is, sure, we can contribute Lair going in Maya's favor, having the big performance, but then Border getting across that finish line really came down to a team effort. And I think that by far is the most important factor. Is yes, you can have a pop-off player from time to time, but it all comes down to the team being in unison and being able to play together. And that's exactly what was displayed on Border and pushed them here now to today to get them one step closer to qualifying for SI.
Well, gentlemen, let's pull up our commentators here, casters. Let's bring them up. You see the huddle from Team Liquid. My question, Emmy, what would you say if we were huddling up before a match? to hype us up.
Guys, it's lovely to work with you all. I think we should be on camera. I don't think they've got a camera that can capture us right now. And also, we're all remote. So,
Go for it. You got the camera now.
We need to huddle. Everybody huddle in. Huddle in. Gang.
I'm huddled.
We're huddled. And, oh, you smell really nice. You know. We just gotta give it our best. You know, good luck. Have fun. Maybe we'll win. I'm not
This must be the same huddles that they be giving all the teams in Europe, which would explain the EML's outcome at major events.
I'm sorry. To be fair, I'm gonna jump on the hook for demo here. Who's their mate's coach?
Fabian.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Greatest coach.
I love
greatest coach.
I will say this. I'm not too much against the whole EML, NAL, stuff, but there's always something that has to be held. Like, oh, you got EU players. The fact is, EU Brazilian players want to come to NA. If they didn't want to, it would be as simple as like, no, we don't want to sign with that. We don't want to play it. They want to be here. That is the big difference. So I think that says more about the other regions and where they're playing than it actually does them coming over to the NA.
Milosh's camera follows him.
America. See, he's like, I want to get out of here right now.
This is why they want to go to NA.
Do you know what?
He's already preparing for the
I can take a moment here because I know that there's some very dedicated, lovely fans watching. They wrote in, actually. They wrote in, it's their dream. They go by the name of Anne, Jack, and Alfama. Alfama has been all over the world. Buddy, please can you write in to us and tell us why you went to America? Like, what's
he went to bunk with Yeti because that's understandable. I don't think people understand the level of love that these two had for one another in the day, how they were kind of just living it out. It was a great moment to witness back in the day, and yeah, I'm a big fan of that era. So I'm very glad that we got to live out the bromance that is Yeti and Leo.
I was just going to add on to that. I mean, you want to ask for Leo's opinion. I mean, some of the best memories that Leo talks about is being in NA and being with Yeti. I don't hear it talking about his stints in EU. I don't hear it talking about what it was in APEC. I hear the best memories coming out of being with E United and playing with Yeti. So,
Yeti in like Kentucky, to drop it, bumfuck nowhere, Kentucky. Like,
whoa! Please.
Listen, as much as we want to focus on other regions using, us using other regions to our advantage, the real answer is they want to be here. And again, that just says more about the other regions than it does ours. So put that bet to rest.
Look, all I'm saying is the food that we had in Munich was better than in Boston, and that really says how low the bar is. Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
That has nothing to do with the food.
Can I say something
to do with NA?
I just think there's a lot of hatred from that other side, and I just think it's because Penta and G2 ruined their childhood. That's what I think this comes down
That's
to.
true.
Tengu ruined them. Fabian ruined them.
Half of those players weren't even playing when they
they're just they can't let that go.
Does it make it harder as like an ex-player coming into like the talent side, where you've also got like Tengu, and then you meet him and you realize how much of a goofy guy he is, and you're like, this is the dude that took over. Like, this is the dude that beat us every time.
No.
This goofy guy.
This glorp guy.
Let me just say this: anytime I've ever lost to G2 or Penta, I've never looked at them after their win and been like, "Damn, they were the better team." I've always looked at my team and been like,
it doesn't matter what you thought because you lost.
They had the better 5. I'll give them 100%. That. They had the better 5, but I never felt like it was just that, some people go up against teams like a Furia or a G2 and you get that mental game and you're like, oh my God, they're the better team. They're going to stomp us. Never felt like that. Always felt like it was going to be a fair game. If anything, we had the ability to win, and push comes to shove, we did it.
I'll say this. I'm not going to disregard, anything Penguin or any of those guys have achieved, beaten us, whatever. I will say, though, the 5 that they had time and time again were always like the best 5 players in terms of being a team. I think individually, if they were in different places, they would have not found the exact same success. But that 5 and that coaching staff that they had, I think, was the best at that point in time in Siege. Even when you look at like when Space Station won that 6 Invitational, you have to contribute that. I mean, the players, phenomenal players, but that specific meta, that utility meta, heavily favored that SSG roster in particular. Like, they had the best understanding of how to
Mozzie
play
Clubhouse
with it. I mean, I'm telling you, SSG, if it was a different meta, we probably don't see that, but that meta heavily favored them, and they knew how to play it to the absolute best. And similar to with the Penta G2 eras, those players understood the game at the absolute best than any other Core 5 did at the time.
I will raise you 2 things because I am quite nerdy about it. I'm gonna be the actually Stefan for yet another moment. In the time that Penta could have actually exploited the current meta, they refused to play Lion a singular time to their own detriment, which is how Liquid were able to win back then in Pro League. Otherwise, we're seeing Penta win again, as they demolished TG before that in the tournament. But then on top of it, you know, what was the other team that you mentioned? SSG? SSG only realistically won that SI because they had the one map at... It's live. Anyways, Flug Demo, take it away. Thank you very much, Milos.
Yeah. It was always a possibility. We just kept going. I was waiting.
Cutting into our casting time.
What the?
How dare
What's
they?
that? They started a
You don't see us
podcast.
coming on the analyst desk. You don't see us doing that, do you?
I just might. At the end of this game, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna refuse to throw.
Yeah, true. We will be getting our minute back. We will come back and we will talk about the operator bans at the end of the series. That's what we're going to do.
Hi everybody, welcome to the first map of our showdown. And I hope those 3 are still arguing somewhere in the distance. NIP versus Team Liquid. Now I'm going to give you one big statement of stakes, but we'll see if an expectation happens on a first engagement, because we had a very weird first round last time we were in Bank, but no. Seems pretty set up. If NIP win this, they guarantee themselves at least another 50 SI points, which, to the numbers of Sprabuni, the biggest genius around, full stop, well, that guarantees them an SI spot. Liquid, they have a further distance to travel. They're further in the reeds, and of the 6 remaining teams that could claim one of the 3 remaining SI spots, they are the furthest adrift. They would have to get through this team, and then at least FaZe tomorrow, and I'm not very good at numbers, so maybe someone else. But NIP, all eyes on you. Here it starts. Inside server, you can see they've got themselves the full stretch of the map, playing the Keybers above. They're sort of trying to draw the focus and, you know, slow Liquid down. Is Liquid going to try and find an angle? Are they going to try and be a bit snappy? They've made it work once or twice as Lender creeps his way in. It's going to be Cons that's maybe the first port of call in the engagement. There's the track. Here's the pressure that's coming vertically. They're just going to try and wrap around. Anyone that's down and below, it's Hates, and Hates is out of there.
Yeah, pretty standard hold, I think, for the defense. Bit of pressure in towards open area, but again, you have those hatches you can drop down through. There is still, though, Fantasy up here. Behind the keeper barrier, and is this just a question of, do they know he's there? You know, it's a position that, you know, surely it's that obvious he wouldn't be there. There's no way he'd just be prone.
There's no way.
In the middle of kitchen. It can't be. Oh, never mind.
Oh, he was there.
They knew.
And
There
they
or no
knew.
one.
And now they've doubled up. They know somebody's on the top of the stairs, but with that opening kill, and now with control over the hatches, as well as what is obviously a powerful operator gone at the drop of a hat. Well, think about this dedicated utility. Pino wants to take a risk. He's going to try and go a bit wide, and the first thing he sees is a shield, so the C4 will still get him. Oh, brilliantly played. Took a massive swing out there, and nobody could quite react quick enough to the cover of that utility. Huge second kill as well, Pino. Putting the pressure back in, goes for 3, but unfortunately his luck had run dry. However, removing that drive of the Deimos, and more importantly, the Blackbeard on towards the final stint of 20 seconds at this point, fine. They don't have throwables, they might have echo drones that they can try and utilize, and oh yeah, that Goyo, that fire, that spread across the core of it. They have the reveal, they're still going for punch holes and angles, waiting and hoping, but they've just got to send it at this point, so they do. Drops in, gets one, gets hit by an echo, and a double down from Con, sprinting through the fire and the flames, finds one, but that is all.
Well, Liquid, I had made a few comments where I felt as though Liquid, their pacing was very, very slow. I wouldn't say that we seen in our game yesterday, where it was Liquid up against Loud. I did say that I don't think Loud exposed the fact that just how slow Liquid were moving. Straight away, we can see that NIP know what they need to do to slow down a team like Liquid. They're putting in these little mini games that is just gonna force Liquid to stop and stall out. The first mini game was hide and seek, and it was find the Azali. Well done, Liquid. You're able to find him. However, it was a detriment of at least, what, half the round? Then the next one is have to kill the mute. That's a great... It's pin the nade on the mute, I believe we'll probably call it that way. And again, they couldn't do it. And it's not only the fact that he got the kills, which he did just down to guy on top of blue stairs playing really, really well. It's how much time he wasted again. By the time he was dead, they had, what, maybe 30 seconds left? And then you hit them with the util denial, you hit them with the Goyo. And from there, it's gone from Liquid. You know, they're doubling down, they're bringing the Echo, they're bringing the Goyo. They were never going to lose that. So already, alarm bells are ringing for Liquid, because it doesn't feel as though they've improved from where they were yesterday. It was a sloppy game for Liquid. It was a sloppy game for both sides yesterday, between Loud and Liquid. And Liquid today, coming into a side against NIP, who I have been so impressed with this year, Emmy. I think this year has been a massive turnaround for this team. You need to play better if you want to try and best NIP, because they are a good side. They are a good side.
Well, I think the thing is, obviously, when we were casting SAL in the second split, you looked at NIP at the top, and we were like, wow, they're really in control right now. And other teams' interviews were like, oh yeah, NIP are really in control right now. Then they got to the best of threes, and things fell away a bit.
Same with the major we bet, though, as well, wasn't it? It was the same for NIP.
This is the sort of problem with NIP, is whether it's a conversation about pressure or whether it's just a conversation of that is the divide that they're struggling to cross right now in towards the best of threes. It's unfortunately the problem that keeps rearing its head. Is it a map pool problem? Is it a sort of stamina problem with these longer games and exhaustion and how that plays into it? It's so hard to gauge for us. But these sort of showdowns, these are the ones that you lock in. Now, these two teams, you know, did meet a while ago in a best of three, all the way back at the end of stage one, which went to NIP's favor, but it went a pretty far distance. Liquid 8-7 the opening map, and then it was a 7-4, 7-4 to NIP back on the back of it. Bank being the middle of that showdown.
I think Club was last time as well, so...
Yep.
It's the two maps that NIP have beat them on before is what we have for our first two.
Well, there's the double down for Lender. We've got, obviously, the drop blitz, but at this point, with the power that they've been able to put behind it, that's just that continued pressure, right? It's the continued support. Fantasy does get the spray there on towards Meyer and gets himself a second just on the long watch. And, well, I said they did well to buy themselves some space, but it's just been ripped away from them. They have pings on each other, and it's Diaz who tears the head off of Fantasy. Now, Hates, he's trying to step himself up into the 1 versus 1 because, look, there's still Nesk on the roof. They're trying to get into the, you know, fight either side. They have a full awareness. It's a bit of a risk here, but now there's the rappel from the skylight. He's blind and he pulls himself back. Nesk needs to maybe pick up a little bit of pace. They're sort of playing this as a gun gambit. With 40 seconds, they can, but there's Nesk, as I said. Needed the support. The structure came in, and so did the round.
I believe there was a camera in lobby. There was a drone in lobby that was feeding information through to Diaz, so... the drone placement was good from Liquid to win out that pretty, again, scruffy looking round. You think Liquid, yeah, looking good in the 4v2, then 2 kills come in. But thankfully, they've been able to clutch up with the DMRs. Yeah, NIP, I think, trying to challenge on to the external angles, not the greatest of idea on that top floor. I mean, that top floor, it gets exposed so easily. You know, whenever you're dealing with all of the windows, not only the windows in the side, but even the windows that you can hold from square that look straight down the long corridor. Again, big problem for, I think, for a lot of defenders. And, you know, maybe for NIP, is it the case where they need to try and maybe fit a castle in? You know, try and fit in that kind of extra layer. Like, even if you think about the long corridor, the walls beside stock, like maybe even like a deployable shield. Just something to give yourself that extra bit of protection that I think they sorely needed on that top floor.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, the way it got quite sort of muddled in the middle, as you said, it was a bit scrappy, it was a bit blow for blow, but you think about the motions the defenders were able to make as well. the castle could have given them some opportunities and some options for a bit of safer movement, but granted, we looked like we saw a kill on the window. It wasn't. It was down on the back of the long corridor, but they were confident enough to still be trying to find those kills. And a 2 versus 4, drifting around in the middle of the site, competing against windows, isn't always the best way to sort of prolong yourself. And there's always the element on the other side of that of castle might have made them feel a bit too calm in some ways. They might not have been as confident to go for those pushes. They might not have been in the situation. Ifs and buts and maybes. Now, what we do know is we find ourselves on towards open, and we find ourselves once again with a pretty spread out hold here from the side of NIP. Obviously, they've got themselves a body inside Archives. They're up above with a utility just to sort of buy themselves some time. The mute jammer playing along, slow down the drone game. As he said, it was great for Liquid on the previous round, and mute is always going to be a very important operator in trying to play against it. Just getting some of their use to slow down a potential shield, with Lender being that rocking force. And I'm wondering if after this round we'll get a Blackbeard banned just to limit their options in terms of the shields that they're bringing.
Neska's lost both of his Twitch drones, and I don't believe he popped any Goyos, so that is immediately a worry for me whenever the timer ticks down. And again, this is the issue for Liquid. It's this little game that they have to play before they get their execute going. Already half the round gone, and what have Liquid got to show for it? Yeah, they haven't found any picks upstairs. They don't have a stable control. However, I say that.
Upstairs.
There it is. They've got the pick upstairs and the control above. I don't know why I speak sometimes.
Listen, well, they've got it, but it's taken them 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
2 minutes.
It's the Goyers that's the worry. That's the worry for me.
Yeah. Well, that's it. So now they've got themselves in above, but we know that that's not really where the fight is. They also don't have anything to quickly get use of the ground above. No ram, no sledge, nothing to just tear up these floors and put pressure onto these positions. And whether they know this or not, the 2 players that are inside this space looking for fights, Pino wins out the first, and that's that sort of trade-off there, right? They're going for those breaches, going for that bit of destruction, but it gave him enough time to position and go for the fight itself. He almost got caught, but he survives. And now it's 30 seconds, and there's a second Pino! Tearing the head off of the approach, checked in at the desk, and now they're confident enough to do this, propose themselves at the top of main stairs, make sure there's a counter, 20 seconds. They couldn't really do anything with the vertical, so they still had to push laterally, and all they're doing is pushing into guns. Cons finding Dapo. Leaves just Diaz and Nesk. They slip their way in towards the site, either side, as they're trying to find a fight. Ooh, popped up one. Cons popped someone else down, and too many options. Did get one of them, but just not enough done.
All you have to do is just a bit of a roam game against Liquid, and it seems to be enough. Like, it really does. Like, the time constraints, I think, on Liquid forces them to panic, and then that's where mistakes get made. You look at that Blackbeard, the way that Blackbeard just aimlessly walked in, exposed to the Melusi, who they knew was there. You know, they're not thinking about what they're doing. They're just blind. It's blind leading the blind. You know, everyone's worried about that clock, that they're missing little things like that. I mean, obviously, Pino, cracking shot. I mean, Shaiko-esque, you could say, with that vertical kill.
Yep.
And it's little moments like that, again, that define how rounds go. You know, and big kills come in, it upsets the apple cart. And that's the last thing Liquid need. I almost feel as though Liquid, with the way that they've been playing Siege throughout the whole year, they almost have to have everything go their way if they want to win a round. If one thing goes wrong for Liquid, they don't know what to do. They really do not know what to do. And apart from some individual moments that they've had throughout the year, a lot of the time they would just lose a round if, let's say, they lose the opening pick. That's been my biggest gripe, I think, with Liquid. The adaptation, I don't think, has been there for them. And obviously that's why they're in the situation that they've been throughout 2025. You know, they haven't beat NIP this year. So this was always going to be a difficult matchup for them. Same way as we talked about W7M versus Furia. Whenever you have a bit of a run of games against a team who hasn't beaten you in a while, that will play in the mind. And I'm sure it will play in the mind of Liquid. You haven't beaten them all year.
There's always that sort of element that hangs over it, right? There's always that element of the second guessing. I know we sort of talked about it briefly at points in the series before because it's so well known in the series before. It is that eternal struggle between those two teams that we've had. And here on the precipice, as you said, if you are a team that is trying to break a streak. Never easy. Whether it's a map for your own, whether it's against a team, whether it's a year, whether it's 5 years. Getting to that point is a breath of fresh air, and you just otherwise feel like you're sort of drowning. And when you have the map selections, when, as you've said, they were the best of 3 that was lost last time by Liquid, and you're already sort of on the back foot and using your tac timeout here this early on what is sort of your preferred half on their map, it sort of just points more fingers in that direction, right? Because they couldn't quite get themselves a handle on it. They couldn't quite get themselves the pace on it, and they didn't quite have the operators for what they seemingly wanted to do. And whether that was because they were pulled into what NIP said, this is what you should do, come upstairs, come chase us, and their original plan was slightly different, it didn't quite hit a mark. Anyway, they've had their conversation, they've had their timeout, and now we're back here, and you can see that there's a chance at a roam game. Vigil, with the boss G, which is a fun thing to be surprised by nowadays from where the boss G used to be. They're going to see if they can try and draw them out. And you know, Liquid, they've used the first minute to try and get themselves proposed onto windows. They're putting pressure. They're closing the space more and more. They knew the take on towards the player inside the kitchen. And here they're starting to put that pressure on. Maya takes a bit of damage, but so does Hate. Who is going to get the clean first engagement?
Really, really shocked that we're not seeing any bit of denial from NIP, where I think that is how you defeat this Liquid side at the moment. They're really going to try and, I think, just hold on to this roam game. I mean, look at the extension, not only in towards open area, but even in towards Tellers and Archives. And, well, they are trading man for man at the moment, but it appears to be that Liquid have ended up in the good books in this round, as he will lead for the 3 on the man count. But still, this man here on top of blue stairs that caused them issues last time. Let's hope they've learned from their mistakes, or else this could get, once again, very messy for Liquid.
Well, this is that sort of split, right? As soon as that timer enters into just double digits left, and we have this position where Pino was able to define the round before. Look how far away the Blackbeard is staying until the hatch is open, until they have the catch pressure, and until they have all this that they can apply. The grenade bounces its way around. Pino is refusing to give up the terrain, and 30 seconds have passed. They've got the hatch open. They know he's here. Is there a mute jammer at the bottom of the stairs he can play into? No, but he's found a friend in the Blackbeard. He's waiting for the swing, and that was much better played. But Cons can now be the problem. This is a risk. Cons is hoping they don't check it. Wizard gets one. They don't check it. Blackbeard driven through. There's the second. Oh, and that is that problem of time. They could not check and recheck. And there, even that last little bit, let's just stand slightly where they don't expect it. And Liquid just get lost.
So there's a few things I want to mention. The first thing, obviously, the time again. Like I said, Liquid, they run low on time and they make mistakes. They will make such simple mistakes as well. Droning out server. You know, that's obvious. But they're just panicking. And stuff like that goes unmissed. I want to talk about the Vigil pick. And I think the Vigil pick is really clever for 2 things. Vigil, as we know, is a very kind of selfish operator where you're not going to bring much for your team. It's more for your own person. But if you think about the way that Liquid have been playing, where it is, again, pretty slow, and Liquid will then rely on the utility that they have. They've been shown to bring the Grim. They've shown to bring the Deimos. 2 operators that Vigil can counter pretty well. Okay? Well, sorry, not the Vigil, sorry. Just the Grim. Whenever Grim is dealing with someone, let's say inside a server, which I'm sure that probably was expecting, oh, I'm going to get droned out, and then there's going to be, you know, people inside a server, you're not going to be affected by it. And even if it comes to maybe a plant position where teams will smoke out everything and Grim out everything, the Vigil just run through the smoke, don't worry about getting spotted by the bees, and kill the planter. Like, I think Vigil, knowing that Liquid will make mistakes based on the timer, it'll be great. It'll be great.
Now, with Cons and Wizard really leading the way here, 7-2, 5-1 between the pair of them, it sort of shows that flick of the distance, right? Because although you've got Hates that hasn't quite been able to get himself off of that goose egg, on the split of it, the other approach from the side of Team Liquid isn't that far away. It's still kind of balanced. They're still able to find these moments, but where the time is that absolute problem for them. This was the site where it was in the final 20 seconds, the 2 versus 1, they put the pressure in. Now the changes that we're starting to get through, there's no Aruni, instead we're getting the Echo, we're getting that chance at maybe playing some late round denial, maybe pulling themselves away, give themselves something else to have to work on and have to clear. You have all this opportunity of pace. You've got the Ashe to try and drive in. You've obviously got the E1Ds to support, and then the Candelas and the Bs. Everything you'd want to go, I want to swing this angle. What's on the other side of it? And that is the game that Liquid need to try and build themselves some confidence behind. If NIP take this one, probably going to angle themselves up for the 5-1 half at this point. Is the pressure. Start of the swing on towards the site itself. The Candelas swinging their way towards the front as well as Dapo does find Fantasy. They get that opening body. Lender creeping the way up the stairs. Surely he's going to check to his right-hand side. He does, but he doesn't quite see the player, but he still, no, he doesn't catch it, but the blood is being spilled inside the site. There's the swing round, and that is the best execute we've had from Liquid. It was sharp, it was precise, and it was everything they needed.
Yeah, whenever you have a Warden banned away, just bring the Ying. So easy. Just smoke, flash out the bomb site. Yeah, it just feels with that top floor, it's just so naked for NIP. And I think that's why you can pull off pushes like that. There wasn't really anything that Liquid had to say, right, before we go for this, we need to clear this position. Weren't really dealing with that. Everything was pretty straightforward. So, yeah, I think NIP on their top floor just has not worked out well for them. Yeah, just a very simple, just utility dump and then push from Liquid. You know, nothing too crazy, but hey, it's a round that they need. I would argue though that this is probably the more important round. Yeah, Liquid have obviously proven that they can attack upstairs. Yeah, that's the only 2 rounds that they've been able to win. Didn't win the basement, and they also did not win the last time we were here on our open area. So for Liquid, I think this is the all-important round. They need to have this, or else NIP are going to be in a great position going into attack. And one thing that we've learned about this year, Emmy, NIP are one hell of an attacking team. I was in awe watching them throughout this year. I absolutely love watching them.
Well, they knew it was something they needed to work on, and they worked on it. How they were able to sort of deliver themselves so consistently, how they're able to sort of measure. What was a team that historically there would be, complaints is a strong word, but comments about them being slow, about them not quite being able to get themselves in. And then you see that the game that they're sort of learning and developing over time, there's always the conversations of sort of practice. And yeah, we didn't really get it at Munich Major. You know, they sort of found themselves middle of the pack, I think, across the board. But when they're within the region, they just seem to find more of their confidence behind it from where it once was. Obviously, is this comparison. Either way, Diaz is gone. And we talk about a Warden ban and the importance of bringing the blinds. There's most of that covered. It's all just smokes and fires. And, well, there's a bit of the pressure. They're going in right off to the races. I said they had trouble clearing this spot before, and oh, the cover from the top of square. Cons gets the shield. Nesk is down. It's just Lender left. They try to slam their way through in towards Archives, and they can't even get the player up. They're watching. They're waiting. They're playing off the audio. Now they're going to go for it again. They should be able to get the pickup, and they have. But at this point, with a failed rush, they have 2 bolts. They have a bit of ground they can work with, some flashes and some drone. They can get themselves some intel. But where do they try and poke the site?
It's going to be tough for them. We did see that the Goyo canister on the double door was popped earlier in the round by NIP. So it's not as though they have to worry about a Goyo ruining things, but it's still going to be really difficult for them, and they only have a limited amount of util, and some of that will be dumped in by Landa. So it's just the 2 flashes and the 1 drone from Nesk. But just look at NIP. They know they don't have to do anything. Liquid have to push into the site and go for the plant. And really, if you think about the position that the player over towards Printer is in, you know, you need to clear that person before you can even make a move, but just so simple. Wizard, here's the pot, has a peek, picks up a kill.
Yeah, they sort of, I think, learned from the previous round of how Liquid's timeout went, of the conversations had, of the pace they wanted to pick up and apply, and they stepped back up, they stepped in, they removed them from the board. A 4-2 half with CEO, the only site that fell out of favor here for NIP's defenses, but as we turn our way over towards the other side, you sort of can take a moment to turn your way back to how these two teams played yesterday, because now technically NIP have improved upon their total round count across the entire 2 maps they played yesterday. They were against Furia, and we know how good Furia are. Heck, we've seen it but earlier today. But it really shows the sort of mental shake that they had, the preparedness coming in. On the other side of it, Liquid obviously, first map went pretty much the entire distance. They had a long stretch, but they did lock it out within 2 against Loud. But that was a lot on the back of Maya, who was 31-16
individual
over the entire series.
It happens to some teams where they look good because one guy is looking great. You know, that happens. Consistency is always what we're after. You look at that Furia team today. Yes, JV has his moments, but we know probably that the next time we see them play, it'll be someone else. You know, that's the way that team orchestrates. Just a touch on that last round, by the way. Very, very poor from Liquid. They attempted to smoke off the different angles in towards the quad wall, over towards the double door kitchen, to sprint across bottom square and try and take Teller's archives. But they didn't even check if somebody was just sat top square. I mean, it's unforgivable, you know, from my stance. How that's been allowed is beyond me. Like, I mean, come on. Liquid, they need to do so much better if you want to beat NIP. And especially now, whatever you know you're going on to, I think the tougher side, knowing that how good NIP are on the bank attacks, Liquid really need to find something. Somebody needs to step up, because at the moment, who can you say? Max kills they've got is what, 5? Is that it?
Yeah, it's I think that's the thing about it is, yeah, nobody's stepping up massively, but nobody's really fully adrift across this. Wizard is obviously a bit of a distance. Con's closer to level, but still 8-4, still a very solid innings. That's just the entire missing factor from the side of Liquid. Nobody is horrible, nobody is exceptional. And that's that problem. And here we'll see if that pressure can be continued. Obviously, you know, Con's on the Monty drive through. We talked about how good this operator is. Instead, Liquid, they're going for the game plan of limit hard breach. So they've instead got to play with what is open and what they can stretch. They've got a fair few pocket tin openers. It's not going to be the biggest slowdown, but it means these long range angles. Think about the sort of, you know, control you can get from the windows, the control you can get without having to physically be in the building. That is what Liquid here are trying to stress on, so they can stay in open a bit longer, they can stay on the top corridor a bit longer and avoid Kanto and all these positions that now as Wizard tries to go for the clear while they're in. First minute gone and Boots inside the building, but Scandela's pop elsewhere. It's still just, you know, face checking steady and slow, and oh no, there goes your Candela carrier. Pino, there goes your second as well as a C4. Hoping Defo destroys the Monty! Bit by bit, piece by piece, this has been dismantled around the reception desk. And you can only look through that fancy scope at the ghosts that have been left in the wake of your dead teammates. Because now only 2 of you remain and the defenders have slipped away.
I felt as though that, I think NIP, they lose that first engagement and they were really desperate to try and find the kill back, and they are able to get 1, but it's gonna be nowhere near enough. Nesk is there with the trade, and Maya, there he is, able to take down Hates. And look, for NIP, that's a round that just never got going. It's not as though we got to a point where they were even set up for an execute. You know, Liquid at least got to that point. Liquid got to the point where they could execute twice on the basement. But then that's where the issues kind of lay with Liquid. NIP, just not even, the foot is nowhere near the door, let alone in it.
So, I think it's worth time. Obviously, we've talked about the powers that be in terms of one team on bank, but we can look at Liquid. Now, in terms of top tier play of sort of the tier 1 based tournaments, they're 0-5. They don't have the best most recent record. However, that doesn't include the performances last month in Copa Sudamericana, where they 5-7'd against W7M, able to get most of it on their defense. They lost it against Loud as well. It was a 4-7, but half of that on their defense. They're not shy on this map, and statistically, so much preference in towards their defense when they come into this. They are about 21% win rate on their attack. This is the game that I was curious about seeing in terms of how much they have grown. As I said, they're 0-5 outside of this. They've lost to 5 different teams from this region in league play, including NIP. And how have they decided to sort of grow that and bring that back in to these moments? That was the question that was partially answered in that previous round. I loved the movement. I loved the way they knew when to sort of poke and prod and pull back. That is what Bank offers teams so well. And here we'll see if they can try and get themselves tied up and level, which would really sort of set this game a-going. Pressure on towards the top. Where will this first engagement go?
I'm actually going to try and add in a bit of vertical from below. This is an area that Liquid weren't really interested in going for. Again, it's something that we see, of course, time to time, is playing below, having the butt come down here and try and root out not only just util, but also some positions that the defenders might want to play in. And they've even got somebody like covering for him, like Fantasy, just going to hold his ground and try and hold that marble stairs as best as he can. But you can see clears away the util, removes the ADSs, and that's going to be great for your Glaz, for your Grim, for your Ying. It means that util is going to leave a mark. So I'm liking the layout here of NIP. So Liquid now, I think they need to try and react as best as they can, because here comes the util.
There's the util, there's the plant attempt. Is there a counter? We can hear the smokes popping, but they're on the default, not the close by on the window. The Glaz is the watch, and Pino goes, no, not down, but close to with that second smoke canister, but the second was a second too late. So, a 5 versus 3. They lost 2 players, including the aforementioned smoke in the showdown. And whoa, that was missed timing from both the attacker and the defender, and both of them may be happy with their life. It's a trade out to get the pinch on that player, but they lost someone else elsewhere in the same second, so instead they've still got to pick up and go for the pace. You talked about a castle. Their application here is only going to be problematic. They're inside the site, buying some time, 10 seconds, and they're still outside the windows. There's the pressure, there's the spray, there's the watch of the last player. They knew it was going to happen, but he's out of time. From the underneath, NIP, pull it together.
Yeah, that's what I mean with NIP. They are deadly on their attacks if the game plan is set in front of them. And yeah, straight to the point. They knew that they want to remove the util, remove the ADSs. They've obviously done their research in terms of where Liquid would want to place that util. And as soon as that diffuser gets planted in that top floor, we know it only really ever ends one way in an attacker win.
Attackers need to
so yeah, NIP, that's a good round to just almost just kill the momentum immediately for Liquid. Liquid had a good round, of course, the last time, and that momentum hasn't even got a chance to start rolling. So that is really good from NIP to keep that 2-point gap as best as they can.
If you were to rank, they don't have to be in order, top 3 hardest retakes for a post bump. Of sites in comp, obviously. I don't care about your yacht takes.
Oh, then that is a good one. I actually think both the bank retakes are really difficult, basement and top floor.
Attackers are heading out to the
Anyone can answer this, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the other maps at the moment as well.
I went
through my brain.
I think Billiards Chalet, just inside the window, can be up there.
I feel as though you get more retake potential on that.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's the top, but I still think it's one of the 3 hardest for the sites we have in comp.
Oh, the skyscraper on the karaoke window plant's really tricky.
Yes, you can answer that as well if you like. Maybe that could be some of the time we take back. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten the minute you owe us.
I know. I think bank top floor and bank bottom floor are really difficult. That's why we put a lot of preference on the plants for it. Oh, a classic is like Clubhouse CCTV.
Oh,
that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Anyway, enough thinking about the others. Let's get back to this. Clubhouse, that's later. Instead, we've still got NIP trying to keep themselves, as you said, they keep that 2-round buffer. They get themselves the response, and they do it on that middling round, which means there's still options for things to go elsewhere. But to be fair, that was where things started to suffer before. It's aggressive back and forth as they're in and putting the pressure on towards janitors. They find one, they find two, and oh no. Things have started to slip away here. They wanted to push their way in. The execute, I think, was not quite as aware of where the defenders were and as the opposite. Had a decent catch for the approach. They're able to net them up and slow the roll.
Looks to me from lobby again, and that was the same kind of issues that they had, was trying to take in towards lobby, and the defenders were just holding it. And yeah, same things happened again. NIP don't have a lot of time to try and pull 5 kills out of thin air. It'll be a tricky one for them. Again, for Liquid, it's sit in your hands, don't move. Blender's doing exactly that. And he's safe. There's nobody coming anywhere near him. And of course, he has the getaway. He has the hatch. If that blitz ever does take a fancy to him and try and go for the push. Yeah, I just don't think the kills are going to come for NIP. It just feels as though that time is, you know, there's 30 seconds since I've started speaking and nothing's happened.
I mean, it's so hard to, right? Liquid, they played it very well. As I said in the sort of first defensive round, their control of the space, where they wanted to be, and then most importantly, they would make the engagements and then they would move away. Same here. Got those engagements, they're not going to leave anything else to chance. They're going to say, look, you can play the pace. Being caught out, everything sort of put together and prophesized. Hates does find one, just having to sprint their way across. They're inside the site, fine. They're taking a lot of damage. They're looking for more kills. But think about what the kid is. And think about the control that they've just built there on towards the quad wall. Spraying and hoping. Unfortunately, fish in a box-shaped barrel.
Yeah, I never really was going to go any other way, was it? Liquid done their early job really well. You know, as much as what I said about Liquid, where they've kind of shown that if things don't go right for them, they really struggle to adapt. Same can be said for NIP at the moment.
Oh, definitely.
You know, the one attack, yes, everything went perfect, and it looks beautiful, and it's a happy family, but sometimes you don't see what goes on in the background, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing here for NIP. Still, they're in the lead. 5 rounds to 4. Timeout also being called right after the operator bans have came in.
I think one of the things that's becoming a starker and starker comparison, and we talked about it at the halfway mark. We said, what do you do if you don't have that distance maker? Because, as I said at the time, none of Liquid were really too far away from the course. Well, this is now the problem for NIP. Wizard, Cons, +5, +4, both 2-0 on entry. Everybody else is at least -3, if not worse. Everybody else is negative on entry, failing every single time. In the meantime, Liquid's pretty flat, even-handed game still kind of going on. But all of them are at least 67% on their cost. All of them are contributing. All of them are participating. And on the defense, it's just becoming starker and starker in a way. That control is slipping away from NIP. It's a very fair timeout because, you know, I think you're hurtling towards things being leveled off, but the chaos that was in that middle round, which seems to be the path of the course right now, apparently CEO is just the site that attacking teams can win here. You're wondering what the conversation there was about NIP. Do they try and bring things a little bit closer together? Do they try and, you know, tighten the screws, minimize the take, and go for the objective, go for the plant and the play? They've got the Twitch to go against the Goyo. They're up against the Maestro, which is always going to happen when someone bans a Brava. It's kind of the open statement of, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. But Liquid, they've got a lot of momentum right now.
A lot of denial. Look at the lineup. My, oh my. The smoke, the Chanka, and the Goyo, and a Maestro sprinkled in there too. Yeah, that is a lot that NIP are going to have to move through. And time's off the essence. That's what it comes down to for NIP. If they are just ever so slightly slower than what it should be, round's done. Round is done and dusted. And the thing is, even with that lineup, Liquid are still going to opt for the open area hold, who, again, waste more time. Obviously, those roamers are not going to be sat up there for the entire round or try and give their life away. As soon as the tiniest little bit of pressure comes in, they will leave. And already, I believe that Maya has made his way back down through the staircase, so it only leaves Nesk, and again, he has that open hatch. And he'll just, even a drone might scare him off at this stage too.
Oh yeah, I think that's the play. I think that's what he's waiting for at this point. He's expecting a drone. He wants to be able to, because then they'll have to send in a second drone. And then that's the game, right? And he's maybe just missed that one, so the pressure starts to come out above. Pops the Goyo, buys himself a little bit more time. That's entirely why it exists, but he's hoping he can just draw a little bit more attention. Wizard, though, getting control of this position. That's going to be probably the statement that sends him on his way of like, okay, they're on Beeper's door. They're going to push here. I'm gone. I don't need the pressure from Printer. I hate printers. Nobody likes the technology. And now you've got this hold, right? You've still got him technically above the hatch. Oh, no, you don't even. Sorry, that's Wizard. Wrong team. But you have that Blackbeard from Beepers above the hatch. And now you have the full team down there. A minute 30 gone. They can focus on the plant. But as you said, you look at Tachanka, you look at Smoke, you look at Goyo, you look at Maestro, you look at, what is that, like 50 minutes of time denial, roughly?
Even this as well. Like, Maverick and the hatch is taking a while, isn't it? You know, this is the worry I would have right now if you're NIP. It's the time in which they're taking to get this done. I still think there's roamers. I mean, that's also another scary thing. They haven't even checked the entirety of the map. There's only a minute left. And the Tachanka hasn't even been used. The smokes haven't even been used.
Nope.
I wonder how many Maestro cameras have been popped, though, with the Flores. But still, it's the Tachanka and the smoke. That's the issue.
That's entirely... You can hear the Flores whirring away on the other side. You can hear what sounds like Goyo canisters going off as well. So they're just trying to get the clear that they can onto that utility. And well, you can also hear the Maestro camera doing its best to try and zap it a little bit too late. 30 seconds. Everybody's still standing. It looks like a back take here. You've obviously got Hates, well, I was going to say moving over to the elevator, but I'm not entirely sure where they are going. Oh, down to garage, probably round on the back end. Out the window and off towards a back take. There's the roll and there's the first kill. It comes out on the side, but they're just going to push through the smoke because they don't have any other choice. The Blackbeard under pressure, under fire, and under Maya's control. He moves in towards the elevator, but at this point, Cons gets Nesk. So, back-to-back, Fancy's just going to have to swing around and he can't quite get it. A bit loose and a bit ready, 8 seconds. And a 2 versus 3, too much time wasted on the far side. There's Diaz locking in one. Pino gets the trade out, but Maya, that's his elevator. Don't you dare try and step in.
Yeah, big for Maya. The fact that it's the player that he killed with the diffuser, that's what's caused the issue for NIP, because you then have to fight Maya. You could have easily just left him in there and tried to push forward into the bomb site and pick off his teammates, but the fact that he has the kit, you have to go to him, and that's where he wants you. Great hold from Liquid. Yeah, great strategy, so much denial. And if you are just that little bit slow, you're gonna get punished. And that was the frantic kind of end there for NIP. NIP took one look around the minute mark and said, guys, we cannot go traditional here. This is not going to work. We just have to try and play for kills. And that's the tricky thing, isn't it? It's then trying to flood in through how many different angles, and because of the amount of angles that NIP were challenging in from, you know, one guy elevator, one guy vault, one guy main stairs, one guy in the main hatch. I don't know where the other guy was, could be anywhere. You then allow yourself to get caught in these one-on-one engagements, and if you don't win them, nobody is beside you to get the trade. And that's what's happened with the Blackbeard. Blackbeard, in a 1v1, loses it, kit goes down, nobody over the trade, and that's what happens.
There's a very satisfying statistic I just have to mention right now. Every single NIP player, their KD is either +4 or -4. There you go. That's for all you people who love that kind of stuff. That's for Jesse.
There you go, Jesse J. Chick. Yep.
Jesse J. Chick. Everybody
plus full title. May as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like how whenever he signs, if you ever had the joy of meeting the lovely guy that is Jesse, and you've got a signature, it's the big JC, as I call him. Anyway, enough about him. Let's talk about this. We now have 5 apiece. We now have timeouts both used, and we now have Liquid maybe about to do the impossible. This is the only site any attacker has won in this showdown so far. Everything else has entirely been defender-sided. If NIP struggle here, if they fail and they go to 5-6, and then they have to go to other sites, I mean, just the sheer fact of losing the site that should be the one that you win is rough. To Cons, the Monty. Makes the way in on towards lobby themselves. And you said it before, the isolation of the kit was a problem, and you've currently got a Monty solo YOLOing his way in on the far side. If he gets caught out by a roam, which Liquid have opted for at some points, that could be a bit blow, so he has to be cautious, has to be steady, has to wait. Seems like everybody's waiting, whether an opportunity, whether they're hoping somebody gets forced into an angle, more throws of utility, and pop over the top here. Here goes the start of the run, the cover of the smoke, and Diaz gets on towards Wizard, gets the blinds, and gets the drop on the first approach. The Candela's cold. Otherwise, the Glass trying to make some moves, but the barbed wire is going to kick all of that audio in, waiting. But the Maestro, the man with the bubbles, and he's able to swing into the smoke. Fantasy! You're living in Lenders. As he's able to get that swing round Monty, they're dropping all around him, and he doesn't even know where to start swinging a pistol. Not that way, says Daffo. This is mine. And you're not allowed to have a peek in. They do finally find the man in the elevator, but there's Daffo getting the man on the window. And here, Liquid have made this solid. The site that has otherwise been just out of reach for both teams felt like a bastion.
Wow. Look, I'm surprised that NIP has struggled with that, considering that they have the Monty who can just walk up Spiral. You know, we see it time and time again. On that take, the Spiral lobby take is really, really easy with the shield because he can front up the engagements, he can call out the information. You know, an area like Elevator, how many times do we see that position get absolutely blitzed by how much utility? And in that time, not a single thing.
Attackers need to
You know,
locate
really
and
easy then for Maestro with a big old LMG with a lot of bullets. Just the spray, and he's probably going to hit something, which he did. You know, little things like that where you sit there and praise NIP and say how good they are in the attacks and how good they are at assessing different threats. And then that happens, and I just think, okay, maybe not. You know, and it's a change up from the team that we've seen all year.
So it's almost that sort of shame about it as well, is because we have seen their moments of spark. As we said, we've seen the moments of growth.
I feel sad.
Aww.
I put trust back into NIP, and this is how they reward me. This is,
you know what's really...
This is why I only trust G2. This is why.
But they also let you down a lot.
I know.
Yeah, well, I guess you expect it a little bit there. And you can DM the players afterwards, and, you know, because I know players love that when people... It's like when footballers get messaged things like, oh, you really gave your all out there on the pitch. Sorry, who are you? Ronald from Beeston? Oh. 5 to 6. Tim's out there going, Beeston, yeah. It's somewhere in Yorkshire, I think. It's a real place.
Which he's not from.
Yeah, he's not from, but he just likes Yorkshire, I think, and Lancashire in the north. 5 to 6. Liquid. Close to pushing what is NIP's map in towards their favor. And this was that big question mark of this whole series, was why these two maps? Technically, this is NIP's top preference map. This is a map that really they beat you on. And you might be able to take it. And then you look at Clubhouse. Technically, that's NIP's second most preference map. But does it raise these conversations of why the NIP struggle when they have to go into games in the best of 3? What flips? I'm really curious. And you know, if I was smarter, I would have run the win rates, if I can get those words right, of them in the sort of best of 1 scenarios throughout this year. Where again,
we're going to say the Rin rates. That's
the Rin rates, but no, Rin plays in APL. Here, eyes immediately onto the site. Ooh, Hates has got himself in a pretty good position. But can he get anything off the back of it? It's going to be down to Wizard and Fantasy to force these players into his waiting gun. You can see Fantasy's about to make his way up, and there it is. Nesk. Punished and pulled back. No immediate response here, but he's ready for it. That's the important part, Demo.
I think Landa is 2 options. Does he try and get the kill back in his favor? Or just try and hold and hope somebody's going to walk into his line of vision? And Fantasy has went hunting downstairs, and Daffo has been picked off. Liquid are losing members second by second. It's a 3v5, but they still have got smoke with all 3 canisters, and I'm sure there's going to be some Goyos up too.
Wow, I mean, what a turnaround here. They knew everything was up to the pressure, and they've found that little round, found that little bit extra. Is this going to be one more? No. But he doesn't shoot, and he probably regrets that, but at the same time, he probably would have only got a bite, so... They pop the fire either side on the door. The time is that worry right now. You can hear the smokes. You assume that's on Beeper's side. They're making sure that any approach, but they're going to drop down the hatch itself. That's where the kid is, and that's the bit we need to keep the eye on, because everything underneath Wizard is death. So instead they charge in, but that's 2 players. Not dead, but the third is the one that gets caught. Wizard's going for the plant. There's still 2 standing, Diaz and Maya, but they're both distracted by what else is going on. Maya gets one, gets dropped. Fantasy has the cover, and a post-plant situation. Now they know where Diaz is, and, well, they know how to cross it. We are going to OT.
Yeah, I just think NIP, the fact that they were able to pick up the 2 early kills allowed them to get a little bit messy there in that plant position. You know, they can trade the kills there. If they have to sacrifice a few people just to drag attention away from the defenders so that diffuser can start getting planted, then so be it. I'm sure they're fine with that. So yeah, doing the work really, really well in the early game. You know, got Hates into a great position, you know, an advantageous position for them. I'm shocked that Liquid have allowed somebody to just slip in like that. Yeah. You know, how's that when, you know, unchecked?
I mean, the way that they've been very good at responding to things, maybe they were just so close to the push and they'd done that sort of divide that one little hole in the armor, one little, you know, exploitable factor, one little player, it only takes that to define a round. And it was the single catch, right? But then it was also, I think, the change of position. He then made sure that he wasn't gettable back. He knew he was not going to be tradable if he went down, and he didn't want to risk it. So it gave them opportunity, but then that alerts even more warning, because now you're like, oh, they have this control. They have archives. We didn't know about this. What are we going to do? NIP, they found that bit of magic, and they're starting on their defense, and they've come up top, Demo.
I mean, this is a game, really, Amy, where... Can you call it? I mean, it's a tough one. I think both teams have been pretty back and forth. No, well, Liquid, I suppose, had a little bit more momentum for a period there, but it's tough. And I think whenever you talk about, you know, favored sides... I don't know. I think in OT as well, whenever we know that you get, like, a choice of the bomb site, you know, it's not as though bomb sites are locked out here for you. You can go straight for that basement if you think that you can turtle really, really well, play with the util.
Yeah.
If you want to go back in towards that top floor, you can. Which, yes, it's a surprise. Of course it is.
But that's it. It's the site that they've lost twice, this map, on their defense. It's the only defensive site they've lost. And then they also just lost it once on their attack as well. And, I mean, it's a gamble. Right, and
unless this is Strat C for the top floor, this could be Strat C.
This could be Strat C. This could be Strat C. All right, this could be Strat C. You're right. You're right. We'll see if they sort of play themselves in. I mean, the Strat C changes the Valkyrie for Wamai. That's the only operator change from the last time they were here on their defense. And as Mute takes a bit of damage, what I'm thinking is maybe they're going to get in underneath with all those C4s. They might try and keep some of the verticality, play them from time here, and maybe they've read that Liquid like to get in, go laterally across the site. And, well, look, they're opening up that angle. They're opening up that option right now. Here's the chance at the plant. They are purely just sending it in. They're saying, look, they're going to go for the plant, so let's not play the game up here. We're losing this gunfight game. Draw their attention, draw their focus. Is he going to hit the hatch? They're planting. This is the moment that you need to be on call. This is the moment that you need to be on call. They push them further back. They're inside the smoke. There's some damage done to Lender, but still, they haven't been able to secure the plant itself. But nobody is dead. Very strangely paced round right now as everybody is so risk aware of this first engagement. There's been a lot of utility dumped either side. 2 C4s are ripped, torn and thrown at this point. There's still at least one more to go for it, but at the same time on the other side, most of the Capital gear is gone. All of the smoke canisters are gone. If they go for the plant again, they won't have the cover, and now they won't have the thermite to open up any other potential options if they could have. At this point, that gambit of wasting the utility has worked, so it's entirely turned into a gun game. As the battle goes back and forth over the top floor, the Blitz cannot find its way around the opposing shield that's locked in a 4 versus 2. NIP, as I said, they took a gamble, and yeah, sure, the wheels on the one-armed bandit are still spinning, but it's starting to come up all cherries. There's the 4-1. Diaz is all that's left, but not for long. NIP, get over there, top floor demons.
Oh, Plan C. Why don't we start with Plan C? Don't ever think of that. Sack off A and B. Let's go straight to C. Look, that was a case, I think, for Liquid, where obviously they went for the massive util dump. A lot of smokes. We've seen the attempted plant. But as soon as that plant was not secured the first time they went for it, the round was done. Because they had committed every part of their util. Yeah? For Liquid, it is a tricky one. It is a tricky one to call. Because I think they were really hoping that a kill would come from somewhere. But NIP didn't panic. You know, NIP knew they're not planting. We've got the information from the Valkyrie. We've got the information from the Echo. Just sit tight. I think that's what Liquid were banking on, was the kind of fluster of, oh, they're planting, we need to react and do something. But NIP, they held all the cards. They knew how that hand was going to be played.
Well, now Liquid, with the option, they're going to go back to where they felt safe more than anything. And to be fair, it makes sense. We've talked about where the kit can get lost at points. We've talked about where things can sort of be dropped in to the Aether, dropped into the mix. And, you know, with Maya being able to punish it, he's always the one that you get your eyes on towards the defense. At this point, though, what are NIP going to have lessons learned? Because they've just proven that they had the plan C. The book is deep, Demo. The book is it's a novel. And do they have the alternate here for the top floor? And then the approach down underneath. Are they going to get the focus in? Lender's just taken a scrap of damage from somewhere. They are not hiding. They are not shying away.
Well, obviously it's another switch up here from Liquid. And they're going to try and lean really heavily into this roam game. I mean, they're extending not just into the kind of traditional open area and elevator, but even in towards Tellers and Archives. And oh dear, Maya, who has, of course, as we know, been a great performer for Liquid, is out of there. And it gives NIP what they really needed, and that was that first pick. And like I've mentioned before with the basement, if you can get to a point where you're ready for the execute, with all 5 players alive, with all of your util, that's the dream scenario for the attackers.
Oh, yeah. And that's that sort of slow and steady roll. That's that push on, and maybe Liquid have just dabbled a little bit too close towards that eventuality. They almost had this first map cemented away, and now they've got to do it without the star of their weekend. Luckily, they have another one that's shining just as bright in Diaz currently. Cons already hovering over the hatch, and I said he was going to potentially be a star, but I didn't expect it to be a shooting one. Bottom to top, pulls the player out, and there goes your Monty.
Yeah, big issue. Big issue, losing the shield. You maybe now have a more difficult plant. You just can't send a shield in, plant behind the shield, or just let him put his own shield on his back and go for it. Now they're going to have to try and get creative and get a little bit inventive with what they can go for. Still, not in a great position, I think, at the moment here from NIP. Even though they do have, you know, a great deal of time, considering that there isn't any real denial outside of the smoke. Not as though you're worrying about what they had previously with the Tachanka and the Goyo and the Maestro. It's just the smoke. And, you know, we've seen plenty of times teams will drop the hatch and plant in the middle of the bombs, like, to avoid those smoke lineups. So there is ways around that operator, but as time keeps ticking in, with Liquid still having an even man count, it could come down to gunfights.
It's starting to feel like we're about to be in that territory once again, but you've still got all the Candelas and the Sense gadgets. So that is the resource. That is the big spend in the pockets here of NIP, and there it is, starting to roll its way in. They're going for the plant itself. There's the drop to follow through the cover, just in case someone makes it, and they're throwing themselves through the walls. They're coming out of everywhere, and it's the swing round, but they get the kit confirmed, and now it's a 2 versus 2. One of them down, just on the inside, and that is a pretty impossible place to get that man back up. However, you said it was one of the toughest retakes, and we're about to maybe get a book and a description of why. But is the blurb going to be written by Liquid or NIP at this point? It's a first showdown inside the office. The cubicles, you can see the other one on the far side of your screen that gets one out by Hates. Inside the server, so Daffo with no health, all left to do, but can't. Wizard connects, and NIP roll this one back into their favor. From the clutches of the end, they pull this map back, and they are 1 map ahead in the series.
Yeah, it's basement, it is. That is the toughest post plant. Wow, just as soon as that diffuser went down, you just knew it was going to be NIP winning that. And again, This is what I mean with NIP. Whenever you allow them to set up and have those attacks, they look good. Look, still a few sloppy rounds, no doubt about it, from NIP. They did struggle for a good period on their attacks in that first half, but then that overtime, just 2-2. We don't even go the all 15, it's just the 14 we get.
Well, I did say I wanted to take a minute of the desk time, but you know what? I'm too nice, and I don't want to slow down the show, so let's go to breaks before we're back with them.
Yes, Liquid losing, inject it, yes.
Available now. Available now.
Welcome back, friends, to SAL. What a beautiful view that we have over Sao Paulo. I want to thank Cam Farouk and Demo for giving us the space here on the desk, even though we had taken a bit off of them. Regardless, we were treated to a back and forth game like we have not seen, except for if you watched Liquid games in the past, you might be familiar to the heartache that these matches can look like, and that's what we got at the end. Though NIP, the Ninjas, are able to take map number 1 and bring it home in overtime. Fox, what a performance, because at some point with this back and forth we couldn't really tell who really was going to take this.
Yeah, it was a good resilience from NIP to eventually close it out once they got to overtime. I mean, Liquid looked really strong on their defenses, bringing it all the way back. But I love that NIP really stood together, especially the supportive cast. I mean, we wanted a big game from Cons. We wanted a big game from Wizard. We wanted them to be able to turn up, so to say, and be there for the rest of the team. And they were the ones on the forefront, you know, essentially carrying. I mean, I really love seeing the supportive cast being able to trade out their entries. That's what we said that from yesterday, what we wanted to see from NIP was if Fantasy's going in, he's getting those opening kills. Where's the rest of the team? Are we able to trade? Even if we're bringing the shield, can we keep up with the pace? Can we keep up with the tempo? And the supportive cast definitely did do that. And I think the map of Bank amplified it because Fantasy had really good composure, and when he would get those opening kills, to be able to slow down and play with the rest of the team so that he could get traded. I think their attacks were a little messy, though, to say the least, especially when they would be able to get control. It got a little too loose, and Liquid, that's where they were able to get picks back, fight back. But I'm glad that they were able to close it out and tighten up and really just have very good teamwork, very good trades, and play on top of each other, especially in those overtime rounds.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I mean, both teams really did struggle on their attacking halves. It didn't seem like either IGL really could orchestrate a well fundamental round in terms of just getting everyone set up, using the pieces of the puzzle to be able to make it work. I mean, we did see a couple takes look like they were going to, you know, start, and then immediately all the utility would be used on both ends, and they couldn't make anything happen. Then it was just kind of running into that brick wall that, you know, we know Bank can look like on those defenses. But I do want to focus more on the side of Liquid because, again, you know, we saw Maya have a good performance, but Diaz actually, you know, we talked about like supportive staff. Like Diaz was coming in today, you know, completely different mindset, 86% cost. He really stepped up his performance from what we saw yesterday just as an individual. But again, you know, we're looking at those IGLs, Lenda not being able to find too much success using those shields. I do appreciate he did swap off. He did bring Capital one of the rounds trying to make something work. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. I mean, it is to your point, Fox, you know, you can't always rely on these shields if they simply aren't working, but we're going to move into a map like Clubhouse where shields really can be amplified because the map is so small. So it's even more just what's the word I'm looking for? It's just more destructive when the map is so small and you're forcing people out of position, you know, whether you're pushing over from cash side and they're moving into master. I mean, just being able to move someone across those windows onto the balcony, it really can be important, even just getting into garage. So I am curious if when we do transition in this Clubhouse, we do see NIP ban out the Monty to then take that pressure off, or if the shields are going to be up, we are going to see the shields still be used on the side of Lenda and see if those really can be very destructive in terms of what it can bring on those attacking halves.
Well, yeah, before we talk about that, I'll just pause you here for a second here. Let's just bring up the map veto one more time. And Fox, you continue with it. I know yesterday you had a big talk about kind of banning different shields in different maps, and depending on the opponents that you have, might be something to piggyback off of what Gabe is kind of hinting at for Clubhouse.
Yeah, Lex is definitely right. Running the Monties, you know, Blackbeard going through Dirt Tunnel, Monty going through Rafters. It's very oppressive on a map like Clubhouse. But I think the one thing that sets NIP aside, and maybe they might take it off the board, they might not. I don't think they're worried too much about the shields in this equation because their X factor is the fact that they're so fast. But it can also be a double-edged sword. I mean, we saw back-to-back rounds essentially on NIP's attacks where, you know, there was questionable decisions when they're in 3v3s, you know, running through Goyo fire, not really playing the trade-off of each other, or just situations where you're sitting there scratching your head as to why you would push something. But that aggressive culture works very well on the defense to be able to be sporadic and unpredictable to the push from Liquid with the shields. So essentially on a map like Clubhouse, it is very linear. It is very difficult to get flanks working, but I'm expecting to see Nippy fighting head on so that they can amplify that level of sporadicness, that they can constantly be moving, keeping their feet moving, so that the shields or Liquid as a whole just never have a real direct info of where they're going. And that aggressiveness worked and got them the round win on Bank, which is a map that doesn't really work out when you're super aggressive. Clubhouse is very cut and dry, so that element of surprise is what gets you that leg up on a map like that. So Liquid is in a very difficult position because not only did they lose the momentum to a team that thrives on momentum and aggressive with being aggressive, but you're going to a map like Clubhouse, you're going to be starting on the attacking side. I could see a situation where NIP is just too overwhelming at stopping Liquid getting into the building that Liquid is going to have to change up their game plan, and instead of focusing on slow step-by-step rushes or pushes with the Monty rather, they're going to have to start doing some rushes. They're going to have to match that aggression, specifically with Border being the third and final map. We need to see the aggression from Liquid turn up.
I was going to say, I love that you mentioned that, because that's something that I want to focus on here with Liquid is, you know, what can we see differently than what we saw out of Bank? Because Bank was really slow from both sides, which is why a lot of those attacks really did fall at the end, because they got to the last bit of that round with nothing, no utility left. They couldn't expend anything. It was just body after body. So on a map like Clubhouse, yes, it's very default, but you have to be able to cut some corners here, lay pre-place drones, maybe use those Dokebees, use those blitzes or Blackbeard, like you said, pushing through dirt tunnel to just be able to force that pressure. I want to see a lot faster pace here of making a good entry, having a lot of time to work with, so it isn't so cut and dry once you get to that late round execute, because Clubhouse can be the exact same thing that we saw in Bank. If you're wasting too much time on a roam, you weren't able to break through those layers, you weren't able to put that, you know, that vertical pressure once you open up some of these sites, you're going to struggle once you try to go for that execute. You're only going to have so much time to work with. And as we know, in those pressure situations where there's 20 seconds left on the board, it's still, you know, a 5v4, 4v4. The second someone dies, communication goes hectic. You're now having to cover for one angle that was given up. You can't control one side of the map. You really have to follow through with what you're trying to execute. And being able to do that is only going to amplify what those executes, and for these IGLs to really orchestrate a lot of these rounds more so on the side of Liquid. So again, I do want to see a faster pace, just like you said. If we are going for rushes, if we are just playing better off one another, something has to change in terms of the tempo.
Yeah, cut off rotations, isolate any players in power positions, and then push them with your shields. Fast, loose, go for it, take them out. Once the power positions are done, you're ready to plant. Focus on that objective that requires time. Honestly, it's tried and tested, and going back to fundamentals is always your baseline for a Clubhouse. That's why everybody's calling it the default. Both of you hinted at it. Both of you talked about it yesterday, and will continue to talk about it endlessly. It is the tester of every basic rule of knowledge, basically, in Siege. Anyways, let's bring up our casters again, Captain Fluke and Demo. Fluke, question: you still call yourself Captain Fluke, like El Capitan kind of thing, or is it just
Queen now?
Queen.
Yes, General, Queen,
General, Commander.
The Capitan was because there's multiple Flukes out there, and I was lazy and wanted to have social media handles. And I mean, how long have you had your name? How long have you been Milos the Medic?
I've been Milos the Medic for 15 years now, since I watched the Russian Badger play Battlefield Bad Company 2 on his PlayStation 3. Yeah, way before Siege, way before any of that.
That's Milos the support.
Damn.
Yeah, they changed it. I mean, I don't know. It's just a name. The rest is still the same. Demo, how did you get your name?
GTA, surprisingly.
Yeah, I
really?
Yeah. I used to do GTA RP before it was like a thing. Like way back in like the early days, like 2013. Yeah.
Wow.
What do you RP as?
Military sim.
Oh, okay.
Thought it was a commentator. That's why it's Demo Cast.
Oh, well, that's just
You could have been the demolition. Were you the demolition crew?
That's what it was short for. My full name was actually Demolition, and then it just was short.
I like it.
Yeah.
There we go. We're getting the lore drop on Demo today. Gabe, where did Laxing come from?
I mean, mine's really boring. It just came from lacrosse. For short, you would just say you're laxing, you're going to go lax. So there's really nothing spectacular that came from that. Before, though, it was straight laxing, STR8 for the old organization in Halo. If there's any Halo fans out there, straight ripping. I was a huge Halo enthusiast, so it was that before, and then I just shortened it to just straight laxing.
Of course, we can't not go for the lore drop Fox. Why Fox? I mean, you are Foxy, but Foxy.
My original name was Foxy Fox, but when I was like 12 years old in a high-pitched voice, everyone, would bully me with the name Foxy Fox. And then I was going to make it just Fox, but like Emmy said, I just made it Fox A because there was other Foxes in the scene.
You got a brand,
Yeah, exactly.
To me, you're the only Fox. You're the only Foxy Fox, that's for sure. Anyways, let's not take up more of their contractually obligated time. Fluke Demo, take it away.
Thank you very much. And we will hurtle. I knew that about you. I knew that's where you were coming from. I'm sure I've asked you before. I think I took the captain from, I think it was Captain Sparkles at the time, which shows the era of when I was watching YouTube. And
Wow. Now that is good.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
But then there's also another brilliant play-by-play caster.
Creeper. Oh, man.
There's another brilliant play-by-play caster out there, obviously, in League, which is Captain Flowers. And I like that there's two Captain Fluz out there doing what they do. Anyway, hiding a clash. Sneaky, sneaky. We find ourselves here on Duke Clubhouse. Everybody knows it. Everybody has opinions on it. I was going to say love it. I still really enjoy Clubhouse because I think it's such a good test of what are fun, the fundamentals. Yay! We're here.
What I will say is next patch, this map is going to be horrific. That's all I'm going to say. So let's enjoy it while we can, because defending this son of a gun, oh my.
Who needs walls? Who needs the cover of
Well,
that?
I mean, obviously Liquid, look what they've banned. They also want to open up the walls. And the bandit.
Yeah, you're right. Next patch is going to be a nightmare, but obviously we are still on the previous one for the fact that we played on this throughout the whole year. It's the sort of culmination and stability reasons of just keeping the competitive stability. But either way, let's get this final taste of it. So it went pretty much all the way. I think that's fair to say. NIP, they were able to take it out in the dying throes inside OT, but there was a moment where they were a bit too far away. Nesk tried to find a fight there with Wizard, who had just drifted away. The clash, as we saw, was a little bit hidden, but at this point they will hear that very, very iconic sound of sheathing and unsheathing that shield. They're just pulling away from the space. They're not going to contest CC too much. They obviously got the reinforcement wall, they've got the Kiba, they've got the mute jammer on the single connecting wall as well, so they'll try and hold construction a little bit with the support of the shield. But they're just sort of saying, no, you have to do the work. You have to put pressure on us from the construction window. You have to try and get construction wall open. We're not just going to peel back. And, well, Wizard's very aggressive out the window there, but instead they're going to burn on the windows themselves here. Demo. Oh, Pino. Looking outside, looks for a second as well, but the grenades will force him further and further away.
Yeah, that is massive from Pino. You think about the operator that's been able to take out, it's the sense, and I'm assuming the idea was to sense from the window with a blocked off Jim and allowed the Grim to run in from Jacuzzi. That would have been pretty easy for them, but now without that operator, where do you go from here? The only real util that they have is going to be from the Grim. Oh dear, another kill will fall. Liquid down by 2 men now with 40 seconds remaining.
Maya's tucked his way in close, but there's still a fight happening on the door, and well, there's a swing round and a bit of support. There's at least the trade. Fantasy went wide, got Maya, maybe saved the life of the Wamai, but at the same time, lost their life for the trade of it. There's the player underneath. It's a 3 versus 2. And Wizard doesn't have a C4, so he's actually going to opt to try and get himself back towards the staircase, keep control of main so they can't just swing their way in. Think about who's got the kit and where they've got to get it. This Nesk just tears in, gets the kill onto one, staring down the clash. They might not know where the other player is, but if they can formulate a place to plant, which they're going for here, there's the clash revealing the information, but they have the pings from the Grimbies of the other player. Nesk pops his way round. It's the post plant 2 versus 1. And, they're able to find at least one of the 2. Oh yeah, he's dropped the hatch, but he doesn't fully know about it. If they can deploy the shield, the worry is maybe they can play this underneath. So instead, they've rotated their way up. Iscon's going to hold. Can Daffo go the distance? Yes, he can! But Liquid off the back of Nesca almost, you know, it was almost away from them. It was almost back in. It was almost away. It was a story of almost, and almost was just enough.
Oh, I was really worried whenever he dropped the hatch. But the clash took too long to realize that he dropped the hatch. I would have said if immediately as soon as you heard the guy drop and you started going for the defuse, that would have been really close. That would have been really sketchy. But because he hesitated and he wasn't too sure, it allowed that player to rotate back up the stairs and then take that engagement and stop him from getting the diffuser. Wow, what a way to kick things off. My oh my. Surprised is probably the best word to use. NIP, I think from the position that they were in, sitting really pretty in the 5v3, being able to take out a big utility operator being the sense, that obviously would have been the kind of idea of getting them into that bomb site was going to just wall off everything. But then even having the clash, I feel as though the clash was really underutilized that round.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I don't know where the clash was half the time.
It was the weird thing, as I said, they were sort of trying to make a statement everywhere else. And there was that moment where I think Liquid went, okay, well, they've done all of this. We're not going to play into this. We'll pull our way back elsewhere. Like, let's not play this utility burn game. Let's just hit the site. Let's focus on Jacuzzi. Focus on this very narrow take. As far as I could see, there wasn't a lot of pressure on towards logistics. Didn't really know where Nesk appeared from because we were looking elsewhere at the time, but they did. And then they killed at least 3 people. But the clash was busy elsewhere, and it was too late to activate. And then suddenly when they did, it was the, you know, 2 versus 2 situation, and at that point you've still got the player from underneath trying to rotate their way up. Here, on towards, as we saw, another heavy utility hold on the top of rafters. You've got all the Keybers, you expect it, the ADSs obviously to try and catch any of the approach, and then, well, the Goyos as well. Multi-stepped, multifaceted, multi-hot. I'm not going to stand on these coals. Hates isn't going to stand at the bottom of the stairs anymore either. Blender almost got a very quick, easy, and almost cheap opening there. Not really having to do much other than just take the shield in and swing underneath the secret stairs.
And the slow and steady approach from Liquid is working for them. The eye up, of course, in towards the rafters, which has been heavily fortified by the Izami. Have the keeper barriers, and also, is that 3 Goyo stacked up? I think it is, by the way.
Yeah,
that
it
is a lot. And the worry is if one of them pops, he's going to get cooked.
Oh,
there we go.
He has been forced further back. Now, Diaz did get Fantasy in the meantime as well, so with Hates really hurt, they're pushed to the brink. Now, there's one more on the shoulder of him, but where are you going? Hates had oil, had the watch, slipped away. All the way around. Daffo does get the end of him, but they've now lost the Blackbeard, and that's the kit. They might not know it. Oh! I'm reloading. And he had a second thought there, and, well, the second thought is not long-lasted, because the round is Liquid's. What a pace! They are hitting here, but it's a pace in the latter sort of minute of the round both times.
You see, that strat... Again, look, I'm not the pro. I know I'm not the pro, but I'm going to give my opinion. Is putting 3 Goyo canisters there not really risky? Like, it's not difficult to burn through the ADSs that were there. Then 1 nade, just any kind of explosive, and all of a sudden your player who you've placed in garage can't play with them anymore. It's probably going to get him killed. Like, that's... I find it very strange. I've never seen it done before. I would understand if it's maybe 1 Goyo canister at the top of the stairs, right? Because you're never going to be in a position where you're going to be sat on the stairs, but you could still maybe pop it, buy yourself some time. But right in the middle of where you want to try and rotate around with the Izamis, how does that make any sense?
Well, with the timeout called immediately after those opening 2 rounds, I don't think it makes sense for NIP either. I think the whole game, in general, they're just going to reset because peeling themselves back around, the play wasn't it, the strat wasn't it, the setup wasn't it, and the way the game was going. And, you know, as it was pointed out by the desk, it is late approaches on all of the opening kills. A minute 16 left, a minute 26 left. It's super late in towards a round. on club as well, where you're still expecting engagements, but
you can play fast in club. Like, that is totally possible. You think about how quickly we see people, oh, let's just hot room this guy in for a garage, and he's straight upstairs, top floor, fighting people. You know, that's very easy to accomplish.
5 seconds left before insertion.
doubling down the amount of shields. See if that's the split that comes through. Defo and Lender. It was a change that once brought a lot of pain, and well, with the currently tall hold, but you assume some of those players are going to make their way down, just getting the final setup. You've got a lot of potential time wasting here on towards the top floor. We could see the castle was up there, the Valkyrie with some cams to help feed and filter the information towards those two C4s. Fine. Let's see what can be netted. Fantasy, you assume, put a couple of those mute jammers on towards the top floors as well, just to slow down Liquid. And it was a sort of statement we talked about before, right, on the previous map. NIP was slowing down Liquid. They were trying to slow down their approach and make sure that when they went for the clears and went for the bits of control, they had to check it. Then they had to recheck it. And then, oh no, the drone has died. Oh, I've got to check it again. And that's the game here. They're going to try and get back into the habit of stressing, because otherwise Liquid were very good at just sort of putting the pressure on, and then NIP would leave, which isn't really netting them any sort of reward. Here, Pino? How aware is he? Somebody isn't a million miles away. I mean, he's safe in his position. He's got the hard wall, and he's got some support and friends, as well as the Keebers. They're just sort of saying, look, come fight us up here. And is this a method of madness, or is this Liquid taking the bait?
Well, if they're able to pick up the kills, then it should be fine for them. And I mean, the defenders, yeah, there's no way out. I mean, they are trading back really, really well. Oh, if he's able to get that kill, gonna go back in with a shotgun. How's he alive? How is he not dead?
I have no idea. I have no idea. There was players outside the window. Everybody was showing up. It was a brawl. It was a proper Donnybrook. And the fists were flying all over the shop, but
if only that was in bar, it would have made sense.
I know, somehow 6 people still stand, and it really feels like we shouldn't. It's like a scene in a superhero film where people have just survived impossible odds, and you're a little bit like, well, I feel like my ticket wasn't worth it at this point. Their impact tricking pulls away most of the X-Kairos. Oh, 3 of the 4, they'll happily take that. Can this get themselves 2 more? Yes, it can. And now with 48 seconds and with only potentially 8 of those left, you can hear the pop going round, and still some of this reward on the catch. But with the single shield still standing, 2 smokes and a flash, where are they going to try and get this drive through? They did a lot of damage towards Hates, did a lot of damage towards Wizard, but it's making that
Ash Rush.
stick.
We'll send the Blitz in for Ash Rush. That's the idea, while they try and drop the hatch.
Oh, with 20 seconds, the rush is just going to be the end of the round. There's the first coverage of the smoke. There's the way all the way down. They're inside the close quarters. They've taken a bit of damage. Everybody's a little bit blind and scuffed as they're going actually for the plant. The Blitz has the shield on the back as the cover goes down. There's the swing back round. Hates. They just weren't watching on towards the bottom of main. And they're able to win it out.
The weird round. Overall, it maybe finishes a little bit more traditionally in what we're used to, but that opening minute and a half, like that, you need to play the Benny Hill music during all of that. The way that went through it, like, yeah. Look, the idea again, like I kind of pointed out, open up the ash wall, try and get yourselves in, go for the plant, but it's really easy just for the guy in church just to take a wander and retake it, you know, because that's always the issue. Whenever you're in an even man count and somebody goes to the plant, all of a sudden you're in a 2v3 because that guy's out of commission for 7 seconds and you can't do much about that. Somebody has to plant, and then because you have that extra man that you can utilize to swing round and just pick up the guy going for the plant. So yeah, NIP just being smart about how they played that. But for Liquids, yeah, look, it's the basement. It's the only attack they have not been successful on, which is good news for them because now they know that NIP have to go to bomb sites where Liquid have won.
Yep. It's that sort of pressure that has to be applied. And I think the thing about the NIP game there was it was risky. You know, you're on towards the top floor, you are sending more people. It's the phone call down, like, send more dudes. Like, we need more people up here. If they didn't have that support player that was screaming their way up the main stairs to try and offer some, like, a helping hand, You assume that final player would have got caught. They might not have. They might have been able to get their way out, but it at least bought them some coverage. Maya almost already dead. From you assume a peek, but I couldn't tell you where. Probably one of the windows. Maybe strip door. The fact that they're looking at strip door makes me think maybe strip door.
Loading new mag.
Well, he's still alive, which is the main thing. Still can use the tracks. And the nades, of course. But just like you've kind of mentioned before, like the Des have mentioned, it's been a slow series. And, you know, the opening picks, you know, they're not coming hot and heavy as what maybe we're used to with other teams. I just think it shows the importance. I mean, don't forget, it's an elimination game. And I think for NIP, you know, it's the opportunity of going to SI if they do well here.
Yep. Oh, definitely. I mean, it's such a narrow margin, right? And it's in a region that we always talk about how tested it is, how strong it is, how there's a top 6 and all of this stuff. But we've also talked about how NIP in these sort of best-of-3 games, and obviously in their sort of recent international stint, they weren't quite able to match the meter they pulled together in what is this region, in what is that mark that they made. And Liquid, they've shown up with so much aggression, so much confidence. There's the grenades over the top, there's the track, there's the Deimos, there's more grenades, there's finally the down on the player, and there's the finish. But think about what that took. That was all of the pockets of 4 sets of gadgets, if you include both of the ones that Nesk had to utilize, to clear this position. So now, how can they make it worth it when you've still got 2 C4s, 2 smokes to get through?
It's the fact that they have to jump through that window.
Yeah, they don't have any
no
hard
hard breach to open up that wall. That's the tricky thing. So really, Pino can just stall it out. You know, with ease, doesn't have to worry about a lineup. Just smoke off the window. So yeah, not having that extra set of hard breach is really gonna bite Liquid here in the button. I think looking at NIP, the positions, the way that they're playing it, they know that. And somehow they've been able to jump through, but the shield is just keeping them alive. For the meantime, Pino able to pick up one, but look at this Blackbeard. Oh no, Diaz able to pick off the Ela. Pino, is it there with the smoke? A C4 gets tossed out. Oh my word, a 2v2, but the C4 did miss. Diaz still pushing through, able to pick up another. And now Cons in the 1v2. Blenda gonna go for the plant. Diaz needs to try and go for the cover. He has the C4. It goes to rip. Is it gonna land? Is he gonna go for it? It's the bait. Oh no. He didn't go for the C4. Why not? It was there for him.
What was that? What was that? What was that? I find myself asking at multiple different points of that. Okay. You know, we sort of look at the hop through the window, the Blackbeard, the shield savers lives. That's the purpose of that shield. That's the purpose of any shield. Right? He could cross that divide, and then he's just drifting in the middle, and you've still, obviously, at this point, got cash control. You've got the openings to loop a C4 through. There could have been a call and a conversation then to maybe try and get one landed, because if you get it in the mix towards the breach, you're catching a player. You're catching one or the other, potentially. But then he's going for the impact. He's stuck between choice. I get it. I get that. But ultimately, the win there was they just charged red. They had 2 players cut their way, one from the breach, one from the single window on towards red. I think they had somebody come up from the bottom of red as well. And Nip were pushed back out of the site. And I mean, it's so tough to gauge. And as you said, the C4 at the end, the chance at going for the rip over the top, even though it would have been a post plant, you have what is the best utility.
Could have killed both of them.
Could have, easily. I mean, it's saying it easily. It might not have happened. There could have been a whiff. There could have been a whatever. There could have been a moment. But still, rough. A rough landing. But Liquids just send it, though.
Yeah. That's what you have to do. I think whenever you realize that, oh, well, we made a mistake. We can't get through the breach.
Yeah.
You need to do something. You can't just sit back and accept it. And give credit to them. You know, they've jumped up the opportunity. But I still think just that C4 should have came in. Because then why are you holding it? Use it. Use it. There's a bald man called Raza. He looks like Gollum in that photo, do you not think?
I just like that it keeps being a thing now. It's been shown so much. There's some cool stairs in the background.
Yeah, spiral stairs.
I know. It's very sci-fi where they are. There's the tiny little horse and bulldozer. Okay. You got it.
What's that? We can't see that. There's too much in that.
Too much. minimize your memes. You show the broadcast. Was that a liquid tattoo? They just showed.
He's got it on his elbow. Would that not have like hurt? Like getting a tattoo in the elbow? That's like your funny bone, isn't it? Ooh,
Definitely
don't like that.
Do you have any tattoos? I don't think you do.
No.
Never.
You do? No,
I do.
Never.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I know you do. That would hurt on the elbow. That would be like pretty. Like
yeah, I mean anywhere that's close to bone. If you're ever thinking about getting a tattoo, gang, that's where it hurts the most.
That's. Oh, I hate that. Oh.
On the top of your foot, hurts a lot. On your ribs, hurts a lot.
Oh.
Wherever's fat, that's a good place to get tattoos. There's the people going crazy. Imagine if she just flipped her phone around. She also had bald razor.
Generation. Our generation will remember that photo.
Yeah. Cheers to the camera.
Cheers.
I love the atmosphere. There's nothing better than going to a live event. If anyone is going to any of the live events with the teams over this weekend, truly I hope you have a great time because it is the best. We obviously don't get the audio that will be coming through onto the broadcast, but you assume there's some fun shenanigans back and forth. And we are back in. Luckily, only a short and pleasant one, but 3-1 Liquid. They're in a pretty good standing. Obviously, this is their map. This isn't the half that they wanted to start on. They've been able to do the distance. We've already had the timeout after 2 rounds, NIP. They got sort of one on the back of it, and now we're back here, right?
It's... I don't know if NIP are going to feel that bad at the moment. I think if they get one more round, I think they're okay. I think Clubhouse would fall more predominantly on the attacker side of things. I think Liquid are showing that. You know, as long as you can open walls correctly and dump your util in well, you have a pretty good time at doing so. So, you know, and NIP also know that they have the basement coming up soon as well, which has been the only successful round that they've had. So I don't think it's caused to panic yet for the NIP, but certainly if they get this round, then yeah, they've been in a great position. But if not, like I said, they still have that basement coming up. For Liquid, just keep building that momentum. That's what it's all about here. Just keep trucking through. I'm liking the kind of... I'm liking the method in which they're going around things. Yeah, it's not as though that they're going in there picking fights. They're not interested in getting, you know, early control. They're more than happy just to burn for the util. They know it's going to be difficult getting the walls open whenever you have mutes and tubs and things like that you have to worry about, as Wizard is kind of showing here at the moment. And Liquid are just quite happy to kind of in the downtime do the drone work.
Tiburao just buying themselves a little bit of a slow, and as you said, you know, you're talking about the downtime, you're talking about what Liquid like to do in it, and I love that they keep themselves moving in other manners, right? As you said, doing the drone work, doing the pressure, but here they're like, okay, that's slowed, so we'll push up carriage. We'll make sure that there's always a second part of what we're doing with our approach. As I sort of said before, NIP, they didn't really contest this territory too much. They peeled themselves back, and it seemed like it was working, and then suddenly it wasn't. The round was away because Nesk popped off. But on the split of it, they've changed tact. There's 2 of them still in power positions over this side. They're really contesting the position. Nesk has slipped his way in and gets the first. Do they know about top red? Well, they will now, because Pino's able to get the kill. Lender has the cover, and there is the pick back on Harris 2 for Nesk, and he seems to really love working out when they're having Jim as their sight. Now with the spray and the fight round on towards Pino, who's tempted to find it back and does. Beautiful fight.
Yeah, and Nesk actually done a very clever thing there. As those walls were being opened up, there was a loud amount of audio being put through the headphones, and that gave an opportunity just to walk up. You know, we've seen that Wizard had no idea that he was in that position, so it's a little thing to note there. Liquid in the 3v3 still got a good amount of util here. Don't forget, it's not as though they're worrying about having to face a Goyo here. It wasn't brought into the lineup of NIP, so they do have a good amount of time. I believe Hates, he's also used his C4, so there really is no denial coming in here for NIP. So for Liquid, see if they can just work together, try and get this plant down as best as they can. And it's up to NIP to try and react to it.
Well, there's Maya getting one on towards Cons. Pino tried to rotate there, but the angle wasn't quite one he could pass through, so instead he's stuck having a firefight on the door. The explosions helped get him a route through later on. But as the track comes out, the 2 versus 1 now, leaving Daffo alone. Pino absolutely penalizing the opponents here on this approach. There's Hates getting the last, and NIP lock it down. Get themselves their second round.
So not only did he hit a nutty shot against Nesk, he's done 2 in 1 round. Like, that is impeccable aim. The first kill on the Nesk, yeah, chef's kiss. And then that second one, just that little jiggle peek. Yeah, brilliant. NIP, hold on. I think for Liquid, probably lacking some form of smoke there. I think that was maybe the issue, because I think whenever you think about that top floor, there's a lot of different angles that you have to check and you have to clear. And being able to eliminate some of them with the smoke would have helped them out massively. Now, this is a good one. Now, that's a good one. It's just me. It's just like the olden days. One-man band. Me on the road. Who want to go for? Wow. What a time to be alive.
Because I like walk around and stuff, I always turn my camera off because I feel self-conscious. Like I stand up when I cast, but I like the demo range.
It's only me. Why was it only me?
Yeah, like everybody else. We are habitual camera turners off. You like production to see.
Good thing I don't take my shirt off during casting, eh?
Yeah, like Des. I heard he just strips down. One fun statistic of this game so far, and if there's any weird way to sort of paint how this has felt like a strange pace, is you're right, it has, because over the rounds that we have had, of the 5, there have been 4 different players that have each gotten a 3K to define the way the rounds have gone. Nesk, Hates, Diaz, and Pino, 2 on either side, have all made sure that multi-kills seem to be the in vogue moment here for the teams to try to bring themselves together on the rest of the round. And it's nothing you can truly bank on, but it shows how important these single sort of star performances can be and how both teams are reacting to each other's. Blender, unfortunately, he's the one that still hasn't been able to get any kills, but he is playing on towards the shield rolls, getting yourself in, making yourself a sort of that problem child of that support structure and hoping the kills come out over your shoulders. And here, still that front bit of steel, destroying the focus on. Early time taken to tick away, but not the biggest cost. They're probably aware somebody's on the staircase. You kind of want the Buck to open up his escape route before you go fully on the drone, but instead, slightly differently timed there.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this from NIP. One thing we've noticed is that Liquid, whenever they have to clear away roamers, it will not only, cause them issues in terms of getting kills on the board, because again, fighting roamers is sometimes tricky for Liquid, but it's the sheer amount of time that it gets wasted. NIP have not opted for a roam game. They've went for the turtle, and you are basically saying to Liquid, take the map, and then you have a minute 30 to execute. And I think that's dangerous. I think you're giving Liquid too much credit there into the bank. And Liquid, I think, in the 5v5 execute can be really dangerous, especially with the lineup. They have a Grim and they have a Ying. Difficult operators to go against, we know that. Still, look, Liquid could just stall out here indefinitely. Maybe a Goyo canister gets popped, the smoke grenade lands at the right time, a C4 out of nowhere. Just disrupt Liquid, but I think in the 5v5, it's dangerous. And for NIP, they really need to bank that this util will come in clutch.
Oh, the fight around blue is about to start to kick off. We can hear the Candelas rolling in. They've missed the moment where the player slips back onto the site, but they almost got the follow through. However, Maya is the first to suffer. Nesk is the second, with Daffo actually taking that mantle from him, leaving him downed and leaving us in the 2 versus 4. Less than 30 seconds. There is another exchange. It puts Cons to the ground, but Diaz having to slip his way up main stairs. Saw him! But it's easier for us to say that because we have the big colorful outlines.
Well, it's worked for them. Mostly down to Liquid blinding their own team as that push from blue came in. Look, I think there should have been a kill picked up there in that Goyo. I think there was a real big opportunity for it, and it passed them by. So yeah, a little bit of a cluster happening inside of blue. But again, the Goyo, the util, look, they banked on it, it worked for them. I believe the Goyo got a kill, didn't it? So
Yep.
yeah, NIP. Probably just saying, you know, Liquid, we're giving you the whole map. We're giving you all this time, and you're still running out of time. I think that goes to show what NIP are doing to Liquid. You know, that's going to be a frustrating round there for Liquid. They have it all in their hands, and it just passed them by again.
3 apiece, though, and you know, it's NIP have definitely stepped into the game that was ahead. As we said, they used their timeout early on, and they made sure that they could at least get themselves pulled even. But at the time they used it, they were 0-2. So since then, you know, 3-2, or 3-1 even. They'll take that. That's definitive growth. But what I'm curious about is we saw their attacks struggle, I think, in the previous map against Liquid. Liquid had done the practice, done the numbers. It was the compliments paid towards a series that once went, and it became stressed. It became a distance that ran all the way to the end. When you had what was an even split, or when you have an even split now, if you compare that to the map before, Liquid technically could have won it when they were on towards the second half of the map. They really showed up later on in the game. Yes, it was a different map, but it was going on towards their defense. It was going on towards pressuring the game that was coming against them. And here, where they have that one extra round, is it going to be enough to actually set the scales sort of a bit earlier? Put the weights down and say, oh no, we've already got this one locked in. We're heading to map 3.
Swapping mags.
For me, that's down to NIP.
We'll see how they get on in terms of Liquid and the defense. Bit of a mix of everything. I mean, the Mira comes into play. An operator that we know has pretty good time over towards Jim. Think about the Mira windows you can place. Obviously, inside a bathroom, it looks on the jacuzzi breach. You can place the other one over towards gold. Hold down to kind of part of the bomb site in through bedroom. Into Jim as well if you open up some of the walls. Yeah, still a few things that NIP need to try and go through. Or is in. Open up that wall at least. I'm assuming it's probably going to be a Logi flood, just based on their lineup. Because obviously, if you're putting pressure towards construction side, you're then going to follow that up with a Logi drop. You know, send the Grim in, for example, clear away gold. But we'll see what they do. Still early to tell yet.
There has been a slower pace in terms of applying the pressure on towards the hold itself, and whoa, well, it's almost drifted in, but Fantasy is actually the first to suffer here. Lender gets that opener, and they're gonna just keep driving themselves. Where are you going? Right into a crossfire is the response. Maya just keeps holding down the trigger, and his support is there either side. NIP, I mean, the train was on a set of tracks, but you gotta pull the brakes sometimes.
Well, that, you kind of blink and you miss it, isn't it? That kind of siege. Wow, that fell flat on its face. I mean, sometimes I think, is that down to your IGL seeing something and trying to call it as quickly as possible before the opportunity's missed? Maybe. Definitely, I definitely feel as though they could have taken their time just a little bit more. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think in that gym and bedroom, I think with the structure that they had, they were kind of, you know, getting all the basics done. Then just to see it kind of go like that, yeah, a bit of a surprise. But I mean, that's a good start for Liquid. That's gym and bedroom ticked off. Straight in towards the basement. And you look at the lineup, Emmy. I'm seeing a Scopos. So naturally, gonna be a bit of a roam.
I love a Scopos on this map. I've got to say it. I'm sorry. I love a Scopos on this map. The ability, especially in someone like Maya, who loves to stretch players, loves to sort of waste the time as well, and has the confidence. You're thinking about where you can tuck it, and that's exactly what I was about to say, in the bathroom. Because now you've got a shield in this situation, and to get rid of this, you've got to use utility. It's a tough angle to get on the top. So if it gets destroyed, fine. You put a bit of a cost in. They haven't brought a hard breacher specifically, but they've got more than enough in their pockets, the attackers, to make some growth. But how aware are they of people on the other side? They know that there's fire on that door, so instead, if they want to go pacey, they're going to go here on towards stock. Maybe see if they can slip through. Maya does find a fight with Hates. Elsewhere, the Capitao takes a bit of a blow, but as does the Scopos. And just look at the aggressive positioning here. Fine, they can drop the hatch if they want. They've left it open. But they're really sort of saying, we want the full stretch of this map, right? We have made everything a playground. Come and find us.
Nobody's died as of yet. With a minute gone. Some of these defenders are in a fairly aggressive position. Think about Nesk. If somebody isn't careful, and very easily could just walk around the corner, and there's Nesk. Nesk actually thinking about getting a little bit aggro here too. Just thinking about it, I thought maybe he could have walked in the kitchen and tried to surprise somebody with a kill, but instead, is this going to be a freebie? No, misses the chance. As Hates, but there we go, finally gets thrown. I was worried there. I mean, Nesk, I feel as though was hanging around those stairs for longer than really what he should have.
Well, with everybody still standing in a minute 10, you start to look at their routes in towards the site, right? You start to look at where they've been drawn, where the focus has been, and what has actually been offered to them. Pino, he's got himself in towards the kitchen, he's looking down. Fantasy, down the main stairs as well. They're getting the crossfight, and it's going to turn into a brawl, but with the double players stacked up above the kitchen hatch, they're still umming and ahhing about where they want to try and get this diffuser delivered. Is this a bait? Is this a bit too obvious? Why have they given us this hatch in this position right now? I don't know. Unfortunately, you're going to have to find that out yourself, as Diaz, though, is almost found and well, still left a little bit wanting. Nesk, again, it's just scratch damage either side. There's the swing. There's one. Almost two. He just kept on firing. Maya's caught out in the middle of the sprint round. 30 seconds now. They have the man advantage. They have eyes on the drop. They have eyes on the chance. But this position by Lender could be the important one. They're still trying to fight for control of main. Make sure that they have a bit of free passage across the middle of the site itself. Here's the pressure round blue. That is going to be an important moment. Another spray, another scrappy fight. And there's the attempt on the plant as Wizard gets one. Lender gets that cover back round. They can't quite find the diffuser planter, and it's going to be Cons with the post-plant situation. Shield in the back. More impact, impactless, as they can't quite get the angle, the idea either side. Another impact puts the Blackbeard low, but he's still sitting there with the shield, and Diaz, he's already low himself. There's the final end of him, but he'd done his job, done his duty, and done his position and his time. So now it's just a matter of seeing if the last two can hold it. There's the first. Oh, it's not quite connecting the way they want, but he pulls back. This is perfect for Pino at this. He can sort of play this from the distance. They're going for the diffuse. There's the spray. Had it watched. Couldn't quite get the cover from that player on the other side. 14 seconds. They've now got it in a 2 versus 1. Dafo's just going to spray and hope, but credit to NIP. The last two approach. They just held this perfectly.
Well, it gets the exits, but no, NIP, really good hold. Did you notice as well, one guy holding onto the main stairs, and the reason why they had to have active, somebody holding on that main stairs, they didn't have a drone for it. So somebody had to do the job, and thankfully, there were 2 of them left. The main thing I want to highlight is that moment where the first person jumps on, going for the defuse, and he gets taken out by the Grim inside a kitchen. Grim immediately knows that his teammate is struggling to win the gunfight with the other defender pushing up main stairs, attempting the retake. As soon as he's killed that player on the diffuser, he knows he has at least 7 seconds to leave kitchen, help his teammate, and get back in time to stop anyone else going for the defuse. That was really clever, I think. He knows immediately. He's killed him. He's 7 seconds. Go and help your teammate. Get that kill. Straight back over. Guy can't defuse. I love that. I thought that was really smart.
Reloading. Deploying explosive ordnance.
NIP, they're able to pull that one together, and they keep us neck and neck. They keep us level. They keep us sort of back and forth brawling. And but what was chunks of rounds in the opening half? The concern was that the distance was too great. The concern was that you would see Liquid get onto this side. Goodbye. That was Nesk peeking out of the CC breach, and then they used the Kiva to go for the cover to get it reinforced. Fun. That's fun. And then the mirror window to trick it as well. Who have they got? Fantasy. What have they got rid of? Well, the E1Ds are one problem. And the Lion Gadget. But it's more the gun.
Well, good start for NIP. Still got the shield, though. I think the shield's going to have quite a few issues. You're up against the smoke, you're up against the Goyo, C4 impacts, plenty of things that the Monty's going to have to try and take the brunt off. The main issue is going to be the breach. With that mirror window right in the middle, it's going to make things, I'd say, ugly more than anything, especially whenever they haven't brought in, like, a thermite. It's just going to be the tin openers. I mean, not so thermite would probably get the charge down anyway, because it would have been impact trick. But it's just going to make that breach really difficult to deal with for NIP, so they may have to try and find another alternative to it. We've got a player instead of Garage. I've got the Capitao, and with no denial to the arrows, it should be a fairly straightforward 3-2-1 dump the util.
Well, that's it, right? They're still trying to contest here on towards the position. You can see Nesk is waiting for it as well, almost anticipating it. Throws the first impact to try and bait the Monty into something, but nobody's taken it. So instead, it's just going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to pull myself a little bit closer. Does get caught. Wizard, and you assume, swung their way around from the door itself. As we could see, Hates was making their way with the fire and just caught in the middle of a bad place. Now, with this breach done, with the pace applied, 4 versus 4, they've leveled things out, and they've done well with the pace to be put forward. They still have a lot of pocket hard breach to give themselves these options and angles. They're making sure that the risk isn't in having a hard breacher, but in always having an option to get themselves through the wall that we said once upon a time was the death knell if you didn't quite have it put together, and then Liquid proved us wrong. The first smokes start to pop out on the far side. They've also got at least 1 C4 to go. The second smoke prepped and ready. And you can see NIP, they're still worried about the bait of utility, because they know as soon as they go for the plant, there will be more of this pressure. And there's that first bit. It's actually crossed the divide. They're going to tuck just in the nook, just in the close quarters. There's the player, the air jabs, the cover. Are they aware of it? There's the last smoke, but it's just a little bit too late. The Monty does go down and gets caught out by the smoke, but that was a split second. And now with 3 versus 3, you talk about tough retakes. How do you get those 2 players off of that rappel angle, off of the outside? One of them stood ready for the swing. One of them's on the rappel themselves. They have multi-angles, and then they also have a man inside rafters. You can see they're running the numbers. They're trying to find a route round. Somebody's gone underneath as well. They're going to see if they can swing out, just run out and get caught by Wizard. Now, with the wider fight, Daffo gets 1, gets traded out. Diaz, a 1 versus 1. The last player is on the rappel. He's going to hope he can't get shot from this angle. We're about to learn. Yes, he can.
Yeah, always going to be a tough retake. That's a tough one. Obviously, NIP, brilliant with the Monty. You know, being able to move that Monty into a position that's going to catch the smoke by surprise, because naturally, I don't think it's a lineup that the smoke mains would have learned. They're going to be so focused on just the default plant position. That is the main thing that your smoke players are concerned with. I just think it comes down to NIP being able to play with a man down, don't forget, do a really good take on the Garage. You know, Nesk didn't have a big impact, but the fact that they had the hard breach charges to get themselves in towards Garage as well was also pretty important. I would have personally loved to have seen a bit more of an intent from Liquid to try and retake below. I think that maybe would have gave them a better benefit rather than just solely relying on the smoke. Could have rotated a C4 downstairs.
Now, although the game did show you one thing, it is Liquid's timeout, which makes a lot more sense based on the fact that NIP have wrested control of this. They've got themselves back ground in towards the leading foot, and they are but only 2 rounds away from confirming themselves at SI 2026, the City of Love of Paris. Do you have any other references for Paris? Impress Milosh?
Disneyland was really good.
The City of Disneyland, Paris. Paris.
That's a great. I love that time.
I wonder if Parisians hate that.
Yeah. I liked it. What's wrong with me? Said Disneyland. It's a good place. I'm picking it up.
Well, to be fair, you got to go with Ian Chambers, right?
I went to Chambers and Ollie.
I can imagine
anywhere. What a day.
Ollie in a theme park, I think.
Oh, he's brilliant. He was hitting the one-liners.
Oh, you know all right. I can see that.
He was brilliant.
But Ian Chambers anywhere, it just turns into the best place.
Oh, it was just a photo shoot for him. He said, "Oh, can you take my picture?" Okay.
Okay. Did
You
he
know,
have
he's
a
like
special
Instagram
glasses
model and all
on?
that.
His
He had his
special.
glasses on. He had, you know, the Mickey Mouse ears on. You know, just,
Oh well, I had the Mickey Mouses on. I went with medics, Jess, and Tim. We had Mickey Mouse ears on. We lived it up. Medics with Mickey Mouses on. Never seen the lad happier. Anyway, point is, NIP, 2 rounds. 2 rounds, they secure themselves for SI. Obviously, they want to keep playing. They want to try and get themselves locked in, get themselves the confidence leading in, because all of this is there, but we're not quite there yet. Liquid have had their timeout, and Liquid, they have to get top 3 finish. They have to get through this game and then get through FaZe ahead of them. Their work, far from done and far from over. But at this point, with their timeout, potentially their last of their run in stage 2, and obviously there will be the open quals chance. Still work to be done. What is going to be that distance that they will go to? Where is that moment that they can lock themselves in? Where is that energy that they've been able to put together? They've got the clash. They've got themselves the chance at slowing down the roll here across the top itself. We had some great trades back and forth last time we were on this site, but it was one that ultimately went in towards Liquid's favor. Again, throughout this entire showdown across the 2 maps, only, I think, 3 times the opening kill has come within the opening minute. Across every single round, and it's just a continued strategy here. We're almost in the final minute, and we still haven't had the confrontation. You're still looking at them trying to Maverick open the wall outside, and IP, they're a bit slow towards growing into this. It's just going to be a charge up red, and, well, it doesn't go their way. There's 1, there's 2, there's pretty much 3. NIP, this one has definitely not been around for them to take. Maya finishes off the down man. I think we're about to find ourselves even again.
Well, gets 1 exit. 2v4 now, but like you said, probably going to be even. I don't see it's really changing, especially with that clash as well. That's going to be the tricky thing, you know, getting through that operator. If there is only 2 of you and don't really have a counter to it, yeah, it's going to be tough, no doubt about it. But hey, they'll still try and play the round out as best as they can, but that timer slowly ticking away. Just look at the position Neska's in. Just cut right into the corner, trying to hold the crosses. They do enter in towards construction. He'll get the pick. There we go. And Pino will be spotted now with that drone coming in through the gym window. They know where he is, and Dafo's there to take him down. Liquid squaring it up, 5 rounds apiece.
Well, that's it. That's the perfect thing you want after a timeout. As I said, game's not done. Clock's still running. Team's still fighting, and although the rounds might be late executes, it doesn't mean that they're still entirely late to the party. 5 apiece, but that is the only site they have won on their defense so far. They're going to find their way back towards Church Arsenal. And to be fair, this one, it wasn't a million miles away. If they'd have just been able to get that Blackbeard half a second earlier, second maybe, they would have stopped the plant going down. If they can try and just stretch that pressure, they had what was quite an aggressive hold, right? They were the ones that opened the hatches. They were the ones that said the full extent of this is ours. And I wonder if with the Monty, NIP might look towards somewhere like Dirt. They might look towards somewhere of going, oh, they want to do this again? Fine. Let's just push more direct.
Explosive ordnance out and primed. 10 seconds left before insertion.
It's a big round. Who will have the match point? Will it be Liquid, who can put themselves a match point to keep the series going, or will NIP get on the series point? That is the all-important question. Head down in towards our basement. See the room game. Tempted once more by Liquid. You not only have players upstairs like the Scopos and the Ella, but that Scopos, I think, probably gonna be the thing you have to watch out for. Many a times we've seen just that shell be left in some random corner of Clubhouse, and then the late stages, quick switch, and that could be all she wrote.
Hold it. I seen it in the future. The Monty, just going up here. Just cause some focus. The Monty doesn't have to go all the way in from dirt. But in this position, you can either have somebody on your shoulder to offer some support. They've got rid of the utility, and they're saying, yeah, come home. Like, we are here in this position. We've put this pressure on immediately towards your site because they've read the hold that Liquid like to do. Is Liquid going to take the bait? Are they going to try and bite into this position? You can see they're still just droning out the lockdown. Fantasy's the one that's coming to offer some support here towards the Monty inside. They do still need pressure and control elsewhere, and they are still putting that pressure and control elsewhere, but it's not the brawl at the top of the stairs as it's been before. The Monty's inside. The Monty's inside, the attention's on towards Blue. He's the one with the kit, but also, how has he got this far? Fantasy's there as well. What is happening here? I said it might work, but I didn't mean like this. There's the cover. There's one. Does he get two? It's scrappy, but it's enough to buy themselves a chance for the car. No! Couldn't get the kit down! Last possible second! Slipped their way through, somehow back towards the site, and Liquid. I cannot believe they've been able to make magic happen, but boy, that was a good trick. Now stuck in the middle, 2 versus 1 now, as they finish off the last player, but think about the kit. Think about where it is and where these players are trying to get themselves locked down to. Where are you going to go for the plant itself? All the way back behind the second box, the Solace above. Well, he's going to give the pings out far to the depth, and there's the swing round. Didn't plant. Oh, what was he worried about? That was that sort of engagement. Now he's given them this opportunity to get themselves back in. They're going to track the Solace. They know where each other is. This almost gives more of the game away. It's a post-plant situation. But where can he go from here? He's got to try and isolate a 1 versus 1. They've gone wide in towards Blue. That's the first, and he gets it. Hates. One more to find, but it's Nesk, and Nesk locks it out! So consistent he has been for so many years. And so Liquid can keep screaming his name, pushes them onto that point.
That is the biggest round yet of the evening. No doubt about it. That was on a plate, I dare say, for Hates. But he just couldn't get the final kill. You know, he did the correct thing, isolate into the 2 1v1s, but he couldn't win the second. Look, that it's a round that Liquid you sit there and you do scratch your head at. You've gave so much bomb site control. You're just allowing a Monty and his friend to walk down dirt. I think who was it on the Scopus? Was it Maya? I think it was. He was the savior of that round. Being able to stop that Monty getting the plant down.
Oh, yeah. The fact that he crossed the divide as well of what was being watched. Like, got one, couldn't quite finish off the second. Found... I couldn't tell you how close that plant was to being confirmed by the Monty then. But it was milliseconds, right? It was the final second. It was...
5 seconds to go.
The thinnest possible margins. Once again in this showdown. Where in the first map we got towards OT, the first map we were in exactly the same place of a 6-5 Liquid. Of a Liquid that was on the back foot and built their way back into the game. This time, slightly different pace. They started strong. There was a strong NIP in the middle, but then since Liquid 2 rounds in a row. Can they make it 3? Can they push us in towards that third map, that border, where we're getting these big gun games from either side, right? As I said, we've had so many 3Ks throughout this game. Of all of it, there's only been 4 rounds where somebody hasn't popped off. But it starts here, it starts. This pressure on towards the gym side. Now, CC itself has obviously been a tricky battlefield. It was one that NIP were able to lock in before, but we said they didn't really have an option. And oh, there's the perfect way to start it. Nesk has been electric this map, and Cons has been electrified outside of it. Lockdown, he should be got back up. They've got to rotate and offer some support though, and it'll take precious time out. Instead, there's a fight that might come round up the bottom of the stairs. It just makes sure that nobody goes for the swing. But it's pulled. Wizard out of position. Gonna get the kit back up. They're just gonna try and bounce the bees close and hope they get somebody, but nobody's immediately offering it. Instead, time to play, time to waste. Look at Maya's position as well. Really hoping he goes unchecked. Oh, and he did! Got Pino, popped the player, gets himself safely on the window, almost gets the swinging Deimos as well. He's going deep. That's going to explode and kill him, though, so he has to peel back. They're just being run around right now. Fantasy goes down. There's one more. Demo, talk about one more. I think you and I are about to get one more map. Cons outside the building, sat in jacuzzi to see a flawless hit. Liquid, they are not done yet.
Oh, they've rallied. They really have. I mean, that last round from Nesk has just carried them in to that final round of Clubhouse. What a performance. 7-5. I mean, close enough. Certainly that map, it came down to a few 1v1s that could have went either which way, but it's fell in the lap of Liquid, and it takes us in a map 3.
And that takes us to our next break before we're back with the desk for one more time.
Available now. Available now. Available now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. My God, you want them to play with your heart? They're going to give you what you want, baby. There it is. Team Liquid bring it back against NIP. And what a performance on map 2. Things really changed for the better. The win conditions have been hit, Gabe.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, you know, from the starting half, we said we want to see a little faster pace. It wasn't the most fast-paced Clubhouse that we've seen, but time and time again, I mean, it was really Liquid walking away with these rounds and a lot of questionable decisions coming out of the side of NIP. I said coming into this matchup, I really wanted to see, you know, what we were going to see out of Lenda being able to orchestrate some of these rounds on attack, and it really delivered. I mean, ending a 3-3 half on a map like Clubhouse is so instrumental for the success once you switch to that defensive half. And then also on the sides of that, I mean, we had Dafo really doing well on that Grim, being able to force players out of position, being able to make them feel uncomfortable, being able to force people into crossfires, and then Nesk. I mean, we have to highlight him. It was a great performance.
Felt like
out
the
of
good
him.
old times.
No,
Huh?
absolutely. I mean, especially that clutch coming out of round 11. I mean, I think that was a huge momentum shift right there, where had they lost that round, it was a really scrappy round, and to bring it back the way that he did in that 1v1 was a clear reason why they end that series with a flawless round on round 12.
Yeah, I think Nesk popping off towards the end there just got the vibes and the energy from NIP to put it into Liquid's hands, and that's exactly what they needed. I think Liquid as a whole is just playing way more coordinated as a team, and still we say that, and it feels like it's so flip-floppy. Every round, it's any single toss-up. I love Nip's attacks for the most part, where we're trying to be focused on the executes, focus on getting that plant down, but it didn't last long enough. And the back-to-back rounds of focusing that execute, I mean, it only got them so far. Liquid was adapting, NIP wasn't. NIP's problem-solving really comes down to just being able to outgun the rest of Liquid, and I don't think that's happening now that Fantasy's having one of his, you know, worst games so far. It's in a situation where Fantasy is not in a position to be able to get opening kills, not in a position to be able to carry out the rounds, getting a bunch of kills for his team. I mean, the rest of NIP did fairly well, so it's a situation that just Fantasy, they've caught on to what he's doing. They've read on to how he is playing. They're shutting him down on that entry, and it's putting NIP in a situation where they're not adapting quickly enough to what's going on. They don't know how to be able to play a little bit like FaZe and be able to take that entry, that lurk player, and pull him back a little bit, play him with the rest of the team to focus on trade aspects, because that's the weakest link right now. That's where Liquid is taking advantage of him, specifically Nesk, and it's really nice to see Nesk being able to top the charts here for his team.
Yeah, it is a change of pace and a breath of fresh air in many ways, even though the fresh air in this case is more like going back to the olden days, because you need that. The copium of, I guess, surviving on copium as a Team Liquid fan or someone who enjoys good Siege, especially that has Team Liquid tied to it. It's just, there's something about it that is, it's endorphins. It's great. It's a fun time. But our next map, which is our third one, we have gone into map 3. We've gone from Bank to Clubhouse, and each one has won their own map picks to Border, and here you gotta pick up the pace. It is the name of the game, Gabe.
I mean, we keep saying, you know, the pace has to be picked up, but a lot of these rounds are still coming down to the very last second, coming down to the wire. But I mean, at least from what we saw out of the side of Liquid yesterday, was they did pick up the tape. They did pick up the pace. They did make the tempo a lot faster. I mean, immediately we saw in that first round yesterday, it started literally within the first 45 seconds. So I hope to see we do demonstrate that sort of Liquid in terms of being able to change that tempo. But again, it really is on NIP. I mean, this is SI implications right here. You've done everything you've needed to throughout the stage leading up to this point to make it with this win. And you have to leave everything on the table at this point, because this is a one and done. You're done here. You have to play an LCQ after this for both of these squads. And I really think the chip and the pressure is more on NIP, especially losing the way that they did on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's looking really grim for NIP too, because out of all the teams in the SAL, I'd say they're the most momentum-based heavy, and they only have one method of playing aggressive. Border works out in that regard for them when it comes to aggression, but when their top Slayer is not finding those opening kills, and the rest of Liquid has that momentum, if Ness continues to have a good performance on Border, then it's going to be a scary situation for NIP, because so far, if we talk about Nesk and the history of him playing, he's very comfortable on Border. I mean, yesterday he had 10 kills on Border, and we just saw him go absolutely nuke on Clubhouse. So he's in a position where he's got the best situation ahead of him. He's got the confidence, and he's got a map that he's had years above the rest of the players in this roster playing on. So Liquid, if they can maintain that level of aggression, they're in a really good spot. NIP, again, I think this is a situation where if they want a chance to win Border, chance to get a couple of rounds, put themselves in advantage, they need to be able to focus on that opening kill. They need to be able to focus on the aggression and shake off any type of nerves, any type of stress that they had from losing the previous map, which is not something that I can say that NIP has done well in the past. But if everything backs against the wall, this is a situation where they need to show some resilience.
Yeah, and just really fast, just to add to your point, Fantasy really has to be the X factor, because if this is the result that NIP is going to the wire, has to go the distance just for the simple fact that your main performer, your main entry isn't able to find success, do exactly what we've seen players do time to time that play this well. If you can't find that success, you can't find that gap, you can't create that opening, play with the team. Double up. You don't always need to necessarily need a spearhead if it's not working out. You need to be able to be versatile in your style of play. And I think him just being able to reel it back in, if he can't find that success and can't create that opening, that's going to be the deciding factor for me, is if we really can get behind Fantasy and his style of play.
That's something where you got to calm down those nerves, play together, and it's very easy to kind of just say it on our own, but it's very different when you're playing in that moment. However, everybody knows what's got to be done. The checklist is there. The requirements are set, and if anything, the crowd is cheering on at this point. You got Team Liquid fans that are jumping up out of their seats. Maria Bonino, our good friend, is there cheering them on and getting everybody hyped up in the arena. So it's good to see, and it's lovely to see even at distance. But speaking of lovely to see, let's bring back our casters, Demo and Ms. Fluke, as we set ourselves up for a map 3 demo. That felt good. The nostalgia was just kicking in after that map 2. It's something else to get those endorphins running for map 3.
Well, the thing is now, with them taking map 2, I think it gives them a real momentum boost going into the map 3. And I know that Ollie would always hark on about this. He always fancied the team that would take the second map going into the third map. There's just something about it. And I think with a crowd like you mentioned, Milos, they're getting right behind Liquid. And like we mentioned, Liquid fans have been through the ringer. They have been for years and years and years. You can't say that they're not loyal. That's one thing about them. There's plenty of them. And whenever their team needs it, they'll back them.
And you can add a few more years to that sentence. It's just kind of part of it there. Now, you know, we're experiencing it from our own very distant space. Our temperatures are very different. The weather is very different. The location is quite different in this case. But Fluke, for NIP, there is that load of SI is just so close. We need to win one more map. And I know you talked about it during the cast as well, but that must weigh heavily on them. You need your support staff to calm you down in it.
Nothing weighs heavier. Nothing. Knowing you're so close and can't touch it, yep. The heaviest weight there is.
Yeah. Well, we're so close to sending it to you, which actually is the perfect moment. Fluke Demo, please take it away. Let's see who advances. Can NIP make it to SI, or can Liquid increase their chances and continue on the miracle run? All yours.
So, can the run continue? There were questions that were posed yesterday on the desk by some of our analysts saying, well, it doesn't matter who wins today because they've got to get through NIP and they're not going to. Liquid look like they might be getting the answer to the first part of that now. One map, down to a best of one, down to the chance for them to keep fighting. NIP, they lose this, they are not confirmed for SI yet. There are still obviously opportunities. There's still other things in the mix and in the midst of things, but you'd probably want to have it locked in and then sit back, enjoy your holidays a little bit, maybe think of a fun New Year's resolution. Liquid, they would have to do this, and then the opponents of FaZe above them have that chance. Here we go, though, on towards Border. And as it was said, Demo, you and I, we had the eyes on this yesterday when Liquid played it.
Yeah, and we were a little bit worried going into Border because in that game, the first game between Liquid and Loud, it was really, really slow. And we kind of talked about how on a map like Border, you cannot have that playstyle. You have to go fast. You have to be able to hit teams where it hurts. And straight away in the first round, Liquid hit an armory rush. So we know that Liquid can play that pace. And if they can do as well as what they did yesterday, should have no issues.
It's sort of the fun thing about it as well, obviously, is the reason it came out yesterday was the surprise of, oh, Loud picked this. They never play this. And it gave this conversation of Liquid of who aren't a huge team with it, but they had at least evidence of playing it. Maybe they'll counter-strike them. Oh, it didn't matter. Liquid still brought the game. They delivered the game that they needed to and they locked it in. Could that be a similar reason here? Obviously, NIP they haven't hidden it the same way that it has been hidden in other manners, right? They've been more open about their play of this map. They have a better record on it. They're 2-0, and that includes obviously international play against Shopify Rebellion, and then local play. It's their split and the divide now of, although they don't play it often, they've tested the beaten boards, and they should give Liquid more of a fight. So those rush plays are not going to immediately show up. We have the spider web of Denari, keeping some control on towards break, and a C4 ripped and ready to go. The calls are coming out, but there's not an immediate response towards it. Nesk and Dapo both take a little bit of damage inside the optioning of Office, but the worst time to look away is responded by a back and forth. It's suddenly blow for blow across the map itself, but that's Border about to find another fight. Didn't expect Fantasy. And now just 2 of Liquid left, and they have been left out to dry.
Oh dear. Oh, great start for Liquid. Trying to not only maneuver themselves in toward Office, but also hit that backstab in through Metal. But they could never really lock down the locations off the defenders in NIP. Well, they stand firm. I mean, you think about these mirror windows, they don't need to move. They're as safe as anything. And yeah, just sit and play your util. In Pino can even go below and provide some information too with a cardiac scanner if they need that. But look at the Denari trip. It just stops that approach coming in through break room. So a good bit of value there from that operator. You can see the Liquid just don't know where they want to go. It's just like they're walking through the fog. They have no idea where they're going.
Yep. It was, as I said, you know, a team that had brought a border game, now against a team that has a border game. Yeah, they're in these positions. They're just going to double up. Look at Fantasy's position. As you said, they've got the split. They can swing around and put the pressure from 90. As soon as they play on contact with Wizard, you have a response. And just a perfect sight line here. There's the spray through. There's the call. They do get Fantasy, though. Lender's able to win that out, but with 10 seconds left, and now the repositioning, they know they can only really get into the A site. So they're going to stop that happening. Another spray through. Suddenly it's back and forth a little bit, but with no time left. NIP win out the first round.
Yeah, well deserving there from NIP. Never allowed Liquid to fully formulate their attack strategy that they wanted. And I think the idea was to put a lot of pressure over towards Office, pull the players in Fountain out of position, then allow that player to walk up Metal and have that backstab onto said players in towards Fountain. But whenever teammates get picked off by, I mean, I wouldn't want to say roamers, people dropping below. Like, I mean, this is a very difficult map to roam on because of the sheer size of it, because it's very, very small. I say sheer size, as I mean in a small term. Only 2 floors, no basement. Just somebody downstairs. I mean, it's not difficult to know that information, but hey, it surprised Liquid. To NIP, good first round, good start for them.
Can they mean this continually, though? That's the sort of split, I think, of this series, right? We've had superstar rounds, we've had big pop-offs, we've had this sort of traded energy back between the two teams. And in fact, as I sort of have a quick thread across, the only team within regulation that's been able to thread more than 2 rounds together has been Liquid. NIP have often struggled. They've got 1, they've got 2, and then they've got Liquid. Back again. Dang it. And they can't quite find that ability to just wrest the full control of a map. They've pulled out timeouts fine. But I want to see if they can try and keep this pace, because it was a decent lockdown. It was a great response to the approach, and then stop. Put the wall up. Don't let them progress. Next move. Let's keep going. Let's keep... Okay, deliver, deliver, deliver. Here, on a map that is often so mobile, so aggressive, Wizard is trying to live up to that expectation. Wants to try and find a fight with Nesk outside. They're going to get somebody on the break room door itself. It's an Oryx. They can try and scream their way across the divide if nobody's on the rappel as well. So they could get a way out, but it's actually Hates. Gets caught first by Daffo. Goodbye Smoke. Goodbye Fantasy. That's 2 quick kills elsewhere, and now suddenly Wizard... Oh, the only trick he's playing is disappearing his friends, because they've all left him, lost the smoke, which is going to be a huge blow if they're trying to hold off the plant potential, especially with the shield, and especially playing against the person who loves to look through smokes. In the opening minute, what can they do in the 3 versus 5?
I like this from Liquid. You've got your 2 picks. Just slow down the game. Take your time. You don't need to rush things. Stay together. Work as a unit. One thing I highlighted in the game yesterday between Liquid and Loud is that Liquid were always working in pairs, never allowing the individual engagements to get the better off them. Konzo has been able to pick off Nesk. At least there's one kill back. No dear. What is going on? Where's the trades? There we go. Finally, we see the trades. 2 for Maya. And Cons in the 1v2. I mean, it is doable. It is doable.
Definitely.
But still a lot of youthful. Look at the Capitao. Every arrow still at his disposal. You've still got 2 flashes. You've got Hard Breach. You've got the drone still. I mean, the attackers should be able to get themselves into a position where they can go for the plant, but depends if they want to go for that avenue. They have 2 options. Play for the kill or play for the plant.
I mean, they predicted his motions perfectly. He's blind. He's caught out. He's actually gone where they wanted him to be. With that coverage, they've dropped. They're not going to go for the plant immediately. They have the cover. It's a spray instead. Double stack up. He slips himself away. Right move, right maneuver, 40 seconds. They have the time to play with. You don't. Gonna go for the reload. Take a second. Now they're going to expect the swing from the other side. So he goes through the fire, but didn't have enough health to cover the divide. You get the concept. But the risk didn't pay off.
Yeah, I think his moment was that first initial swing. If he was able to get a kill onto the first player he came in contact with, then yeah, definitely doable. But once that opportunity goes back in, he's not going to get a second. And yeah, they did not give him a second opportunity. Liquid, little bit sketchy near the end, but still the round is in the outcome as what we expected. NIP just losing those first 2 opening picks. Liquid doing a great job at slowing down the pace. And yeah, winning out the round. Here we go. This is a game. 1-1.
I mean, what else would you expect, to be honest? From this series that has gone the distance pretty much all the way in the first map, almost got itself in towards OC in the second map, it just feels like these two know the stakes. And it's really satisfying from these 2 teams to get that energy, right? Because we both know how they play throughout the season. We both know how they've been able to clutch out some of these moments, but not all of them. That's seemingly the problem of these 2 teams. It's been the problem that's kept them out of these conversations that you throw FaZe into, that you throw W7M into, Furia. Like, these teams in that sort of split, they haven't quite, regardless of their pedigree, got themselves along those lines because they just can't get it when it matters the most. And here, with how close they are towards SI, obviously, it just feels like they both keep stepping up with new avenues. And this time, well, would the first engagements be the one that drive it through? Been able to get opening engagements which haven't been directly traded in the opening 2 rounds either side. You're gonna see if they can try and encircle 8s. They've obviously got the Oryx, the mobility unparalleled on a map like this with great hatch synergy. Just spray through the soft, see if you can get a bit lucky. Caught out on the drone. I mean, they know he's here, but the idea of being here is to do this. Draw the drones, draw the focus, and then, as I said, hit the hatch if you want to. You can always come back later.
Now, Liquid just probing certain areas off this map, mostly in towards security. There's going to be a few roamers here. Pons is able to pick up the first pick. Takes down Dafo, and there's a second Fantasy. A quick swing on Danesk, who was outside break room door. Trade game. Not here for Liquid. I mean, I will say, I feel as though Liquid are pushing into the areas that NIP want them to. I mean, they're pushing into mirror windows. They're pushing in to where these players are positioned.
I think that's it, right? And, you know, you got to give credit here to NIP that they've got this network, they've got the framework to make sure they're aware of where these positions are. And then we get to this situation in a round. No Fantasy! How's he done that? Well, he doesn't do it again. But it's a 3 versus 1. There's 2 C4s to play against here, and, well, they're making the statement, we know where you are. Oh, because the default cam is still up. At this point, Pino just wrapping up the rounds. And the trades, they keep on coming.
Yeah, pretty easy for NIP. No doubt about that. That was always going to be their round. Just Liquid didn't do a whole lot. Didn't really use util. Tried to face check a few angles, got punished for it. And NIP just holding stiff as a board, not showing any weakness there with that strategy. Well, no weakness that Liquid could have exposed, probably the best way to put it. I could have I could have picked that apart, but you know, I'm not playing. I'm not one playing.
Wait, I thought you said you weren't a pro.
Very simple. Just fire the blitz in through a window.
Oh, okay.
Usually works. Usually.
Another early timeout.
Yeah. Well, obviously the coach has seen something about the way that they're attacking, and I think he realizes that we need to get attacks, you know, going on this side. Because defending border, you know, with the operators at disposal, it's a nightmare sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. It's, you know, there's a reason this is always known as a brawl. There's a reason it's a bloody affair every single time you come to border, and it's not the pressures that are on the attacker, let me tell you. And as you can see, the fact that they're struggling, the fact that there's something in this defense that we've sort of commented on of walking into positions that NIP want them to. Now with this ban and the reflection of how it's going to play, obviously, they'll see if they can try and get this to connect. It's the Ella, which is, you know, with the consistency it's played by Fantasy, it does open up the door for you to be able to get some shields in. It gives you more of an option of swinging into these positions if you're not going to play the shield, but they are lender.
Yeah. And also the gun. Like, the gun's really good at the moment. Still, you can play the other one, who has the Scorpion, that being the Denari, so not too much of an issue. But still, it's a good ban. You mentioned with the shields. Yeah. I mean, it surprises as well whenever NIP has showed that they're actually playing a fair amount of Oryx. I mean, if you're bringing shields, surely there's got to be a bit thinking, oh, well, they could be playing the Oryx. They need to be careful for that.
5 seconds to go.
The thing is, any Oryx mains out there, I'm sorry, how often does Oryx actually hit a shield? Especially in pro play.
Certainly in ranked, it happens a fair bit.
In ranked,
Pro play,
yeah,
not so
in ranked,
much.
fine.
Take it from me as a shield person, because my team baits the living daylights out of me, and I know I'm going to get Oryx dash. And I tell them,
you'll get Oryx.
I'm going to get Oryx dash, and they don't care. They don't care. They're more than happy to let me get dashed. I die, and then they kill the Oryx.
Yeah, it's funny.
Honestly. No, that's what they say, and I didn't find it funny.
In pro play, if I've seen it once or twice. You know, it's when you're looking at the yellow and you're looking at the fact that you have to push on towards angles on this map, because as soon as you enter the building, you're probably in a firefight, at least from an angle. Now that's the more sensible one for me. And you know, they've got the Muncie, they've got the shields, they've got the kit with it, but what are they going to do with it? Will they try and be a bit direct in towards the site? They assumed they'd be on towards armory lockers and archives. You can see that they're maybe stacking up here. Last time it was a bit of office pressure that didn't quite work out here. They're doing the same thing, but oh, Maya gets Fantasy. The Ash took the fight underneath the shield, almost baited them to aim at a second target there. I don't know how on purpose it was, like when you paint the side of a ship with fancy colors, you can't quite know where it is. They've been able to get some of that dazzle camo covered and get the head of Fantasy. That's the smoke gone as well. Now you're looking at the idea of a shield plant. Its power just shot through the roof.
Yeah, it's on for them. Really, the way they're going to stop this plan is with a C4, which Pino has. Again, could drop below. There is actually comms downstairs inside of customs as the mirror. So there could be a C4 potential that maybe Pino could feed some information, and you never know what you could catch. So just bear in mind with that, and I think the shield just has to be really careful. But still, as Liquid have kind of shown us, they will take their time. They have that man advantage. This is where they want them to be. It should be a straightforward jump in through this breach, try and get the plant behind that bomb chest. It's a bit of a blind spot plant, very tricky to deal with. So we have to see the reaction with the C4s. Collins actually used the C4, so there's only just the one from Pino, who's actually went below. But look who is also below.
What is going on?
Did he fall down the hatch? He must have accidentally fell down the hatch, because there's no reason for him to be down here.
No. With the kit, having to push their way up with 40 seconds left, not in a million years. So at this point, they're going to try and push their way around, back in towards the territory that they had. The Sophia is still propped and primed and ready to go here, and you can still see the pressure potential from underneath. Now, it's step by step, though. Have they been unable to get confidence on the breach? And there is still a player underneath, and it's the Pulse. The flash comes out, the Pulse is on the other side of the bathroom wall, so if that's not open, there's also some support here, and there's the play. There's Maya getting one, and there's the second plant. But they still have the Pulse, they still have the pressure. The Pulse gets the wrong man, and Cons wins out the fight, but Lender still can secure the kit. They almost had the double bait there. They had the read on the other player, they had the read on the cover, and they kept them separate enough. So now a 3 versus 3 post-plant situation. The players underneath, they're pushing their way back up. They're going to see if they can try and lock it in. And there's Maya for 3. Keeping themselves going, keeping Liquid fighting here. Pulse gets themselves in. Hates gets 1 and 2. Either side on a dime, but now a 1 versus 1 Maya. Is he close enough to put the contest in as Hate's going to hold on? Maya absolutely knocks them all down time and time and time and time again.
An ace from Maya. Hates hit some incredible shots there in that double, but Maya stands up, rightly so. Wow. As much as I don't want to take away from Maya's moment, but I have to highlight a few things in that round, okay? We knew that the win con for NIP was going to be a C4 from below, and they had the pulse in the perfect position. Paul made a mistake. Paul showed his hand that he was downstairs. Did you notice that the player outside of the archives window, he'd seen the shotgun holes being made from below? And then immediately they knew there's a guy downstairs, and that sounds like a Pulse shotgun. So because of that information that they had gained, because Pulse showed it, they didn't know anyone was downstairs until Pulse started opening up vertical angles for whatever reason. The Monty planted very, very close on the breach, which it means that you cannot C4 from workshop. That's a C4 spot inside of bathroom. You see that C4 went up and it didn't catch the planter. It caught the guy in front, sure, but it didn't catch the planter. And that's because they knew where to plant, because they knew about the pulse, because he had let them know. I'm down here, by the way. That was the mistake for NIP. They showed the pulse when they didn't have to. That could have been so easy for them.
Liquid made it count when they needed to, but you can imagine Maya is saying, okay, gang, we need to step into this, because truthfully, if you look at the split of the board, he is the difference factor in what is a 2-2 right now. That's an ace round, and it took a team effort. As you said, there was revealed, there was play, there was cleverness in amongst it, and it comes down to what was technically, I think, a 1 versus 2, as the kill just happened at the same second of Maya getting the 4th. But here, with NIP still knocking on the door of success, Liquid have to try and break this traded round game if they want to be the ones to wrest some control and towards Bathroom Tellers, on towards the site where they almost, you know, it was a bit back and forth. They almost had it back, NIP. This needs to almost be a confidence round from the side of Liquid of saying, look, we know the game. We won the game last time. Same side, NIP. Got to almost try and bounce back immediately. Losing to an ace. Losing to a slight situation, a slight mistake. They happen. Fine. But they happen when you are this close to SI and it doesn't feel so fine.
I'm reloading.
We know these two teams, like their engagements late on in the round, they're still trying to weigh up and measure the space itself, and you finally get the first after a minute 40 has passed, and once again it's the smoke.
Yeah, first that smoke, yeah.
Seemingly habitually, if someone has picked smoke, 3 of the rounds that we've had so far, smoke, whoever is playing them, has been the opening death.
Yeah, not great. It is a worry. It is a worry, and this is the point that Fox made. Sometimes NIP only know one way, and it is swing your head out a window. And this is kind of showing here. NIP lose that first engagement, and they don't know when to stop. They're so desperate to get that kill back. This happens. It's the snowball effect.
I said they needed to be more convincing, Demo. Are they agreed? Oh, did they agree?
Bodied.
An ace into a flawless round for Liquid. Remember, they've obviously used their timeout, and they used it before they just took those 2 rounds in a row. You said momentum would be in their favor, but what a way to steal this half back. Now, they've done the double. They've got themselves locked in. They are on their attack on border. I'm not entirely sure, actually, who won the coin flip and who had the preference, but you wouldn't be surprised if they did and they wanted to be on this half, because it is this map, because it is border, because it is the map where you can sort of set that pace. And then you look at historically how these two teams go and you go, okay, well, maybe not, because, well, the attack statistic for NIP on this map, 66%. It's pretty good. The defense, only 60. Still pretty good, but in the meantime, Liquid, 40% on their attack over the 3 recent games that we've got tracked played. 56 on their defense. Their latter half, that's going to be their strength. That's going to be where they put the pressure back in.
10 seconds to go.
So they can get themselves that 4-2 set up here, and they can remember some of the plays that they pulled off on their defenses on, against this showdown so far.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Maybe the sky is the limit, and that sky is maybe beyond NIP. Maybe it's beyond FaZe. Maybe it's the skies of Parry.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Sorry, I thought you said Perry there.
Yeah. Maybe it's the skies of Parry. He's in Paris right now.
Perry the platypus.
Perry? A platypus? I can't do Doofenshmirtz. I wish I could. I need to practice.
Oh dear.
3-2.
Yep.
Got the shield, got the blitz, got the chance.
NIP, this will be a real test to see how well they can react with, let's be honest, a bit of a faster looking lineup here from Liquid. Bringing in a lot of yellow, a lot of red. That's your danger colors. In the wild, if you see a snake this color, stay away from it. And here we go. In goes the ram. Oh, look at that entry from Daffo.
What a way to make a landing. An acrobat finds a friend with Maya getting hates. And I mean, it is sprayed a bit back. Fantasy gets one, but there's Nesk repeatedly putting the bodies down. And now they've got that vertical control. And I said sometimes they've been slow. We saw the comments about their sort of pocket play, the rush on the opener when they played this map yesterday. And here it is on the closer of their attacking half. In through the window, knock them right out the door. Pino and Fantasy. They are being tracked and watched and witnessed in what is a slowly shrinking space as it gets a bit claustrophobic. Pino's able to pop up and put down one. Tries to connect with the second, but they're not able to make the trade and they get away, and that's the important part right now. They've got to spend another track, they've got to find another location, and here they've got some solid that they can play behind. Yeah, you can try and roll a grenade in towards their favor. You've got their escape route out, and you've got a minute. Make it count. Oh, Nesk does. Gets the other guy, and they know where Pino is. They know he's not on the site itself. If they can get Daffo towards it, well, maybe they can get it in, but he's been able to cross the divide, even against the ram above. Little health. And there's the spray and the finish off, so now they know where he is. The 2 versus 1, and he's going to go for a walkabout as Daffo goes for the plant itself. They have the verticality, they have the watch, they have the position, the ping, and the swing. It comes out, so he comes off the plant. They're going for the kill instead. Now they've got the cover. It's a bit more direct, and Daffo's going to go for it again. There's the roll of the grenade. They know where he is. They pre-fire the angle and pull themselves away because Daffo secures it, and the grenade will buy them a second. Look at his health, though. A breeze would knock him out of this round right now. He goes for one. He finds it. The pre-fire, the pipe. Will he go up? Will he go down? Instead, he's going to swing his way around, but Daffo gets it in the final throws. It's a 4-2 half for Liquid. But flip a coin, my friend, because everybody's feeling a little bit lucky today.
Yeah, luck's with them. I was just going to mention that. It's one of those days for Liquid where we've seen it on our last map. Really close. A lot of it coming down to 1v1s. You don't really know which way it's going to go. It favored them in club. It's carried over here into border. It's just Liquid's day. That's the unfortunate thing about NIP. It's one of them. You know, Liquid can do no wrong whenever it comes to 1v1s, and it can go either which way in a gunfight. And yeah, Liquid take an incredible lead, 4-2. And it's the energy. It's the energy that Liquid have. And I honestly think that's Liquid feeding off the crowd.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's that sort of follow through. It's that energy anyone can want to latch onto. And we said it at the very beginning of the entire day. I think we talked about how not only great the fan bases are, especially of Brazilian teams, especially the sort of regions fans, but how integral they've always said they are towards the teams. They've always said that when we travel, we have this energy. And, you know, we see it in the cams. And you're jealous because you're like, I want to be there. I want to feel that electricity. I want to scream. But the screaming's working here. Liquid, they've got themselves ahead, and NIP on towards their attack. What are they going to try and do to cross the divide? The Monty and the Brava ban. So you're going to get a lot of Fenrir, you're going to get a lot of Malusi, you might even get a cheeky Maestro if you're lucky and behave and eat all your vegetables.
Right. Side switch. Liquids. 3 rounds away. That's all they need. NIP. A lot more than that. Fancy. Long angle. Look at that. It'll be impressive if he hits a shot and gets a kill from that. That's typically one that you would see like a Kali hold, for example. I'm sure we've all seen it before. Kali just sat here. Big old sniper rifle. See the approach here from NIP. A little bit more directed towards security. Now, Liquid, I think, in their attacks, they kind of start off going for the kind of security armory side, but for the majority, it was all coming in for Eastern Office. So to see NIP do the reverse and transition towards armory, yeah, it's a little bit different. I think the bonus that you have is once you take control of an area like security, trying to retake onto this attack is really difficult for defenders. I think that's a bonus that they'll have.
Maya gone. Obviously a man of a massive moment earlier on, but how integral he's been to the team time again is going to be something that they will suffer a bit. You can see at NIP, they're very structured in their approach, right? Get the job, get it done. I don't want to be the one that sort of points to the scoreboard and says, look at this, but hey, look at this. Every single opening kill has resulted in a round win. It has been 100% accurate. This map as to who takes the rest of the round. So NIP have that now working in their favor, and they also have half of Lender for the trouble as well. They're in on towards Eastern Stairs and eyes on Office, but where are the defenders? That's the game that they're now playing, because Liquid have peeled themselves back. They're not intently sort of fighting back against Fantasy, who really wants to just step in. Con's on the window as well with the man with the kit. This is the swing potential though. Fantasy does get the rest of Lender, but then gets caught out as he drifts a bit too far in, and Daffo gets himself a double. Now suddenly the bolts are running their way out. They're looking towards the door itself, but as I said, the kid is on sandwich window. They're trying to make it happen from this side, but 45 seconds, and if he goes down, well then so probably does the round itself. The Grim backing off, getting himself the lineup, and just forcing the players further away from this swing in position. They're hoping Nesk isn't paying enough attention, but Nesk is that player that could rip this round apart. They have the pings on the break room door watch, but that's 28 seconds, and they're still focusing on the loose threads of the hold here, so they've just got to slip their way in, and now it's all Nesk, and he's able to get the first. And now they're in and off to the sort of fight inside the site itself. Hit, blinded, round on the back of the shield, the position that Daffo's locked in, but they've drifted their way away, but they still find it, but there's Nesk getting hates. And now it's just the Capitao. He's on the wrong side of a soft wall. They're just going to play it with the impact. At this point, Liquid, the divide grows ever wider.
Yeah, that's a massive round again, NIP. You literally said, I don't mean to call you a bearer of bad news, but you did just say whoever gets the first pick wins the round.
Oh, I did.
You lied. You lied to us.
Oh,
and that's
I did.
not on. That shouldn't be happening. I'm really confused about what NIP we're going for there. They tried to take all of the map without trying to enter into the map. I don't know if you actually noticed how they played that. They started off towards security, opened up armory wall, they had a butt downstairs. You think, okay, this looks to be traditional armory take, yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
And then the person with the diffuser is the Capitao sat on sandwich, who then gets coiled off. You then have 2 players towards Archives. You have 1 player by himself towards East. The Buck's still downstairs. They never really agreed to take a room. They just tried to walk into the bomb site, and then they get battered back, and just what a mess. No intent to take any of the map.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of problem with it, right? And I think, as I said at the time, they were looking for where the defenders were. And they just kept looking, they just kept stepping, and we said that at points at the beginning of Liquid's attacks, they almost just fell for NIP's hold. They walked right into them and got crossed out. And here's the same thing, but the problem is here, to tie back to something else you said, before this, you know, NIP had struggled to tie more than 2 rounds in a row. This is the first time either team in this showdown has tied 4 rounds in a row. Liquid have done something that has just put that distance even further away here from NIP, and now staring down how close this is, how far this might go. In fact, Liquid weren't even able to do this yesterday as well. This is the strongest they've been on
really
this
good.
map.
It's just there for Liquid. It's just the momentum's with them. See, if you watch Liquid play and you watch the player cams, whenever Ness does that little thing where he turns to his right, the person sitting behind him, and holds his fist up, you know it's done. You know it's cooked.
It's done.
Whenever Ness pulls a little fist, everyone knows what I mean by that. He's up for a fight. He's ready for it. And if he's on his game, we know what that guy can do. Yeah, there's a reason why he's up there in the Mount Rushmore siege. There's a reason for it.
Well, they're trying to slip their way in. The Lion has the control at the top of the stairs, and as Wizard gets the first, almost gets caught out. The C4 will find its way through, but Maya feeds himself to the AC window, and now they have the 5 versus 3. It's not the do-all, be-all, and end-all, but there's probably something they're happy with here. Now it's a 5 versus 2. Even happier. The smiles grow wider, and the defenders grow more timid. One's back on the side itself, one at the top of metal stairs, hoping that they can get a bit lucky with a loose player. 2 versus 5 is pretty terrifying. Well, now they know that you're there. 2 versus 4 could be potential. Wizard is still outside the window, holding onto the position, so he doesn't need to contest this, but he does need to do something, because if they know that there's only one on the site itself, then they can just do this. Ooh, didn't expect it to happen like that, though. They're going to get the plant secured. He has all that's left. Will we get a flawless? Oh, if we do, we get it pretty much immediately. NIP, they finally stopped the run of Liquid, but will it be enough for them to build some energy behind?
Yeah, it kills the momentum momentarily. But even after winning the round, you can see the difference. The NIP, it's just, yeah, okay, we've won a round. We still got a lot more to do. And it's not the same as Liquid, where whenever Liquid win a round, it's just, yes, this is it. This is what we need. Just different mentalities, it feels like. Look, I think for Liquid, just run through the cycle. Eventually, some of these will stick. Custom and tellers, a much more slower playstyle from NIP worked out well for them. I mean, they had the intent. I think that's probably the difference compared to the first round. They knew what they wanted to go for. They're actually taking parts of the map. I mean, Liquid was a case of overextending themselves a little bit too much. You know, you've spread the butter too thin.
I think it's... Yeah, I mean, the positions that they had... Was it exploitable, or was it just... That was the approach from NIP we had in the round before, where you had questions of... They're trying to take so much of the map. This time it kind of worked, because they were trying to do the same thing. They had somebody outside AC, they had somebody outside top east, they had somebody on the window of the site. They had all these different positions. This time the AC guy got 2 kills. And, you know, if that had happened the round before, which it almost did, they got 1 and a fraction, it could have been a similar story.
I think it's okay with that bomb site. Whenever you're dealing with more roamers, you can actually hold them.
Yeah.
Whenever you deal with top floor, you don't get roamers like playing below compared to roamers playing upstairs on a downstairs defense.
Well, we'll see if that is something that they keep trying to run. Same level of success. Obviously now on towards this site, when you've got a Solace, you assume that they will be holding that verticality, and they're trying to get rid of that Goyo, but the angle is just irritating enough.
Trying to curve the bullet, what is that?
Yeah, it's Wanted, baby. I love that movie. At this point, they've still got to push themselves in towards CC to get that player out and maybe catch them on the rotate. It's Nesk, though, and Nesk is, as you said, feeling pretty confident. He can peek his way outside, but they've got the watch, and I'm not sure if they've used an air jab on towards that run out, and if there's just that lockdown, but there's a lot of utility dedicated towards this position, and there's the first bit popped, and there is the air jab. So Nesk won't be visiting because he'll hear that through the wall and not really know where it is. Instead, he's going to try and hold on to this position. The C4 support is a lot, all towards the verticality, a bit early. Couldn't quite hit the call. Another pop of the utility. At least they're getting their money's worth, but can they get a catch on the end? Half of the round is gone. Fantasy's going for the rotate round underneath. Potentially some Deimos pressure on towards this, and as the bees come through, surely He isn't able to escape. He slips his way to the other side of the window. They don't really know, and now they do. There's the back and forth, but Daffo gets someone else elsewhere, and there's the crossfire. The pinch comes together, and they scream their way across the top, but there's one more. Diaz gets Wizard, gets half of the player as Maya's able to find Cons. Fantasy does get Diaz a 2 versus 3. It's not entirely out there. But do they know about Daffo's position here? Propped up on the doorway. Oh, they're scared about it, and they pre-fire the door itself. Fantasy locks it in. The Deimos doing so much work. Maya almost caught a full dedication to trying to hold this position. You kind of question what he's doing there. Fantasy gets one. And now they know exactly where the Malusi is.
Oh dear. That has ended miserably for Liquid, and now Lambda in the tricky position. The only benefit is there's no util, there's no tracks. So the information, it ain't gonna be there for NIP. So if he gets the first pick, isolate these 1v1. But no, Fantasy! This guy upstairs. If anyone knows the reference, Ankara Messi, giving him the footwork. That's what that is right there. That is Ankara Messi, if I've ever seen it.
I mean, that was a 4 versus 2? Was it?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
And it was a very brief 4 versus 2, became a 3 versus 2, but still, credit for the Deimos to keeping the pressure up. Obviously, got himself 3 kills for the round, but just kept going. In fact, was it 3 or was it 4?
He got 4.
4. Just kept going. Just kept the pressure on, kept themselves biting at all of the responses they needed to. When it took so long to get out Nesk, and they'd already got kills elsewhere, you were worried. Because if NIP stopped from that moment on, if they let that trade timer tick away from them, we would be sitting on a series point right now. We would be in that position with a big distance to go. Now, Liquid, they're getting close. They're almost there. You're back towards Armory, but think about it. Obviously, they won Armory from what was a strange approach here from the side of NIP. If NIP bring this approach a bit tighter, Liquid long since used their timeout, right? It was a long time ago.
I worry for Liquid, because we know what this team is. We know what this organization is. We know what they're used to.
10 seconds to insertion.
And we don't want to say Chokewood, but we're nearing that point. We are. Let's be honest. We've been in this situation infinite number of times.
Yeah.
And every reality of the universe, Liquid will be choking in every single one of them.
Well, they might not in this one. I'm holding up the Doctor Strange finger. This one. He doesn't sound like that. Again, another impression I just can't do. I made him sound real cool, like a soldier. Hey, I'm Doctor Strange. Liquid.
You sound like... you sound like Danny Glover.
This is the Star Wars. I forgot the name of his character. Anyway, more important things. Liquid. They need to get this round. It's the site that they've won before. It's the site where they put the pressure on, and they need to keep themselves on the right side of momentum. As I said, NIP have not been able to thread 3 rounds together in this showdown across the whole weekend, because they only won 3 rounds in the best of 3 series yesterday total. So here, them being able to break that sort of deficit without it needing to stretch in towards the O-time, well, to be fair, if you include that, then yes, they did. Within regulation, within the core of the game itself, to get themselves to SI. Few rounds still separate the distance, and that's not the right way to start. Daffo, what a big risk. Went out in between 2 different people and found one of them. Now they're going to see if they can try and pick the pieces back up, but fortunately too far, and that's the Blackbeard as well. That's the man who really should have been a bit more confident. There goes Daffo again. Past couple of rounds, can't stop shouting his name. Now as Pino takes a bit of damage, caught off from the side by Lender. They're swinging every single angle. Liquid popping out of the woodwork, but 2 quick kills, Fantasy and Wizard. Get stuff suddenly a little bit closer towards level. And the ground might have been taken away, but think about what has been taken away, right? You're working with Flores, you're working with Nomad. You've got an air jab and a single drone and a couple of flashes. You've got to try and get an opportunity, and that is maybe not a risk worth taking. Pull yourself back. 40 seconds. They have to plant. They don't have the kit, but you might not know that, but you know that they don't have that player anymore. This Fantasy is all that is left. I said this round was important. Liquid agreed. And Fantasy had some huge, huge moments for this roster. Can he keep his team staring at least off the barrel of the end? Not quite yet. Maya. They push Liquid on towards map and series point.
It's just that eruption. I was like, just seeing Baldraza again. He's getting some airtime tonight. It's that eruption where just Liquid turned it on and they picked up their kills, and NIP just don't know where to go. I mean, this is the timeout being called, and it better be one heck of a timeout, because not only do they need one perfect round, they need two of them. So this timeout has to be good for 2 rounds against a Liquid who's fired up by that crowd, who can taste this victory. It's on for them. It's on.
You got to play out your best Fabian impression right now. It's tough. It's so tough. Being this close. After working so hard, after obviously getting towards the international stages, you probably came into this with preference. The question was posed yesterday by Fox. Can they beat NIP? Does it matter if they beat Loud? Right now, yeah. They look like they can. They're on the front foot. They're 1 round away from progressing through this. Doesn't quite get them towards SI, but it definitely puts a pin in the flight plans for NIP, as they don't book your way to France just yet. Put down the translator. Get rid of Duolingo. Liquid.
Maya is just...
Oh, so consistently. The thing is, okay, this is the thing about Maya, right, is you can say, compared to usual Maya, first map, he had a bit of a quiet game. Second map, he had a bit of a quiet game. They're still even games for him, and then third, he's come alive. But then you look at the big picture of the entirety of this series, and then things start to become a little bit more apparent, because he's sitting totally, you know, +9, 33 to 24, right? Struggled on the entry, but still. Dafo, 30 to 24 over this series. Nesk, 30 to 24. Diaz, 27 to 24. Each of them has had these moments to pop off. Whereas most of NIP is negative. Most of NIP has struggled in general in that sort of big kill game. And, you know, it's not that anyone is a million miles off the pace, but that consistency at getting multi-kills, that consistency at finding success in the kill game, coming to a culmination on a map like Border, where that is almost the most precious thing. That is, the star on the top of the Christmas tree. And they are singing the sweetest Christmas carols.
Here we go.
Festive spirit.
I could tell. I don't know why. I
put my tree up earlier today, gang. I'm really happy with it. 6-4. Here we go. As you said.
That's a rookie mistake. Luis had up for the past 2 weeks. Right. The Aurora being brought in as the bit of the wild card pick. It's just going to be used, I think, to lock down the defenders upstairs to allow them an opportunity to retake, which I like. Whenever you're trying to force the blitz in towards east, it's going to help them a lot. You know, blitz, you don't want to be flanked. You just want to take your head first gunfight. You just want to run out of guide after worry about getting shot behind. This is where the Aurora. Oh! What a little trick there from Fantasy. Abracadabra. I will find a kill using the door. Wow. I mean, Liquid stunned. Don't see them getting out of this one.
I mean, that's the 2 players that have been big impacts over the latter half, right? They've lost Dafo, who's got the entry kill. Well, both times they've got it, but also pretty much every single time they've had the entry this map, it has been Dafo. In the meantime, obviously, Maya, we've already talked about his brilliance throughout this. They're inside the site. Cons. There isn't really anything to stop this plant currently. There's no direct congestion. There is a bit of a spray through, but quickly responded to. Do get 1 kill, but it's a post-plant situation, and now the control that they have. I mean, we'll talk about the approach in just a second, because I think we're about to hurtle towards the end of this round. Nesk finds a bit of a fight. They peel themselves back, though. Let's get the drop on towards 1. Pino, in the meantime, That's the only other standing teammate. And you can see a shield is about to chunk its way all the way up the stairs and probably in towards the face of Nesk. Luckily, you're an Oryx, and instead, actually, they drop away because the Rara door's there. They're not going to take that route. They don't need to. 18 seconds ticks away, and yeah, you can't even make it towards the kit. And what I was going to say here, Demo, the thing that you said at the start, why are NIP trying to take the whole map? The conversation, the answer that round was, yeah, why are we doing that? It was so together.
It's minimalistic. Yeah, especially for that bomb site. You can go just bare bones, take East. That's all you'll need is East stairs. Because East stairs, if you take East, you get waiting, you get the site. So it's really, really simple. And I like the addition of the Aurora. Yeah, using that to stop the flanks, it is really smart. And I also like the fact that they've closed the door, which would have led a member of Liquid to think, oh, they've shut that door down. I can retake Catwalk and kill the players as they walk into waiting. But in fact, it's a trap. They want you to walk into Catwalk and then pop the door open. You know, and we've seen that. So yeah, brilliant from NIP. They need another one though. And what I will say is that is the bomb site that they were consistent with. It was gonna always be, you know, a bathroom tellers. Whereas now for Liquid, they keep moving through the rotation, albeit they don't get the top floor, which is obviously what they would want to have as being their preferred bomb site choice. But they go for their vents, they go for their workshop.
And IP, it's just one round. Just one round and just one situation of getting the opening kill. I'm not going to make a comment on it because I don't want to accidentally either put a jinx or a curse in towards the air. You can't make me. Ha 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 ha. They still have to make sure that they're present in terms of those engagement. Again, I loved how it was more minimalistic. I loved how they just took the control they needed and pushed from there. It's not as easy on a site like this because there's the verticality to worry about, because you have two stories you have to truly bring into consideration. You don't quite have any gift of hard above. You don't have that same sentiment. Maybe that's something obviously that they've realized and why they've opted to come here instead of doubling it down inside the bathroom, keep the rotate round and keep themselves moving across. Vent workshops, there's been a bit of a back and forth between these two teams. And all eyes are on this first engagement. No shield. No chance at that being the first hit. It has also been a little bit back and forth as well in terms of how successful it's been, but you're looking at no picks towards it, just an extension of the space, the castles, the mirror, the laser gates. It gives them more to play with. It means more angles are open, and it means that they can get in these positions where they can try and contest, put the pressure back in and make things uncomfortable. Compare that to the previous round where you had the Rauras, you had what was a lockdown of space. Liquid's responded to that by saying, okay, we will dictate that. We will stretch our legs.
No kills yet. Which is good for Liquid. They can keep some of these operators available who have the denial with the C4s. Will help them in the long run. Shrone being a bit of a pest and maybe gonna try and open up that mirror window, but Maya who draws first blood, 15-7 is where he sits. Bit of pressure now coming in towards Ness. There's a player with him, but look at that cover from Diaz from Armory.
It's been twice. Maya was the one that got the kill on towards Breakdoor with the first flash. The second got the follow through on Armory. They've tried to send in on the single player and suffered 2 results for it. They lose Wizard, they lose Fantasy, and now they've taken Nesk, but also, Demo, they've taken a minute 20 to get to this position. They do not have the vertical above the site. What can they do? Do they try and dedicate the push across the top, or do they try and drive themselves in just towards the side itself, because they've still got keen eyes? They've got Lender underneath the hatch and Diaz above it. So they go a little bit exploratory. They see what there is. It's a risk, but you've still got Daffo above as well. The plant is being put together. There's the C4 play. There's the watch. Sees the first catch, and there it is. And there's the kit planted. But there's the trade out, and there is Liquid. They find their energy. They find the love of the room that has exploded. And they find themselves still dreaming and still with possibility. Team Liquid will progress along this bracket, knocking down NIP towards Unfortunately, last chance saloon, where they do not currently have enough SI points to guarantee themselves SI. It's not over. Other things might play in, and there's obviously other things to play for, but their fate is not in their hands right now.
Yeah, could be LCQ time for NIP if things do not go their way. For Liquid, it's the energy. Honestly, that crowd, I feel, just carried them through into that third map. And now we get an El Clasico tomorrow, which I'm looking so forward to. We get Liquid versus FaZe. Always, it will be my favorite matchup. And the way Liquid's playing, that's 2 in a row. They beat Loud, they beat NIP. They're on a bit of a streak now.
I mean, it took everything. It took everything from both teams. NIP fought so hard. They kept on getting themselves into situations, but as you said, the energy, the momentum, the crowd, that sort of situation just pushed Liquid that extra mile, and you know, who knows where they can end up, but I think they're proving a lot of people's expectations of them wrong, rightfully so. And that is it for you and I for now. So, without any further waste, let's throw it to the desk to break it all down.
You've done it. Team Liquid victorious and they end NIP's run for the Invitational through the regional finals right here, right now. The crowd went wild. They cannot believe it. And Raza is about 2 steps away from shaving his head off yet again.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. A few of those rounds, that Liquid logo really started to turn into a human that was choking that we've seen time and time again. But thanks to, the backing of Maya, I mean, tremendous performance throughout the entire day. And then specifically in this border matchup, I really want to highlight Daffo. He had so many of those opening kills that really helped them propel them into these victories, into these rounds won. I mean, that man advantage, when you're looking at the statistics through this matchup, these opening kills were really a big proponent for Liquid success.
Yeah, 100%. I think when you look at Daffo's progression too within the team, I mean, SAL Stage 2, he was one of the lowest rated players on the team. He's been slowly getting better and better for this team, being in this flex supportive role, just playing the utility. It allows Maya to have that comfortability to be the entry. It allows Ness to have the big pop-off games that he has. So he has been a very good gel in this matchup, specifically in border, for Liquid as a whole. And thankfully, Liquid got themselves a good enough amount of a lead on their attacks, which is the important half. And I really want to commend the coach's smart timeout after round 3, after they initially lost those 2 first attacks, slowed it down to then essentially have a flawless half past that timeout to figure out how NIP is playing on defense, how we need to be able to figure it out, how we isolate those picks. And then again, yes, Daffo with those opening kills to get that aggression, that opening pick. We heard the casters talk about it. Whoever gets the first pick wins. I truly just think if you get the first pick against NIP, you win, because they do not do a great job at being able to pull stuff out. Yeah, when they slow down, they don't get the trades, they don't use the man advantage, they continuously one individual peak after one individual peak. And that's what we saw in their attacks. They get the first pick, and then we just saw NIP hemorrhaging opening death after opening death after opening death. And I think at that point, the mental was really shattered. I do like that NIP tried to bring it back towards the end. Their attacks themselves were very good as well, objective-based style of siege, trying to just isolate each Liquid member. But I feel like we saw a lot of different Liquid defenses where they were actively trying to switch stuff up, and they didn't necessarily need to call a timeout or worry about it too much. They knew that they had enough of a lead. They just needed to close it out, and they did.
What can I say? It is beautiful to witness the crowd on their feet again, and what a way to end our second day of SAL. There's still the question of who makes it deeper into our tournament, but before we talk about that and our speculations, let's have a chat with one of our victors, Daffo, joining us on the interview live from Sao Paulo. Let's bring him up. After the reactions, we got to see them all. There you go. And we are in. Daffo, good to see you again. My God. How you feeling now? How was the heart rate after that win? Everybody was just jumping all the way around in the arena.
Yes, it was a great match, incredible match, and we are very hyped.
1 sec. We have fixed so we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm smiling for him.
Alô.
Not yet.
Não tô ouvindo.
Oh, now
There
we
we
can.
go.
Now we can hear.
There you go.
Alô, alô, alô. Tô ouvindo? Nice,
Hello.
nice. Yes, I think it was a great match with big teams. We know that the match is decided in the details, and we were very hyped. So I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. It was a very high moment for you guys to close it out. But specifically that border matchup, I mean, you had an incredible performance yourself. I don't know if you were paying attention to it, but your opening kills, I mean, you were a big reason as to why you were getting those advantages on attack. And I guess I want to I want you to tell us a little bit about one, what your coach was saying in that timeout after round 3 to get you guys to figure out how to be able to attack against NIP's defenses. And two, how does it feel for you individually to just feel like you're on a roll and essentially just keep getting opening kills and slaying out for your team?
Yes, in the timeouts, Reduxy say to us that we need to slow down a little bit because they are giving us too much kills. They are fighting a lot, and we need to do progression with shields, something like that. And yes, I think I brought some rounds to the team. I was very hyped, and I think that's it because the was decided in the details. Borders a tough
Well,
match.
Daffo,
Tough map.
I want to say congratulations on your performance today and through the rest of the squad. I want to talk about just the pressure aspects. I mean, me and Fox know what it's like to be a player, being in moments like these. I kind of want you just to tell the audience what it's like, SI implications on the line. You have to get through hurdle after hurdle, game after game, round after round. I just want you to talk about the pressure and the moments that build up to these, to close out the series. Just if you can kind of talk through everything and kind of what that pressure really is.
Yes, I think the pressure that we are feeling a lot in bank because we are too slow in attack. I think when you're under pressure, you slow down the attack. And when you have match point too, you are very excited to close the match, and we need to focus. Don't fight alone. Don't die alone, and always make plans to their attack or something like that.
Beautiful.
There's a lot to worry about it in those moments, and there were a couple moments where we were thinking, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, our Team Liquid gonna have the game flipped on them?" But that was not the case. Everything ended up being real good. Now, the road is not done. Obviously, your chances now are 50-50 to make it to the Invitational. You have to go through FaZe to get to W7M and maybe even to Furia in the final. Anything you want to say to FaZe ahead of that Clásico for SAL tomorrow?
Yeah, since I joined Liquid, I never won against FaZe, so I think it's time to do it.
It would be a hell of a day and an opportunity to do so. I tell you that. Daffo, thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations on this massive win against NIP. The lower bracket run continues. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Don't forget to buy the Valk bundle, and I would like to thank you to one person, Jesus Christ, and one and only.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Daffo. Alhamdulillah, here we are. Maya, though, is our MVP for the second time in a row. Can you believe it? This man is absolutely insane. He's gone through the gauntlet of everything in SAL. We've seen him through the past 5 years in competition, from Guidance to Team 1 to Lost, and now in Liquid. This guy is always on top.
I mean, he's got great
I'm just
posture.
not surprised.
I was gonna say he's got he's got great posture. I think he's a little bit of a chiropractor. At least needs to see one.
Yeah, I mean, Daffo was thanking Jesus Christ. I mean, who knew that Jesus Christ was actually on his team in representation of Maya? This guy's consistently always putting up huge numbers for his team, and he's doing it. And again, best decision Liquid has made has been putting him on that primary entry and moving Nest onto more of a flex secondary entry. Great decision because Maya can always perform. He does it time and time again. Today, we saw him do it on a whole plethora of ops. But just being able to have that extra little bit of freedom when he needs to, playing out the demos, playing out the Ashe, whatever he may be playing, he's always consistently going to be up on the board. So, of course, not surprised here that he's going to be able to pretty much help his team get another victory, one step closer to making it to, the land, or I guess they're already at land, but to the top 3, and then essentially hopefully getting closer and closer to securing an invite.
I mean, again, I know we want to highlight Maya, and rightfully so. I mean, he really has stepped up his performance, and as you said, being able to transition into that role, it really is paying dividends for this Liquid roster. But when you look at just the overview in terms of how everyone performed, Maya was at 35, Daffel was at 31, Nesk was at 30, Diaz was at 28, Lenda at 21, but that's your IGL. That's the guy that's setting up everyone for success. We don't highlight a lot of these players that don't have the most impact in terms of statistics, but what Lenda does, and he takes on a lot of that responsibility of leading everyone, setting them up for success, having to maybe take, you know, a little bit of the back seat. But everyone today, I'm really impressed with this side of Liquid. This is the Liquid that I think we all want to be able to get behind, to, you know, kind of put to bed the rest of the constantly choking. Even if these rounds get a little close, it's just fact of the matter is they are really making good strides. And similar to, you know, what we've even seen out of a team like the old East Coast roster, you know, it was a brand new roster, a lot of misfits put onto it. They had to find their foundation, they had to find the rhythm. And I think with each and every single game, we're starting to see this really form on the side of Liquid, that they are finding that structure and that they are building all the right pieces and structures to have something solid that we all can get behind.
Well, solid performance today from two teams, one that made it to the grand final and one that is going through the lower bracket. Speaking of which, let's pull up our bracket before we talk about the matches that we have for you tomorrow, because things definitely have shifted. NIP are no longer in the conversation. It's Liquid playing FaZe. Of course, winner of that will be playing W7M. Those are the two games that we have in store for you tomorrow. It's back-to-back. It's a lot of pressure on both FaZe and Liquid. No matter what, you're going to have a tough time and a tough game. But for Team Liquid, making it into the top three, beating FaZe, gets them a step closer, and we will confirm it tomorrow with Sprabuni. But from what I know right now, it might actually guarantee Team Liquid their spot at the Invitational. So this game has a lot on the line. Big Clásico for the SAL region. Of course, winner of that game will play W7M. The winner of that on Sunday, they'll close out the regional finals for South America, and that'll be against Furia, who are already sitting and waiting in the grand final, being a team that already has qualified for the Invitational. There's a shot that things can shift massively in the international standings, depending on our matches here. But gentlemen, that's our promos, that's our games. Any final points before we wrap this up?
I'll let Fox go.
No, not really. I mean, you know, Liquid had a very close matchup today. It's only going to get harder from here, but man, that would absolutely be a redeeming story if Liquid can go through FaZe, go through W7M to meet Furia in the finals. And, you know, the crowd, the momentum's a hell of a thing. And from how it looked like there's a lot of Liquid fans out there. So you never know, you know, sky's the limit in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I think that sky will definitely be a limit in terms of them trying to break through that barrier of FaZe. I mean, we talked about this match. It was a lot slower pace, but from what we saw out of FaZe, even in that W7M match, it was very fast paced. It really only slowed down once it got to that execute. So I am curious to see if we can see that tempo really shift, because it's definitely going to need to. But by no means, I mean, if Liquid show up the way that they are and with improvement each and every single game, I'm curious to see what that match is going to look like tomorrow, and I can't wait to jump into it.
Hey, that's going to be all three of us kind of catching all that action tomorrow. I want to thank Emmy, who has just casted her final matchup of SAL this day. So thank you very much. And I believe that would also be Demo in that conversation. Not too sure about the rotation, but still, regardless, thank you very much to everybody that makes this show happen. Of course, our production team live in Sao Paulo in the arena. Thank you so much for making it happen. However, that is our second day done and dusted. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching here with us this evening, for being with us. We'll be back to you same starting time tomorrow for more SAL action to see who faces off against Furia in our grand final. Until then, take care. We love you. Have a good night.
Available now.